Welcome to the channel. Thanks for tuning in today. Get comfortable, put on your headphones, and prepare to enter a world where memories aren't just recollections, they're weapons. Killing machines. Shadow organizations. A war fought not with bullets, but with memories. He never meant to be here. Kyle thought failing an exam was the worst thing that could happen. He was wrong. Instead of a second chance, he was drafted into a virtual war, a battlefield where dying isn't the end, but a reset. And with every reset, a piece of him vanishes. His memories, his identity, his will to resist. They say it's just training, that he's helping fight a greater war. But when a mission goes wrong, Kyle finds himself stranded on a planet that shouldn't exist in the system. No reinforcements, no orders, no way out. Now, for the first time, he has a chance to carve his own path. But freedom comes at a price, and to survive, he must hold on to who he is, before there's nothing left. Because once the resets take everything, there's no going back.
Chapter 22. I don't know why I felt so nervous. I had done everything possible to get ready for this. We were as ready as we could be. Dylan met me, and we went down to the mech training yard together. There's 3 levels. They won't wait for us. They'll let us out in stages. So we might fight it out there, but there's going to be a few monsters that we can kill. Maybe get an advantage or 2, Dylan said as he walked. I mostly listened. I wasn't sure what kind of approach was going to work best here. If it were just one-on-one fights, we'd probably fail right away. I was sure there would be fighters with much higher levels than ours in there. I matched some of them, but others were way above me in levels and no doubt skills. They'd think they could swat me like a fly. I needed to do as I always had, think smart. Most would want to get in as many advantages and find as much loot as they could for the final fights and levels. I sighed. My decision to spend my quick points would have to come soon, I was sure. And it was also why I needed to pick wisely now. My decision to take the right mech mattered. I looked them over. Scouts, striker, brawlers, snipers, and heavy assault mechs. The requirements were basic, I presumed, just so I had a chance to pilot one. There was a guy at the entrance to the arena this time. Dylan had a pass that covered us both. I walked into the first training hall and looked around at the mechs, noticing a few styles that were green now. I knew what I wanted. To go in and fight, but I couldn't show my hand like that again, not to the noobs in the arena. I needed them to think I was as dumb and new as they were, even if I wasn't. Dylan walked to a mech, and I watched as it responded to his commands. At least I didn't need to break into anything. We'd be good today, going out there. Striker or brawler? I saw what I wanted. Saw its stats pop up. Mech model, FC10, trainee. Class, brawler. Operational level required 30, overall personal level required 60. Internal AI chip, none detected. Nanites times 28,819 detected. Structural integrity, silver, iron. Hull strength, 91. Monocore, 97%. Strength, 98. Speed, 100. Weight, 100 tons. Cockpit strength, 100. Heat tolerance, 200S. Heat sinks on board, 2. Weapons. Sword. Machine gun, fast, short range, low damage. Rotating autocannon, short bursts, rapid fire, 80% jam rate. Short range missiles times 10, long range missiles times 5. AMD particle projectile cannon, short bursts, heat sinks needed. It was labeled as a trainee, but I could really feel this one. Basically take all the aggro for Dylan. Take a good few hits while Dylan poked, prodded, and worked out the best way to destroy whoever I was going to be pitted against. He went for a striker similar to the one I had hacked and better suited for his own level. Name, Dylan Braille. Mech model, BI-891. Class, striker. Operational level required, 30. Overall personal level required, 60. Internal AI chip, class XZ12. Nanites times 276,198. Structural integrity, ? Hull strength, 288. Monocore, 97%. Strength, 280. Speed, 198. Weight, 70 tons. Cockpit strength, 450. Heat tolerance, 250S. Heat sinks on board, 5. Yeah, it was going to go down really well. I dropped into the mech and already felt myself start getting used to it and the way it was going to handle. It was clunky as hell compared to the one I'd hacked, but it would have to do. I swallowed. I wouldn't let it put me off. I would let this mech duck and defend as best I could. Maybe if I leveled because of this, it would be good, but I had to fight right. Use my intelligence. Stepping out towards the main door, I waited as it opened. A lot of other things were going on outside the rooms. I could see loads of movement and people I didn't know who were watching. I pushed back into the mech's controls. Each footstep felt sure, hardy. I kind of liked him. He would be good for me to test out and learn with. I looked up at the shielding around the arena. It was thick. They knew this would be a good test. No sooner had we stepped outside than I saw incoming fire. 2 missiles were already heading towards us. Dylan dodged and blocked one, firing up his shield. I pushed back out of the way just in time, or its electric crackle might have sliced me. Dylan moved off to try and see where the attack was coming from, only to meet a large mech face to face. The 2 of them drew swords and started to fight hand to hand. I had to try and take more damage or detect and then deflect any incoming missiles to give Dylan the best chance of taking this one out. I knew I couldn't. I watched and noted where the next set of missiles came from. The best thing I could do was try and target the mech launching them, take him out, and defend Dylan while he worked on his enemy. I pulled the gun forward, tried to focus. I wasn't going to get anywhere at this distance. I had to move closer. That meant leaving Dylan open to any other kind of attack. That was sad. I didn't want him to fail, but right now I had no way to do both. Or did I? Come on, guys. Hiroto came back to me first. Drop to the next tree line. I can line a shot from there. Best spot to aim for is always the cockpit. There will be a weak spot, especially if they've not concentrated on their build right. If you take him out, turn and defend. We can knock Dylan's guy down from here if he hasn't dispatched him first. Priority is the missile mech. I thought about it only for a split second. I knew they wanted to see both performances, how we'd work as individuals, but still focused on the team goals. This will work better for us all. Do it. I made my way down to the tree line as they'd suggested. I tucked in where I could so that the guy I was against wouldn't get in any body shots, although they were going to be tough to eliminate. I was as low as I could go, pushing myself to the limits of where I wanted to be and what I wanted to do. I only hoped it would work. Keep me here. I can get it. I waited as my screen sectioned just like it had before, and Hiroto started to line up the shot with a missile. I held my breath. Missile locked. Fail rate 64%. Then I had to let my breath out because that was stupid. I waited till it was right. I pulled the trigger. Hoped. And I saw that red dot on my screen go black. Critical hit. 5. Craig Johan, level 18, 14 kills, sent to respawn. I turned quickly, and Hiroto did exactly what he said he would. With another pull of the trigger, we hit the melee fighter. It didn't go down, but the distraction was enough for Dylan to bring his sword down on its head, severing it and opening the cockpit and ending the life of the pilot in one blow. 10. Reina Karklina, level 18, 0 kills, sent to respawn. I grinned and sank back into the grasses. This was a pretty short test. Notifications on gaining skills floated on the corner of my view. Hiroto, block them for now. We can look later. Dylan crunched his way over to me, and I looked up at him. You okay? He asked. I could only nod at him. That was some damned fine shooting. Where'd you pick that up? I had a good teacher, I said. He looked to the board, and so did I. 1. Chris Tanner, 24 kills. 2. Alice Main, 21 kills. 3. Vix Rolex, 16 kills. 4. Jean Ball, 14 kills. 5. Sylvie Dea, 10 kills. 6. Antoine May, 8 kills. 7. Dylan Braille, 1 kill. 8. Kyle Rands, 1 kill. 9. Craig Johan, 14 kills, sent to respawn. 10. Reina Karklina, 0 kills, sent to respawn. How the hell did they get so many kills already? I asked. Monsters, most likely. They'll count anything killed in here, Dylan replied. We have 3 levels to climb. You good to go? I tried to see where he was looking, but couldn't. I needed to push myself up first. In the end, he had to help me. You look fucking ridiculous. Maybe I do, but you got the kill. Nice, man. I grinned at him. Not gonna be much loot in here, though. I could almost hear his frown. It was hilarious. No, sadly, but there's probably going to be a good payout for us both, remember? We get the numbers in here, we know we're rich. What will rich get us? A mech? Something that we own? I was flabbergasted. To own one? I never expected that to be possible unless I built one myself like Ryton. Yes, once we're on their team, we get assigned one, but we could buy one if we wanted to. I wondered how much that would escalate bad feelings at the base here if we bought one. They were going to be a pretty penny, I'd bet. We wouldn't be allowed to stay, Hiroto said. That would be odd, but I could see why. We'd have too much power against some of the other members. Yes, we would. I tapped Dylan on the shoulder and realized I was actually a lot stronger, and he almost fell forwards. Sorry, I said to his laughter. Walking forwards, I managed to keep my pace, but he was a lot quicker. Seeing I was slower, he stopped and waited. We were heading up to the next level, and I hoped that it might be a little more of a challenge to me, or at least to us. This wasn't going to build anyone's confidence in us being the stronger candidates. I looked up, knowing there were a lot more than just the General Denty out there watching us. You feel it too, don't you? Zarab asked. Yeah, I said. There's someone watching, someone who isn't human and has another agenda that maybe isn't Denty either. Vrolsh? I think so, yes. It would explain a lot of things, Hiroto replied, even if we don't know their full agenda. War is about all they want, just as much as the next person. We hurt them. Seems there's been a lot of hurt all around. I don't see a true way in making any of this all okay, Zarab said. The simple thing would be for us to leave and for all of you to regain your own bodies without being sacrificed to this. I waved into the air and my mech copied me. I chuckled. Let's concentrate on the next job, right? Any thoughts as to what we might be facing next? Dylan asked. I glanced to where the next main set of doors were and cringed. Yeah, it was going to be more against us. I needed my wits about me and my friends with me. I looked to Dylan, knowing that there were too many people involved in what I needed to do. It was hard to see, to watch the fights and know at some point things were going to hurt me more than I was used to. Here we had a base to respawn, even if it would kill Zarab, but out there in space, things are very different. You'd wish there weren't such a thing as a respawn, because if you lose your life, you can lose the mission, your status, your home. You're sent to the nearest spawn site they have. There are no save points, no way to get back. That could mean that the whole team was lost. Fuck. This was gonna be shit. I wanted and needed people with me, but I had never had real loss other than... I sucked in those thoughts, not really wanting Hiroto and Zarab to be privy to them, even if Hiroto had been with me a year already. I'm sorry, Hiroto said. Any mother is golden. Wait, you're only 18? Zarab asked. A baby? It was his baby that pissed me off. I punched the side panel of the base as we reached the next door. Dylan looked at me. Hey, what's up? Nothing, I shot back. Inside, I said almost the same words I'd said to Hiroto earlier. Don't underestimate this kid. I was determined to work around the way this was going. I needed a space to have privacy and also to lock them out if I needed. What if Hiroto decided to take over totally? Hack me, so to speak. Could he? Yeah, there must be a way to do it. After all, we were essentially just enhanced robotics now. It worried me. And guarding those feelings from their both was difficult as hell. I'm not even sure I did it right, but trying was essential. I needed them occupied now, though, while I did what I needed to with the code of the system, my system. The next few fights and level we climbed up would have to do. I had to let Hiroto and Zarab win them, so I could win the main fight. Dylan moved in first, not hanging about either and going for the nearest place he could scout around. I don't see anyone in here? Yeah, that means bad things, right? It could mean they've already moved on. There was a massive roar. I glanced to Dylan, and I could almost sense the fear from him. Any Any ideas what that is? No clue, but it's going to be big. I tried not to laugh. Yeah, no kidding. This was going to suck, right? I was the tank, after all. I saw Dylan hesitate. Go on. Sucking in a breath, I started forwards. I reached behind me, felt the sword, and pulled it down from its resting place. I had a feeling a gun would do nothing for this fight. Hiroto's voice came through next. From scans, I can sense there's code and other things floating around in here, though. It's making it difficult for me to actually see what and where they're going. I know where they're going, I said. They're coming here, for us. We need to stand together. As big as they are, they're going to try and split us up. They have larger numbers, and they'll be using it to try and wear us down. Hit us hard and fast, burn through our health. I saw motion from the corner of my eye. There it was, standing and staring at me. It wasn't even going to make a run at me. Why? But its eyes were mesmerizing. Fuck. It was huge. A giant, prehistoric, cat-like creature. Not just big, but muscle on muscle, too. Its rippling muscles ran down thick front legs into powerful and obviously deadly claws. They glinted in the light of the room. I shivered. The second one appeared beside it, smaller and, I knew instantly, female. Actually, that's the male, Zarab said. The Traxic female is larger. You can tell by the curve of her belly. She's given birth not too long ago, it seems. Protecting any young would turn any creature into a surefire way to weed us off as new warriors. Something in the back of my mind made me not want to get in the way of these stunning animals. I saw her glare at me. Her thick nostrils flared and her eyes flashed red. There was magic inside her, too. As the first fireball started to form before her, I froze. Drop! Dylan shouted out to me as the spinning ball of flames hurtled towards me. I didn't move. If I had, he would have taken the full force of the blow. I was the tank. I was supposed to take this kind of damage. The flames curled up around me, snaking up my arm. I saw notifications flash before me, and I couldn't see. Shit, Zarab said. Blind. That was it. I was screwed. Without my sight, they could do exactly what they wanted and bleed us out. But Dylan was still standing. I'm good. Throwing something at me, he said. At least the fire died off. But all I could see was red. I can't see. I'll do my best to direct you, but you'll have to rely on something other than the tech of the mech. I didn't know what I could do. The machine was what I was supposed to fight in, right? Zarab laughed. Actually, there's no rules to say you have to fight in the mech. The roar that hit my ears next meant business. I didn't want to see what was coming, but there was only one thing it could be. Quickly, I did the one thing I knew I really shouldn't in here. Everything was so much bigger. As a Denti, I was tiny, but I was also something that they didn't know. The control to pull out was easy to find. The helmet of the mech popped open, and with some struggle, because there was no unit for me to pull myself up on, I lifted up and out. Then I dropped, landing hard and rolling, just as the creatures came hurtling over the top of my mech. I only had Nihai's shield and my sword. I hoped that it would be enough. I spun around quickly, activating the shield as I saw fangs bite deep, separating what was my mech's arm from its shoulder. Fuck me. I tapped the side of my head. No way to communicate with Dylan now. Hiroto, get me through to him any way you can. I need him to take on the smaller ones while I go for the mother. What? Hiroto asked. You heard me. Get me patched through to Dylan, now. There was a huge explosion as another fireball came hurtling towards our position. Dylan was luckily quick enough to get out of the way even without me taking the hits for him. However, I could see that the smaller tigers had landed a good few slashes on his mech. Steam and liquid flowed out the backside of one of his legs. The female Traxic was just sitting there now, her eyes following Dylan and her kittens. There was a huge growl to my right as one of the smaller ones noticed me. I didn't have the energy or the hit points to take much from it if it came at me. I was more than sure I would fit inside its mouth, if it decided it wanted to eat me. I tried not to think about it, as the mother glanced to the kittens. I knew I had to run for her. She may have been much bigger, but I also thought she wouldn't move as fast. Giving birth was hard, right? You may be onto something there, Zarab said. I hope so. If I could get out of the moment I seemed stuck in and close to her, maybe I could get in a few strikes. Maybe we could win, even if the kittens would probably turn ballistic. Maybe the others would retreat, or I could somehow activate my sword and take them all on. I could win. Confidence boosted. Belief in yourself is a huge thing. Go Team Kyle. I knew that wasn't going to happen without serious work. Turning to face her, and not the one who was hoping to make me lunch, I made a run for it, putting distance between us as fast as this Denty could. I wouldn't be able to outrun it over large distances, but I knew that here now in a sprint for life or death, with Dylan in the way, I had the ability to get there. Through, Hiroto shouted. Dylan, you gotta block. I'm running by your left side, defense behind, in 3, 2, 1. I skirted around him, barely avoiding being stepped on. He spun and, dropping to his knees, lashed out with his blades, stopping the Traxic that was after me by shoving his blade through its chest. Fantastic kill. I now saw notifications go off as usual. This was a good thing. I pulled it up really quickly and saw I had something else I wanted to shout for. Quick points. Zarab, you know what they do? If you want to, assign them now. Something that will help you here, now, Zarab said. As I ran for the mother tiger, I pulled up my sheet and quickly dropped one of the quick points I had into intelligence. I was never going to be quick enough or strong enough to kill her. I had to outsmart her. Fuck. I'd hoped that using them for this would give me something else, and boy did it. From a 14 to 28. The rush with the extra brain power seemed to do something. I realized she hadn't seen me. Right behind her I saw something else. Inside to her cave. Oh shit, yes. Dylan, keep fighting. I'm going for her kittens. Shit, you'll get sliced in half with one swipe. Fuck, Dylan screamed. Hit! I couldn't turn back. I knew that he was out, and I heard the sickening crunch as one of the Traxic got a bite where they shouldn't have. Maybe his head? Crap. The mother Traxic seemed to just sit there, her red eyes on the fight. Was that a grin? I slipped past her and into the cave, my eyes adjusting to the light within seconds. There I saw what I wanted to see. Ahead there was a nest and several crawling kittens. Dang, they were almost the size of a fully grown dog. I put the weapons away. I wasn't going to get anywhere trying to kill them in here. What I had to do was much harder. I struggled to find the smallest crying kitten and noted that there were sooner had I gotten out of the cave when the mother patches also saw me. They were both and her eyes flared red flesh and metal. Stop the assault or it dies. That meant my plan would work even better. She crouched down. I picked the kitten up along and turned around. I was sure she was trying to figure out if she could get to me, kill me before I killed her kitten. But I lowered it to the ground and pulled out my dagger so she could see it as it lit the air with psionic power. What? Had I done that too? The light in her eyes faded, and the assault on Dylan stopped. He was lying still on the ground, but the smaller animals that were attacking his mech had stopped. She watched me and her kitten. I stroked the top of its head as it cried. There. Her muzzle contorted into a snarl at my actions. I continued to stroke till it calmed a little. She started to edge forward, and I pointed the dagger closer to her baby, watching as her growl lessened, but she didn't stop. That better be a friendly approach. She snarled again, and I pointed the dagger at her instead, letting go of the top of the kitten's head. Didn't really know where it was or what it was doing, as it was blind, but it stayed still, its eyes and nose sniffing out, making tiny mews as it called for the one thing it wanted, its mum. She was now around 15 feet away from me, and as it tried to crawl away from me, I reached out again to grab hold of its scruff. It was quite strong, and though it had no claws to dig into the ground, it tried to grip something. I managed to hold on to it. She drew in even closer. 10 feet. She was really huge. I couldn't meet her in the eyes. She was low to the ground as she could be, trying to seem like she wasn't a threat to me. Her teeth were the size of my forearm. Her eyes were like large globes filled with huge, swirling, angry firebolts. I didn't look away. If I had, I knew it would also be my death. She was testing everything I was. Was I strong enough of willpower alone to stand up to her? She was levels above me as I was a mere denty, but as the mech, sure we could have gone toe-to-toe. I tried not to shiver, but that wasn't coming from me. It was Hiroto. "What?" he said. "That thing is terrifying." I held her stare as she got to 5 feet. Her breath billowed towards me as she growled once more. I pointed the dagger back to the baby. 2 feet. Her teeth were so close. Then she was right before me, less than a foot away. Her eyes didn't leave mine. All I could smell now was something else. Was that her fear? Or just wet cat? No, it was just dang wet cat. I couldn't help it. I laughed. Slowly I patted the kitten's head, still as it cried. It knew its mum was there in front of it, just out of reach. I did what I thought was right. I reached forward with the knife, touched the top of her nose with it. Her fangs retracted, and the shine to her eyes faded. "You dominated a Traxic. You animal. No half-breed can withstand that look if done right. Practice makes perfect, and you had her kitten on your side. Don't think it will work always. They are ferocious. All bonded animals need a named carer. You may take this on or pass it to someone else." I had no idea what to do with a pet, a familiar. I had to leave. So did Dylan. I knew someone who would have adored her, though, and that was exactly what I was going to do. With a thought, I brought up the Traxic's details and shivered. This animal was higher than anything I'd ever seen in levels. I was in awe and feeling a little stupid to give her away. I put the knife away and watched her as she eyed me with a really painful curiosity. "You shouldn't be contacting me," Saskia's voice screamed in my head as I dialed in. "How the fuck did you?" "Nice to talk to you, too. There's a gift here waiting for you. She needs a friend. And so do you." I quickly pushed the contract over to Saskia, and the Traxic's eyes changed color before me, as if they'd matched Saskia's. I heard her squeal through to me. "Oh, my God, you didn't!" Then another squeal and, "Why?" I hoped something there would turn her away from the side she'd chosen, maybe. I had no real clue. I just didn't know where else to send the cat that might benefit us. I cut her off, walking away from the Traxic to my falling comrade. I knelt beside him. He was in a pretty bad way. This was going to take some fixing. But looking up at the leaderboard, I grinned. 10 names. What once was on the bottom of it was now actually moving up. Long way to go, but I felt like we could do it. He groaned and I focused in on his mech. "Hiroto?" "Looking now," my tech head said. "He's not looking good, but we can fix him, and we have time now that the Traxic isn't on our backside." "Good." I sat down, suddenly feeling exhausted. My stamina and health were pretty low, and I could do with a sleep. I shook my head. "No, I just need to recharge. Zarab, what's good in here to eat? Help me out. I'll pick some stuff up, rest, then wait for Hiroto's orders on what I need to fix Dylan up. We need one working mech at least." I heard a rustle behind me, and there was the Traxic. She was eyeing me still, even though I had given her up. She looked to Dylan and the doors, and then I heard it. A hiss, slide, and a thunk. We had company. Fuck. I was weak and Dylan needed a lot more time and healing. We couldn't take an attack from anyone right now, even if they were lower levels than we were. I pushed myself up, watching as 2 mechs came in. Though they were lower-level fighters, I could also see they had full health. I didn't even have a weapon to defend us. Dylan came too. "What's going on?" "We have incoming." "Shit, man. I can't get up." "We'll sort that. I need to get you some stuff from my mech. We'll be fine." I glanced back as the cat lowered itself to the ground, her hair standing on edge. Then I noticed her little minions were back. The smaller Traxics surrounded us. Saskia's voice came to me. They all think you're part of the pack. Get food into you, get Dylan healed up, and they'll handle the others. I didn't know what to say. Isn't it? No. Nothing of this is cheating. You're playing to the environment. Well done, Saskia said. I hadn't expected it, but I was glad of the praise. Zarab's voice came to me. There's some fruit to the left. If you can't knock them out the tree, there should be some that are on the ground, but they may be a little on the soft side. I didn't mind soft and moved quickly to where he was pointing, where a little flag popped up, and I followed it. I heard a lot of noises as the other mechs made their way towards us, and a timer started to tick off. I quickly plucked fruit off the lower branches, and with one hand stuffed one then another into my mouth, swallowing the small round fruits almost whole. My health started to climb, and I actually started to feel better. That's good. Grab some more. Dylan could do with a few, Zarab said. You can get them into him through the suit. I smiled as I headed back to Dylan, making sure I did what I had been told. Dylan chomped happily. Now, to fix up his mech, you're going to have to get parts off yours and integrate them, Zarab said. Get him to drag his ass over to your corpse, then to the kitten's cave. We will all work better in there, and she will feel safer. I did exactly as they asked, and so did Dylan, though the unit was pretty much destroyed. We also had opposite parts that were intact. As one unit, we stood a chance. It took a few minutes to get back to her cave, but they were right. It was the safest place to work, and the other mechs outside might not be as stupid as I was. Shots fired above my head, and I flinched. The growls, screams, and attacks were getting closer, but the main Traxic stayed with us. She wasn't leaving, and that was good. Small tool set at the base of the mech's torso. You can detach his leg and arm with it, and yours should just snap back on. It was painstaking work. The fighting outside stopped, and I could hear the mother Traxic come back into the cave. Her young called for her, and she got in with them as I worked with Dylan, who was now out of the unit and helping where he could. He had been terrified of getting out in the cave with the Traxic at first, but had soon befriended her. He realized she was just like any other cat creature and wanted a head scratch or 10. When her purring vibrated through the cave, I had to turn to him. Hey, you know you should be helping me here? He laughed. Man, would I love one of these. We're not staying, I said. I know, but she's amazing. Have you seen her levels? I nodded and pointed to his new leg. You're going to have to get back in to see how it all works. Then we can think about getting out of here to the next level up. She killed the other two out there, you know? He said as he moved to climb back up in his mech. Yeah, I didn't expect her to do anything else. I was lucky. If I hadn't been able to get past her, we wouldn't be here now. Her kitten and my luck were the only two factors that let us do that. No, Hiroto said as I was about to push the button to put the unit head on. Luck and intelligence. No one else would have even thought to do that. Maybe. I pushed the button. Pray it works, Zarab said. I didn't need to pray. I knew it was going to work. I could see all the mechanics connecting and the new interface for him start to show up. With the extra intelligence, I was able to program an extra side view for me. My view wasn't just three-way anymore. I was inside his unit with him. Hiroto's voice quavered. How are you doing this? The code's easy once you've started to see it. I don't even know how you can see it, Hiroto said. I can't see it, and I don't understand it at all. I shrugged and waited for all of Dylan's lights to go green. I tapped the side of his unit and got his attention before I spoke directly to him through the internal system. Good to go? He put both thumbs up at me. Then he started to move. The larger bulk of his unit made the cave suddenly seem too small. I moved behind him, trying not to let the gentle warning from the Traxic worry me. She was just letting us both know that her babies were her priority. I turned back to her and lowered my head. Thank you. I wasn't sure if she knew what my words meant, but she looked to her 4 kittens, then back to me. Her eyes closed, and she laid her head down with them. I didn't know if the fact I dominated her would stick with her, or would transferring her to Saskia make a difference. I hoped that she would remember me. I had a feeling that it would come back to haunt me, but I also needed to do what I did to move forward. I turned to follow Dylan out of the cave and back into the fight. There was a lot of destruction. The mechs the others had been in weren't like mine or Dylan's. "Think we can cobble you another one?" Dylan asked. "No," I said. "We have wasted too much time already. There's only one place we have to go." 2 more names blinked out above us. I looked to the board, and Dylan did too. There were 6 names left, moving us up to 5th and 6th places. 1, Chris Tanner, 24 kills. 2, Alice Main, 21 kills. 3, Vix Rollix, 16 kills. 4, Gene Ball, 14 kills. 5, Dylan Braille, 1 kill. 6, Kyle Rands, 1 kill. 7, Sylvie Dea, 10 kills, sent to respawn. 8, Antoine May, 8 kills, sent to respawn. 9, Craig Johan, 14 kills, sent to respawn. 10, Reina Carclina, 0 kills, sent to respawn. "Any thoughts before we head out of here?" Hiroto asked of us. "I hope your luck follows us," Zarab said. "Because we have 4 against 2, and we're not going to win otherwise." "It's not 4 against 2, I said with a grin, looking behind me as several blips moved to stand with us. I looked back to the cave. I raised a hand and saluted the Traxic. "We have been assigned temporary control," Hiroto almost squealed. I grinned up at Dylan as he looked around us. "They're with us?" "Damn straight they are." I wasn't walking out of here with nothing. "Let's go. No one will be expecting this." Dylan laughed at me and went for the door. I watched as it opened, and he went through. I wasn't sure what or how I would command the 7 lithe creatures that were now waiting on my orders, but I hoped it would be with just a thought, not like several commands. When I looked their way, they cowered lower, waiting. I looked to the door, and with a thought, they darted forwards. "Holy fuck," Hiroto said. "They're amazing." I suddenly had my vision split into 8, even though I wasn't in a mech anymore. I found it a little disjointing at first, but then as I started to work through the incoming information, I got a massive look into what was actually before us. They were like extra cameras, and it was both thrilling and overwhelming. I moved in and settled into a pace beside Dylan. "There's 2 dots at the far end of the space," he said. "They aren't moving, so I can only presume that they're in defense." "Yeah." I was taking it all in. They were like homing pigeons, running around scouting for me. It was thrilling to see. With a thought, I recalled them all. There was movement in front of us. The blast that came towards us was powerful, and Dylan threw up a shield quickly to deflect it. It worked and struck the wall behind us, dissipating quickly. The minions were back with us in seconds. I had to look to Dylan for guidance on this one. I couldn't tank anything for him. He was having to do it for himself. "What can we do?" "We have to draw him out some more. Lead him somewhere we can take him out." I looked and realized that there were 2 of them, not just 1 in that blip. It was a trick, of course. There was another smaller blip appearing. Maybe they'd lost their mech too? "That would be fortunate," Zarab said. "Yeah." I wasn't counting on it, but I sent out a Traxic to check it out. "I only have so much left," Dylan said. "I can't fight for long if I do fight." I didn't know how we could win this, but we had to bleed them as much as we could. Make the Traxic work, fire, use themselves up, take the hits, die if they had to. I looked to the other Traxic. I had to use them. I didn't feel anything for them, not like I did the mother and her kittens. These were soldiers. She'd build more, I was sure. I pushed them forwards. "We follow, and we use the Traxic to get in critical hits when we can." Dylan nodded, and we followed them out. Chapter 24. The closer we drew to the blips in my view, the more I saw from the Traxics as they started to attack, one by one, drawing out the other 2 opponents. I could see how their tactics started to work. This was all I could see on who was left. I knew Chris and Alice were still top of the board. We were almost there. 3, Vix Rollix, 32 kills. 4, Gene Ball, 28 kills. They both killed some monsters in here. That was a good count. The mechs they were in were different to ours, and again I was shocked at the levels they were. Vix was a level 20 and Jean a level 18. That made them not much different from me. That pissed me off. As much as Taito wanted us on his team, these odds were too easy. I wanted it to look like they stood a chance. The smaller mech unit was female, and she was also pretty badly injured. Vix and Jean were defending well, but it was pretty dire. Against the 7 Traxic, they were starting to panic and losing ammo and energy, left, right, and center. I wanted to push back to another position. Vix was on the move now. It was the best time for the enemy to come in and try to do damage. I don't know what had happened to Jean, or what would happen if either Dylan or I didn't make it. Would Taito put just one of us through with someone we didn't know? Yeah, of course he would. He just wanted the best to work with, right? There was no way that he could let anyone else join his team. That was something I could understand. He had to be that leader, or those who were already with him were dead when it came down to it. I moved in close with Dylan, reaching for my sword, though I didn't know what I could do. I would use a blade if I could get close enough. When Vix saw Dylan, the mech pounded his chest like I would have expected an orangutan from the wild to do. Then Vix ran straight for him. I had to get out of the way quickly as Vix drew a blade, and within seconds, the two of them were going at it like no one else. The minions around us were still dipping and diving out with Jean, but Jean was going down. I watched as the mech did, hoping that her death would be a quick one. Bone crunched, and then I saw it. Incoming message. It wasn't who I thought it might be. Not Saskia egging me on to kill to become the top. I clicked it. It was Jean, and her soft voice echoed, pained. Kyle, don't stop. Beat him. We are many, and we are with you. Jean's life ended. She was gone. I didn't know who she wanted me to beat. Taito or Arndale in general. 4, Jean Ball, 28 kills, sent for respawn. Then I literally saw the mech that was fighting with Dylan stumble on purpose. What? Had I just seen that? Dylan looked at me, and though I couldn't see his face, I knew he was thinking the same thing as me. The guy, Vix, inside the mech, pushed the eject at the wrong time when Dylan was putting his full swing into a strike. I moved to shout, to do something, anything, but it was too late. It was staged, totally staged. There was no way he was going to survive this. The guy seemed to look towards me as he fell forwards right into the path of the full blade swing. He was literally cut in half, almost from head to toe. I watched as his body fell and my shout faded from my lips. 3, Vix Rollicks, 32 kills, sent for respawn. It was over. They were both out. 1, Chris Tanner, 24 kills. 2, Alice Main, 21 kills. 3, Dylan Braille, 2 kills. 4, Kyle Rands, 1 kill. 5, Vix Rollicks, 32 kills, sent to respawn. 6, Jean Ball, 24 kills, sent to respawn. 7, Craig Johan, 14 kills, sent to respawn. 8, Sylvie Dea, 10 kills, sent to respawn. 9, Antoine May, 8 kills, sent to respawn. 10, Reina Carclina, 0 kills, sent to respawn. I didn't expect the experience or levels to move as fast as they did now, but it seemed to give me the most. I hit level 17, and my screen on the inside stupidly went off. I moved to Dylan quickly, knowing that the other blip was still incoming. No time to shove points anywhere. I should have. Dylan said. He did that so I could take his mech. There was no other reason he would have ejected. Vix had to know what he was doing, and it didn't look like he was cheating either, but they had wanted us, to get to the next stage. The ground moved, and I felt something else as Dylan looked to the mech beneath him. Get in, he shouted at me as the last 2 opponents and their mechs stepped through the trees. It wasn't the 2 of them, though. Somehow, they'd merged. It was double the size it should have been. I whistled to one of the Traxics, thinking that I needed a boost up or something, and it looked like Dylan was going to be occupied in a heartbeat. The Traxic knew exactly what I wanted and loped forward to stand below the mech. I pushed myself as best I could off the ground, jumped onto its back, and, using all the strength I had, I swung into the unit. Dropping in, I quickly pushed all the controls I could to get the helmet on. I didn't want to be without, knowing that this dude coming in wasn't just one guy after all. Stats, I shouted to Hiroto. On it! Vix's mech was a striker and higher up than mine. I shouldn't have been able to work it, but as the stats came up, I knew why I could. Class, Striker. Operational overall level required, 40. Overall personal level required, 80. Internal AI chip, Class 21 DFG. Nanites times 76,211. Structural integrity, ? Hull strength, 188. Monocore, 97%. Strength, 240. Speed, 198. Weight, 70 tons. Cockpit strength, 450. Heat tolerance, 250S. Heat sinks on board, 0. I watched as both Hiroto and Zarab were at work before I could even get the mech moving. I had the best advantage here, and they knew it. Both were ready and willing to do what it took inside my mind to protect all of us. Got the Traxic, Kyle. You stay on point with Hiroto. They're not gonna last long without some serious control. Okay, do your best for them. We need to whittle their energy down just the same. They waited this out. They have full health. Their screen flashed before me, and I choked. Enemy stats. Chris Tanner, level 40. Alice Main, level 40. At level 40, why would they even be interested in taking part in this? I didn't think even Taito was that high. Why would they want into his unit? Or was it an excuse just to get to me? You see more than anyone else, Kyle, and you know it. They're really after Taito. This is a hit. A really calculated one. Knock out the competition, getting close to the one person they wanted to, and take him out before anyone could think about it. They were also well hidden. Their code and matrix were saturated. The helmet locked into place, and I was moving as quick as I could. Dylan let out a cry, and I saw his health plummet. It was much more than a hit. Critical. Shit. I was going to be in trouble if he was out. I needed him. Not just here, now. I wanted a friend, I really did, but his health showed red. And then it blinked out. He was gone. The mech focused on me. Oh, fuck. It ran at me, twin blades in its hands. They lit with fire as he made for his first pass. I wasn't in full control yet, and this mech was different, heavy. It wasn't responding to me as much as I hoped it could or would. I stumbled, and my legs shot out before me at an odd angle, almost like I was doing the splits. I could almost see the others laughing at me. That would have been the dumbest move I'd ever made, but it was also one that probably saved my life. The blade hit my shoulder blade. It was a hit, but it wasn't critical. I started with the momentum that I had and rolled with the slice. It didn't go in any deeper, and that meant I at least could keep my arm. I kind of needed that. I reached behind as I rolled, and coming out of it, forced myself up and onto shaky feet. The mech stared at me, and a voice boomed through my comms. I tried to turn the volume down, but couldn't. Take it like the cheating bastard you are. Cheat? He thinks I'm cheating? No way, I've never cheated anything in my life. They're documenting everything as we speak. Your life will be over even if you do respawn. If I do respawn, what do you mean? I dodged his next advance and took the force of his parry on my own blade. They don't have to let you respawn, you idiot. They've made examples of others before. You could be next. I missed my cue, thinking of those ramifications. I knew that Zarab might die, that things could turn really nasty easily. But for them to actually not let me respawn? That was something else, right? I couldn't let that happen, or I had to stop it no matter what. I wasn't dying today. Zarab spoke in my ear. Fucker. He's not doing that. The next thing I saw was a blur of orange fur, and I heard the metal structure of his mech take damage as claws and teeth connected. Chris, however, turned his blade inwards and took the Traxic out in one hit. I thought fast, turning my attention to my knights on the inside. New mission, I said to Exie. I knew it was possible. They could be programmed. The fact that Nihai had got a poison into my system through the knights that were also hers had plagued me since the event. We're ready, Exie replied. We are small but smart. The chorus came back, and I knew they were. I made sure that they were as close to my blade as I could bear them to be without losing any of the knights. One-way mission for them, I said. You sure? I knew she only had 10 under her command who were capable of the job to hand, fully functioning and free thinking. If I lost them, I couldn't replace them. "We are yours to command. We will die knowing that our cause was true." Spoken like a true soldier. "Ready on my mark, then. The first strike, you need to jump. Get someone in and get to his main systems. I can do the rest." "Yes, sir." I didn't need to think any more about what I was doing. The moves in my head were well practiced over the years in VR. Even in real life, I trained through my schooling years with Craig and Paul. This would be a cakewalk if those goofy fuckers were here. How I miss them. I spun low, my blade slicing at enemy legs. The enemy mech jumped and just got out of the way. The blade connected with his ankle, though, and I saw it slice through deep enough that he started to immediately lose fluid. It didn't matter. Exy's guy was in. "That's critical. He won't feel it for a while," Hiroto said. But Chris's blades took my left arm off. I watched as my own health started to plummet, and I dodged out of the way as he came in for another flurry of hits. I struggled with one arm to defend against these. Zarab used everything he could, and 2 of the Traxics leaped at Chris, crunching down on both his shoulder blades. It almost looked comical to see him struggle against them, trying his best to shake them off. I actually laughed as I stepped back for a few minutes. "How long have we got?" I asked Hiroto. "Maybe a few minutes, if you can last that long. He's on his way down." "No, I need to get his health down enough to make sure I do this right. Then just keep pushing him." He managed to get the Traxics off, and with another rush, Chris came at me with both blades flashing. I had no choice now. "Those quick points, I need anything they can give me now." "Now? Are you sure?" Zarab said. "I don't think you should." His life was on the line, and he didn't want me to use the one wild card I knew I still had. I didn't get that. I wanted to hit this piece of shit with everything I could. "I agree," Hiroto voiced. "Just hold out." There were only a few Traxics left, and Zarab sent them in all at once to try and get us out of this situation. I dodged as many of Chris's attacks as I could, but he kept getting in little digs and hits. I wasn't going to last much longer at all. I was at a severe disadvantage, one-armed and outclassed. "Last Traxic is out," Zarab shouted, snapping me out of my funk, imagining myself die slowly as my knights worked the hardest they could. I needed to get out of this myself. There wasn't much else that my body could do either. I was almost done. I turned internally. "You have to take control of this, me. I'm trying something else." "What the fuck?" "We need you." But as Hiroto and Zarab's voices almost faded, I knew they wouldn't let me die. They'd do their best to avoid death and win. I found the links I needed inside my mind. Exy and her lead guy had indeed done as I asked. Her team was in, and they were locked into Chris's core mechanics. I would do exactly what no one else had tried, and something I knew the system was against in all ways. I was going to hack into him. There couldn't have been a worse time for me to try this, but I had no other choice. I wasn't surviving any other way. Just like that, my brain started to process number after number, not unlike when I had first backdoored the mech to steal it. I felt Chris and Alice's confusion as I started to control what was going on inside his body. I forced them to the ground. What are you doing? How?" His cries were heard by my friends as Hiroto brought the blade I had left down on Chris's neck. Still burning, it sliced through with no problem, and his health fell to nothing. "You have killed Chris Tanner and Alice Main. Congratulations, winner." I felt a connection coming through as I also fell over, exhaustion setting in. "Saskia's on her way. Hold on. We've got healing teams coming in." I didn't even have enough energy left to hold myself up. Down I went, rolling over. I found my eye drawn to the leaderboard. My name was at the top, and then notifications flashed before me. I read a couple, dismissed the rest. I was only interested in the win. And the bonuses. Or loot. "Congratulations. You have reached level 18. You have 10 stat points to spend. Use them wisely now. You still have 1 quick point left to spend. Don't forget." Chapter 25. I awoke with a groan. My whole body still hurt, and there were notifications galore. I tried not to look, but I wanted to see my stats at least. Level 18. Through the ordeal, I'd gained 2 levels. That was something. But I was still weak compared to some of the others. I needed to get better, and this was just plain slowing me down. I thought about allocating my 10 points while I looked over my sheet. Name, Kyle Rands, species, human denti, year of death, 2629, class, fighter sorcerer. Age, 18, level, 18, respawns 2, memories 94%, health 48%, mana 18. Kenosi activated. Nanites times 68,777. Body type, unknown. Structural integrity, tungsten and alumi. Internal AI chip X-class. Skin strength 14, blood capacity 17, healing speed 21. Strength 14, dexterity 15, constitution 17, intelligence 28, wisdom 15, charisma 6, luck 6, quick points 1. Skills, foot soldier rank 10, battle mage rank 14, merc rank 6, sniper rank 12, gunsmith rank 11, nanite engineer rank 14, mech pilot rank 12, human-machine interface rank 15, shadow awareness rank 11, shuttle operator rank 5, deception rank 6, swordplay rank 8, Ferosh coding learned, mech merge rank 10, animal handling rank 2. Special traits awarded times 4. Any extras here do not show on your stat sheet totals. Healer internal AI chip X class, crystalline and silver metal chip with integrated healer nanites led by Exiaria. Intelligence, internal prototype AI chip inserted on 17th birthday with consciousness of Hiroto. Knowledge, direct from Zarab if he freely gives it, extra skills and training available. Shade Brain, 1 in a million, you manage to not only keep your memories, but you can also hide them. Your character sheet is elusive, even the strongest of will. Upgraded. No one can penetrate your shade now. Spell, active, minor healing, requires battle mage rank of 2 and times 1 mana per second. Spell, active, medium healing, requires battle mage rank of 7 and times 10 mana per second. Spell, active, intensive healing, requires battle mage rank of 14 and 100 mana per second. Spell, active, lightning fury, cost 10 mana per second. Damage increased by 30%. I really wanted intensive healing, though I didn't have anywhere near enough mana. I assigned my 10 points, 3 to strength, constitution, and intelligence, with just 1 to dexterity. When I opened my eyes a moment later, I stared right into the most beautiful sight I could. The swell of Saskia's ample cleavage enveloped me in warmth. Even the sight of it wasn't enough to keep me awake. I felt a finger flick my nose, and a hand shot up to protect it with an ouch. That was for ogling. You need to get up. We have to leave in a few days, and you need to level more. What? Leave? Already? Taito doesn't mess around. We got the opportunity, now we're a full team again. The job's been sitting for a while, and there was no one to do it. I sat up, my head pounding. We're here, Hiroto said. You'll need to take it easy. Your knights are working on all your systems, but we got Exiaria back for you before they came in. You went to rescue my lead knight? Yeah. She did you a good thing not letting herself be found. Besides, they might have tracked back what you actually did. Even though we have no clue how you actually managed to hack their system, Zarab said. No one's done that before, not on any side of this world. I wanted to tell them more about what I saw on the inside, the details, the minute parts to the world around them. Its code was beautiful, so intricate, fragile beyond belief, like the slightest thing would break it. That worried me a lot. If I did break it, there were harsh consequences. So much was riding on the whole thing. I knew now it wasn't a case of ever just shutting it down. Fuck. My task was impossible. I didn't understand all of it, or how to break it into words that would make them understand it. I swallowed and kept my mouth shut. I slid out of the bed and realized I was naked, just when Saskia noticed too. She smiled, and her eyes roamed my body. "I didn't thank you for your gift," she purred. A while later, as she slid out of my bed and dressed, "That's how you thank all the guys who gift you the incredible?" She winked at me and went for the door. After slinging on my own clothes, I followed. Saskia led me through the infirmary rooms and out into the main base. I had no idea where they resided, but it seemed to be the opposite side of where I'd been, even with Ryton and his crew. I watched everyone else as we passed. Their respect for her was duly noted, but they glared at me. I wasn't backing down, though. There were more than a few eyes that looked away as I tried to meet them. Were they afraid of me, too? She looked at me. "Feeling like you're on show?" I nodded. "Yeah, why are they all acting like that?" "You'll see. Taito's their legend, and you just went from level 0 to hero in their eyes in a few weeks. They're jealous and want to ask all sorts of questions." "I didn't do that much." "You put on the show of a lifetime, Kyle. Taming the Traxic and then beating a merged mech. They have no idea how you did it, but they saw you. You gave them hope that their life here can be something if they train hard. They all watched you with Ryton and then Dylan. You never once backed down from a fight anywhere." I smiled. In that sense, she was right. I hadn't backed down, and I never gave up. On reaching their side of the base, I could see it was sectioned off from everyone else. Security here was tight, and they let her through just fine, giving me more than a few strange glares. Taito had his back to us when we entered the room. His 2 other men were there, and so was Dylan. I looked at him, and he grinned. Taito eyed Saskia, then glared at me. It was for show, of course, but she saw it and laughed at the jealousy oozing from him as he said, "Get lost on the way?" "He wasn't awake. I had to wait," she said simply. I looked to them both and felt the instant tension. It was hard not to. You could cut it with a pencil. Dylan pointed to what Taito had been looking at, and I saw a 3D set of schematics. "We're in for some fun." Dylan rubbed his hands together, and I moved to get a better look. "Hiroto?" I asked, looking it over, but not seeing anything but a junker. "I can tell you what she isn't," he said. It came with a lot of sighs, and I instantly worried she was worse than she looked. "What do you mean?" "She needs a fair bit of work to get it to do anything. Yeah, they gave him a ship, but it's a bit of a wreck." I didn't like those words. "How much of a wreck is she?" I asked the room, disturbing Taito and Saskia as they engaged in a deep kiss. This time it was his hands on her ass. The emotion that bubbled up disturbed me slightly. Jealousy. "She was your first, Kyle, but you're both playing her. Just let using her be fun." Hiroto was right. I tried to squash the jealousy inside me, and I met Taito's eyes with mine when he finally looked up, not feeling any more jealousy, but weirdly turned on. "Sorry," Hiroto said. "That's coming from me." "Oh, I guess I never thought about your sexuality." It was then his embarrassment I felt. "You think I should have said I didn't have a preference?" "No, you do. Well, it feels a little weird because I don't bat that way." "I know. Just remember, I technically got dragged into screwing a woman. If you want weird, think on that." I did, and guilt flooded through me. For now, though, I concentrated on the task at hand, trying not to think about sex at all. But my first time, as hot as it was playing havoc with my head. I'll try and turn down that emotion. When the thoughts subsided some, I was glad Hiroto was in my head to work the system. "Will take us a week or so to get her anything near being space-worthy. Her O2 units have degraded. Once they have new components in, they should start to seed fast, though." It wasn't too bad then, but I wanted it to be much faster than it seemed it would be, looking in closer. All ships and games I'd played needed work, From collecting components to upgrade them to weapons for their defense, this looked nothing different from any of those style games. I would need to and wanted to learn more about how they operated, how things could go wrong with them, what would break first. I was already told that respawn stations weren't close by when you were in space, so that was a big problem. We couldn't go out there without risking us if she wasn't up to spec, so that was paramount. So, I grinned, better work out what we need to buy then. Or steal. Saskia winked at me. What? I almost did a double take, but Hiroto reined in my controls there. Thanks, I whispered to him. Don't want you to do anything wrong, but if we have to get off here, this is the first chance we know we have. Don't blow it. You didn't tell me that an hour ago when Saskia came on to me. He coughed. It might have been a little selfish. Of us, Zarab said. She's fucking hot. There was no way I was putting you off hitting that, Hiroto replied. I felt the heat rise up my neck then and turned back to the board. Okay, what do we have to steal to get off this rock? Taito came up behind me and clapped me on the shoulder, Saskia attached to his other side, like the loved-up woman we all knew she wasn't. That's what I like to hear. Taito pointed to the engines, twin sails that would open up when we were out in space and away from gravity. I knew what they were for, catching the solar winds to aid in propulsion. The left sail was damaged and needed components to fix the slats. It didn't look that hard. But as I looked over the schematics, I noticed more and more things that were wrong. It was going to be expensive to get this leveled up enough to take out into space. How many do we need to fly her? Just the 6 of us. It's a small cruiser. We don't need anyone else. And they're all sure of the tech, the controls? I asked, looking to the 2 jocks that were obviously still admiring Taito's hand on Saskia's ass. They don't have a clue, Taito frowned. I touched the screen, bringing up the medbay for them to see. We all knew there were no respawn units. Not good enough, I said, simply tapping the spot that said, Units Missing. Widening my fingers, I zoomed in to show him. You need people who can perform the basic essentials. They're great in the mechs, but they need serious training in this baby. Get me some specifics on what they need, Zarab. You're more in tune with this world than me. As Zarab and Hiroto did the research for me, I tapped the screen again and showed Taito. All these systems need constant monitoring. Without them, we are dead. And with no onboard respawn unit without a respawn point within a certain distance, we're dead forever. Understand that? Taito nodded. What do they need to learn? I looked to Dylan. That stall I bought the book from, you didn't see what it was. If the other one is still there, we need it. You need to take the boys by the market and pick them up. There will be other manuals, much more than we have here, and they might cost, but if we have the funds... I glanced at Saskia, and she nodded. Then they're first on our list of things we need to buy. I can do that. We can head back out to Bo, too. If there's something else we need, he can help. I have no doubts, Dylan said. You know Bo? Taito asked. Dylan grinned. I might not be anywhere near your level, he said, but I've been here longer than you have, and I know all the backstreet dealers and underground stores. Oh, He looked to Saskia. I'm sorry. We never even had you on our radar till you plucked Kyle out of the mess halls. Dylan lowered his head. It's okay. I didn't want to be on anyone's radar. That's why I stayed out of it. Taito turned back to his guys. Off you go. Get the next train out of here and do what you need to get those manuals, yeah? It was the way he said it that had me worried. I didn't want anyone that we already knew at risk. I threw Dylan a glance, and he shook his head. I'll make sure they don't do anything stupid. Don't worry. I was glad he had my back. Now more than ever, we didn't need trouble. Taito stepped to the screen and flicked it over to something else, and I saw it. You need to formally accept the promotion to join the team, Taito said. We could have had a ceremony after both your performances in the arena, but I felt like you wouldn't want to be in the front row anymore. Take a look over it, accept it, then we can go further with all the other plans. I glanced at Dylan, and on his nod, I looked over the quest. Join the Jackals. Accept to join the hottest team on Tulsa. If you don't, Taito might kill you. Don't be afraid, though, you already hacked a mech, and he's already killed you once. I need to go get the paperwork for this. You coming for a tour? Taito said. I didn't hesitate. To get into space now would be fantastic. To see the means to how I could do that up close. I knew I was grinning like a child in the biggest toy warehouse he'd ever seen. Work on the other goods. We'll be back as soon as we can. Taito moved to Saskia. I watched as he leaned in and kissed her again, and this time there was more than jealousy there. I didn't want him to, like it made my blood boil, that kind of reaction. I smiled and waited for them to part before following Taito out into the corridor. We seemed to walk for miles, and I felt a little off around him. I wasn't sure how to broach any subject. He pointed to a small shuttle, and I grinned, the awkwardness forgotten. From mech to ship. I was liking this game system more and more, even if I did need to learn everything. The skills involved here were really tech-heavy. I loved it. Taito strapped himself in, and I did the same, the shuttle taking off a few moments later. How was she? He asked. I looked at him. Saskia? Saskia? Obviously she slept with you. I knew I grinned. Oh yeah. Taito raised an eyebrow. She likes to be in control. I knew he'd said that, and for me to take her as I did was as subtle a statement as I could have made. But I wasn't going to tell him I'd had inside help. The shuttle vibrated like crazy, and I held onto my straps, watching as it took us out of the area of the base that I knew, and into the wilds. We approached what looked to be a shipyard. I could see the outer wall that was protecting it. As we drew closer, several strands were shooting up into the space docking stations. I noticed little spots traveling up them, possibly like lifts. This was the most excited I'd been in a long time, and I could see many, many things here that were mind-blowing. Looking up as far and high as I could, I zoomed in with everything I had. Hiroto and Zarab were with me, gazing into the stars. There were ships that were worth a lot more than the one that Taito had acquired for this next job. I wondered how much they cost or how you could get one of those. But it seemed that they were way out of our price range, even as rich as Saskia seemed to be. Why couldn't we steal one if they were going to be used doing things like that anyway? I was confused and had so many questions. The closer we got, the more questions were coming. Then I saw the ship. Hiroto, that's never gonna fly, right? Oh, it will, but it's not the best out here, that's for sure. I could see exactly what she was. Space junk. I let out a sigh. I turned to Taito and asked, if you're not against stealing, then why haven't you gotten in here before today and made off with one of those ships? He laughed. I thought you'd say that. He pointed ahead of us to something I hadn't noticed. There at the center was a large silver pipe stretching way up into the skies. That's the main hub for all the ships. The AI system in here is the main computer system that runs everything. You can't hack it, and you can't do anything with it. Can't hack it, huh? I grinned inwardly. You didn't see what I did with that mech, right? Taito shook his head as I continued. But you know I got it without being a high enough level or trained to use it. You're only 15. I don't understand. I sucked in a breath. I don't want you to steal anything else, and I don't want you to put us at risk in that bucket. I will get us off the planet to do any job you want, and I'll get the rest of the paperwork sorted, and I'll get the ship we need to get off the planet. He laughed. How? I'm going to hack their systems the same way that I did their mechs, the same way I brought down Chris. He shook his head. I don't know if I believe you. I've no reason to lie. I expect their security to be stronger now, though. But you want off the planet, right? His eyes roamed back to the ship that we'd been assigned. Yeah, I really do. You will, if you do some of the things I ask of you. That rust bucket isn't going to do anything for you apart from kill us all. We need something better, and we will get it. We've worked damn hard to get where we are, and we have a reputation. I don't want to blow that either. We're not after a life of crime. Not fully, he said. I knew that. I could see it in his face. It will all be above board, and you won't be at risk. Chapter 26. The plan had changed slightly, but I didn't want the others to know about it at all, so just as we had planned, I went along to our new ship. I wanted to get in as close as I could a few times without actually having them breathing down my neck. I had to use them as cover. They needed to learn all the traits and how to fly anyway. I'd upgrade their ship as much as I could, but I couldn't cheat their learning curve. They had tests and spec to pass. I would have to do the same, probably. So being in here now was great. Taito took us straight to the bridge. Tell me what you see, Hiroto. It's not as bad as you think, to be honest. It wouldn't be hard to upgrade it on their own. No, maybe not. But it would mean what we could do now to help upgrade is more important time-wise and waiting-wise. Yeah, there's also no room for Saskia to bring her pet, and she wouldn't be happy about giving her away after only just acquiring her. You think so? She screwed our brains out as a thank you. What do you think? Yeah, I guess it wasn't for the Denty's good looks. It was a slight dig at Sarab, but he just laughed. No, Hiroto said. Though I think she might come back for more, gauging on the way she still looks at you. This delighted me, and as uncomfortable as I now was, I relished a chance to be with her again. Hiroto laughed in my head. You're blind and stupid when it comes to the opposite sex. Oh, you know women well, huh? I asked him. Sarab snorted. I wondered what they really felt and saw inside me. That really weirded me out. I pushed the thoughts aside quick. Saskia was the one who sought me out first. I was with Dylan in the mess, tucking into the pie of the day. Some kind of game and veg. It almost reminded me of one my dad used to make. That thought had me remembering a lot more than that again, and just like that, the memories were pushed aside and the emotions curbed. Thanks, Hiroto, I said, chewing and swallowing a chunk of the pie. I tried not to tear up. Dylan kicked me under the table. Incoming, he said, and when I looked up and over my shoulder, I could see Saskia heading over. I'm out. I'll see you back in the stands. The stands were nothing more than their nickname for the spaceport. We'd been going there more and more often as the days stretched into a week and more. Getting the parts we wanted for our ship was harder than I'd thought, and hacking in was also proving much more difficult. I needed to do more than I was, but as soon as I seemed to get somewhere with the main system on board our ship, their mains shut me out. The more I was doing, the more I was learning, and the guys were all practicing what they were going to need to do, air control, rigging, and maintenance. They needed to know all the things that would keep us alive that at present also meant that I needed to as well. So the time I spent honing my computing skills was put even further on the back seat, as I had to level up my mech skills and the new ones I'd need in spaceflight and more. Taking some actual time out now would be great to see where I was at. I'd been studying and going for 7 full days without much of a break. All the notifications and more were piling up, and I had to see what they'd changed to and spend the new stat points, 10 of them again. I was now a level 20. Yes, I still had that floating quick point, though, but my ranks were stacking up in skills as well. I was thrilled. So I assigned 1 to strength, and 3 points each to intelligence, constitution, and wisdom. Name, Kyle Rands. Species, human, Denty. Year of death, 2629. Class, fighter, sorcerer. Age, 18. Level, 20. Respawns 2. Memories, 94%. Health, 98%. Mana, 24. Kenosi activated. Nanites times 105,311. Body type, unknown. Structural integrity, tungsten and Illumi. Internal AI chip, X class. Skin strength, 18, blood capacity, 22, healing speed, 28. Strength 18, Dexterity 16, Constitution 23, Intelligence 34, Wisdom 18, Charisma 6, Luck 6. Quick Points 1. Skills: Foot Soldier rank 14, Battle Mage rank 16, Merc rank 9, Sniper rank 13, Gunsmith rank 12, Nanite Engineer rank 17, Mech Pilot rank 15, Human Machine Interface rank 19, Shadow Awareness rank 12, Shuttle Operator rank 10, Deception rank 8, Swordplay rank 12, Volsh Coding Learned, Mech Merge rank 10, Animal Handling rank 2. Special traits awarded ×4. Any extras here do not show on your stat sheet totals. Healer Internal AI Chip X-Class, Crystalline Silver Metal Chip with Integrated Healer Nanites led by XE Arya. Intelligence Internal Prototype AI Chip inserted on 17th birthday with Consciousness of Hiroto. Knowledge direct from Zarab if he freely gives it. Extra skills and training available. Shade Brain, 1 in a million. You manage to not only keep your memories, but you can also hide them. Your character sheet is elusive to even the strongest of will. Upgraded. No one can penetrate your shade now. Spell Active Minor Healing requires Battle Mage rank of 2 and ×1 mana per second. Spell Active Medium Healing requires Battle Mage rank of 7 and ×10 mana per second. Spell Active Intensive Healing requires Battle Mage rank of 14 and ×100 mana per second. Spell Active Lightning Fury costs 10 mana per second, damage increased by 30%. I'd asked Hiroto to deal with it, but he'd pulled a blank. "I can't do all your jobs," he'd whine like the brat he was now and then. I mean, put him in any combat or mech and he was on the ball. He loved to take over and do what he knew he could, but the everyday stuff, he pulled his face up at every time. Shower, boring. Eat, boring. Sleep, he spent most of his day sleeping. Stat sheet study, boring. But I was getting to know more and more about how this system worked, and I was gaining what I needed to move forward with my plan. If he didn't need it, fine, I did. So there were a good few days I pissed him off, and he pissed me off. Having someone in your head 24/7 was frustrating. The only person I could get decent conversation out of now was actually Zarab, and that was because he wanted to learn about our tech as I was doing it. So starting at the bottom with some of the flight training skills was good for us both. We learned together. Saskia waited till Dylan moved away from me, and then she sat down, taking the pudding from my tray. I watched her with a raised eyebrow as her tongue flicked out and licked the top off. "I wanted to eat that," I said. "Oh, I am sorry." She pouted, and my heart melted. "Damn, I'd give her anything," Zarab piped up. I wasn't happy that he'd hardly spoke to me in a few days, and now, because there was a smoking hot woman in front of me, he'd decided to come back. He didn't know that I'd still been quietly working on locking them both out. I had needed it, and now was another nail in their coffin. I wanted some fucking privacy. Heck, I felt like I couldn't eat without them, let alone take a shit or screw someone's brain out. And that was exactly what she had on her mind. I could see it. But I wasn't going there again, not without knowing more of what she had inside that head of hers. I needed another hack, and this one I've been planning alongside the main one. Exie was ready to go. Once back to leading my internal teams, she was easy to draft for this next mission, too. An eager little machine ready to please her master. I liked the sound of that. All I had to do was get Saskia in a vulnerable position and walk away for a while. I needed her frustrated so she wouldn't detect what I'd done. If she were fully aware of things going on around her, I was sure she'd spot it. At a minimum, her own knights would warn her. This had taken some severe flirting on my part all week, like staying in the showers too long, making sure I was training harder than anything, and eating more like a horse. My body was bulking up finally to match the status I was showing. Tanking and shielding with some weapons training were my focus outside of ship skills. She eyed me as I took the pudding back and flicked my tongue across the top. "Nice?" she asked. I swallowed and licked my lips. "Sure is." "Training session in the yard," she said. Without another word, she pushed off, and I watched her ass again as she walked away. The sway of her hips, and remembering how it fit perfectly in my hands, made my dick hard. I was frustrated at being so close to her, knowing that I could fuck her, but I also didn't want to. Taito had been very hands-on, showing who she belonged to, and she knew she was playing with fire, seeking me out on any occasion. Taito wanted one thing. I wanted another. My sly revenge for his killing me the first time had nothing to do with Saskia. She was good at seduction, but she had an agenda, as did I. I just didn't know what hers was yet, and if it involved me, I needed to know. If Zarab was at risk? I finished the pudding and stood up, returning my tray to follow where she had gone. Entering the yard was a much different experience now than back in the beginning. I wasn't noticed. Up ahead of me, most people saw Saskia and not only moved out of her way, but out of mine now as I trailed behind. There was a fear that was more than genuine. Saskia stopped by a pit at the far end, and she threw a privacy shield up. It still had Taito's colors flying. I walked to the side of the shield and sent a message for Taito. I wanted to train with him, too, so no better time. I asked him to meet us in the yard. He said he would. My small plot would be to get Exie over to Saskia and leave them together. I would have to get her back another way. Ideally, it would be much later with much more skin contact than I wanted today. I swallowed. This was the first time I'd been alone with Saskia since we'd fucked. I didn't know if I was capable of standing up to her and not walking away. With some determination not to let her intimidate me, I pulled the shield codes up and entered. Instantly, I knew something was wrong, and I pulled my sword out before I did anything else. She was already sweating, and her stats were low, and so was everything about her. What the hell? I rushed to her side and could see what had happened. There was a drone in there. "It's fast," she said, and I spun quickly to try and get it. I pushed her to the shield wall, but she turned, still breathing heavy. "We have to kill it. Neither of us will get out now. It's locked us both in. This was a trap, and a well-set one. I don't even know who would have authority to get something like this made, let alone programmed. Seems Taito has some enemies." I took a swing at the drone as it tried to get in to take a swipe at me. I missed. Of course I would. If Saskia couldn't get to it, then there was no way I could. This would take the both of us working together to take it out, and while I had fought against her, I had never fought with her. That wasn't the best move I'd ever done. I laughed, and it was silly, but if I hadn't, I think I would have gone into a blind rage instead, and I don't think right then was a good place to unlock a classic berserker state. I cast medium healing for her, and Saskia's strength was coming back, and she wasn't breathing as hard. She looked at me and said 3 words. 1, 2, 3. Then she ran towards the drone, and I waited. As it saw her move, it came in for the kill. I stood there, bouncing on the balls of my feet, waiting for my opportunity. It couldn't avoid us both. Watching it while she calmed down gave me time to determine which way it would react to her attack and moves. It did exactly as I hoped it would, and when she evaded its pass, I turned into the attack and sliced it in 2. Saskia turned to me, aware of emotions and tears in her eyes. I almost dropped the sword to go to her. I sheathed it and wrapped her in my arms. She wrapped hers around me and melted into my perceived safety. I tried not to let her tears upset me, but this was the most vulnerable I'd ever seen her before. She had this massive front, and now she was trembling in fear. She looked up at me, her eyes and cheeks puffed, lips wet. I wanted to kiss her, knowing that Exie was waiting, ready to infiltrate her as my spy. But I hesitated. She pulled me down into her kiss instead, and the deed was done. I knew Exie was on her way into the core system of her internal. Saskia wrapped her legs around me, and I was just about to lay her down when the shield dropped and she righted herself. There stood Taito. He noticed the state of Saskia, wrapped around me, and so did a few other onlookers. Then he noticed her tears and the drone. He was pulling her from me a second later. "What happened?" "I was locked in," she said, tears coming again. I started to back off, but he glared at me. "How did you know what to do to defeat it?" "These things take much more than strength. She needed to get some strength back, and then we could work together to kill it." "You're smart. I like that." Thank you. Taito turned her away from looking at me and made to walk away with her. I let him. I looked around for anyone to spar with. A few were working out in one of the other pits. I walked over. Mind if I join you? I asked. The two that were fighting looked at me. One smiled, the other backed down. Sure, we could do with someone with different skills. Might be nice to help us level a little more. Just go easy on us, okay? I felt myself frown, but I stepped into their ring. One of them threw me a sword, and I snatched it out of the air. I wanted the two of them to fight. I wanted to be hurt, to be honest. I felt awful for a lot of things in my life, and I didn't go easy on them. When they came for me, I made sure I gave and fought well. I still let them get the hits in. A few broken bones and bruises would heal fast enough. When I had finished and we were all panting, sweating, and done, the older of the two grinned at me. You really needed that, Kyle, but you were too soft on us, even if you didn't think you were. Sorry, you'll have a few sore spots after your knights have cleaned you up. The other guy limped away. I'd almost broken his leg in the last offense, which is why they'd called it. As the older one helped his friend walk, I watched the two of them link hands. I hadn't expected it. I am not going to judge them. Whatever makes you happy, right? I just can't get my own head around anything other than touching a woman. I sat down and let the exhaustion and strain of the day take me. I also finally let Hiroto and Zarab back in. What did you do? Hiroto said. That was... I could hear the frustration and the panic in his voice. I did what I had to. You've been impossible the last week. I need to have some space and time to myself. Now I can. You locked me out? How? It's not supposed to be possible. Well, it is, because I made it so. There are some things that need to be kept private, and you watching my every move, especially around Saskia, is just weird. I knew he was sulking. I could feel it. Zarab just stayed quiet for a while, and then he eventually spoke up. Please give me warning when you do that. I had thought it was my time, and that it was what death was going to be like. I hadn't thought of that, and it was actually pretty mean of me. I'm sorry, but you actually need to understand what it's like for me. I have two other people in my head. I didn't choose this. It's just what it is. Hiroto sighed. No, I am sorry too, he said. I was shocked. I hadn't expected him to do that. You're right. I've been more than obnoxious. I admit it. I have been struggling. Struggling, I said. With what? I hadn't expected this to be so full on, to experience everything as you do, Zarab answered for him. I ran my hand over the top of my head. My hair was growing back now, nice and fuzzy. I think we're all sorry, correct? They both replied with a yes. Then, let's move forward with this as an understanding. We talk more. Hiro, if you're struggling, please let me know, and the same goes for you too, Zarab. I don't understand your species any more than I do the women in my own. He laughed at that, and so did Hiroto. Chapter 27. I'd taken the afternoon off a week later to walk around the base. Saskia hadn't been anywhere near me, but that was a good thing. She was the biggest distraction around, and I was focused on what I needed. Taito had been just as impossible as she had. He ordered me into training every morning with the two other guys, and they didn't go easy on me. But it was doing one thing. It was building up my stamina a lot more. I was fighting and moving a lot better with the two of them, making sure I was never out of step. Dylan joined us each day. We'd both improved in leaps and bounds in those few short weeks. But things had settled, and I was still a level below him, which was better than when I started out many levels below him. When he'd showed me almost his full sheet, I was pleasantly surprised. He was skilled in a lot of things I wasn't. Some I really wanted as well, but then again, he also wasn't as high rank in some things I was. I guess that's what team building was for. Name, Dylan Braille. Species, human denti. Year of death, 2620. Class, druid. Age, 24 plus 9. Level, 20 basic. Respawns, 2. Mech warrior. Memories, 99%. Health, 100%. Mana, 19. Nanites times 1,189,919. Body type, Model 480A. Structural integrity, Camite Silver. Internal AI chip, X-Class. Skin strength, 32. Blood capacity, 21. Healing speed, 36. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 21. Constitution, 19. Intelligence, 7. Wisdom, 23. Charisma, 13. Luck, 4. Skills. Foot Soldier, rank 22, Battle Mage, rank 17, Merc, rank 10, Sniper, rank 16, Gunsmith, rank 18, Nanite Engineer, rank 17, Mech Pilot, rank 22, Human Machine Interface, rank 8, Shadow Awareness, rank 10, Negotiator, rank 5, Shuttle Operator, rank 17, Deception, rank 5, Reconstruction Expertise, rank 12, Swordplay, rank 18, Muscle Healing, rank 4, Animal Handling, rank 7, Viral Fighting, rank 6, Poison Resistance, rank 8. Spells, Locate, Plant or Animals as Needed, rank 4. Wildfire, Cast Fire. Spirit Wolf, rank 11. Natural Heals, rank 32. I love the fact he let me see a few of his spells, but not all of them. He loved to make jokes in the shower with the others about a good many things, but the communal showers were a joke in themselves. Now with Taito and the Elite, we had our own showers, but more often than not, it was easier to get showered off where you were training than to traipse back to our quarters first. We often caught couples fucking. It was interesting and had become a running joke with Dylan. He often looked shy going in, joking that there were a few in there. He could hear them. I took to making him be the first to look. When the coast was clear, we would go in. Exie had reported in a few times over the last week. There had been nothing major that she'd found out about either Saskia or Taito at first. They seemed to argue just like regular couples. They were also full on in the bedroom department. I wondered why Saskia had even looked at me when she had someone who obviously satisfied her as much as Taito. He was a big man, more than well enough experienced in life and with her. She was also seeing a few other men, and she talked. She talked a lot about them and a lot about me, too. I wasn't comfortable with that. I heard her flirting with specifics of our first sexual encounter. Seemed she was trying to get the other guys to rise up and see if they could last as long as I had. That day I walked past them with my head high and a growing semi because I wanted to fuck her again. Exie came to me after the first couple of days with something that was more than interesting. I'd had to find a quiet place to listen to her report then. Saskia is working for another team by the name of the Wreckers. I think I'd seen their name floating around. Taito's competition here, second in everything. But how had they gotten to her? She'd been with him for so long. They had to have something on her. The leader offered to get her a Traxic. It was all she ever wanted. That was it? She sold out for a Traxic? She wants all power for herself, not to join any team, but to lead it. She knew she'd never get something that powerful from any of them. I'd given her what she wanted. Fuck. I had to take it back. I had to fix this. I watched Exie's visual reports then. The things Saskia had done. I cringed and for the first time in my life understood true evil. Because Saskia was. Her crimes against others were not only horrendous but gruesome. I hadn't been convinced she needed to die before now. Now I knew there was no other way. My mind had been thinking on the how all week, but nothing was coming up. I had Exie use Saskia to get to all the other team members. She had to infiltrate them all now with my knights. A mission that I thought they'd be great at. Saskia was sleeping with the whole team. I saw her in flashes through Exie's reports. I shivered. She was a bitch, but she was hotter than sin. I'd fucked her one way, now I was planning to fuck her in others. I pushed those thoughts away and focused more on my main plan, hacking and our ship. I'd taken a lot of my frustrations out in the yard with others, and then at night in trying my best to get around the system that protected the other ships. I wasn't getting anywhere, and it was frustrating me every day. I knew the answer was in me somewhere. I just had to keep trying. I arrived where I wanted to be outside, going to take a ride back out to our ship. I'd spent many a late night there over the last few weeks, and no one had questioned me at all. I would train as hard as possible through the days, and my nights were in here. I was slowly rebuilding more of the ship than the others knew, starting with our engines. They were old, beyond old. They would suffice for us, but they needed to be totally reprogrammed from the ground up. Modernizing. I was also using it as a ruse to see and try my hand at getting into the other ships. It was more than slow. I had allowed some of my knights into our ship's system, and they were helping when I wasn't there, slowly replicating and growing. I had supplied them with the things Exie kept me informed of, and as a team we were doing well. But to be anywhere near the numbers that would be seriously worth having on board, they needed a full-on nanite factory. So that was my game plan today. To gather their components, I needed to start to manufacture them in sufficient quantity that they'd be able to fix the ship themselves. Just by metabolizing its components like they did inside me when I was hurt or needed modifying. That happened more often than I knew. The Denti structure wasn't anywhere near as functional as the human body. That was down to it being more metal than flesh. I was learning just as much about this new body the more I was digging into the ship, the more I enjoyed myself. She was named Elixir 142, and I kinda liked her. She might have been great in her first years out in space, but now she just needed TLC as much as work. I had my head stuck in the desk unit on the bridge when I heard someone come up. There were little pings around the ship to let me know what was going on, but the knights knew before I did that someone was on board. They were infiltrating the ship well enough. I looked up to see Taito heading my way. "Anything I can help with?" he asked, sitting on the chair behind me. He looked upset. "Hero? His vitals are off. Blood pressure and heart rate elevated. Stress?" "Maybe," Zarab said. "There's something amiss. He's never been here at night before." "Sure, I could do with a hand. There's some programming I can't see from down here. If you follow my lead, it should speed the job up a bit." "Thanks." I talked him through some of the changes I wanted as I fiddled with the wires in the chair's main control panels. It was basic rerouting of the engines and weapons array. Weapons had been decommissioned from this model some years ago, but I wasn't happy with that. I was putting them back on, even if they would still look decommissioned to anyone else. I knew they would be back online for good at the touch of a button. My hardest problem was actually getting in the materials now to do what was needed. It was quite a while before Taito spoke to me. His voice was low, painful in my ears. "Saskia's not coming with us." "What?" Hiroto and Zarab said. I looked out from around the side of the console to peer at him. He was upset because his mission was compromised. "I didn't think that was an option," I said, doing my best to keep things mutual. "She ended our relationship tonight. Said she didn't want to go into space now that she had Ishra." "Ishra?" "The Traxic." "I'm sorry," I said to him. Given that the Traxic was my fault, and if I ruined his plans because of that, ouch, that wasn't my intention at the time. "You don't need to be sorry. But I don't want you trying to steal one of the other ships anymore. She got wind of that plan, no idea how. Spies everywhere." Shit, I thought. If she could find out as discreet as I'd been, chances were the system knew too. As much as I didn't trust her anyway, I know that's something she's already passed on to others. I didn't know what to say to him. Honestly, she's not the gal anyone thinks she is. The words came out of my mouth before I knew it. His eyes narrowed at me. "Yeah, I think she's known I've been playing her all along, and maybe even you too. It makes more sense, though I don't know to what end or where she'll go from here." I swallowed, but didn't allow that little bit of hurt to cross my face. "Damn, he's bitter," Hiroto said. "Over a relationship ending that he didn't actually want in the first place. Or did he?" "Because he's not yet got what he wants to leave Tulsa," Zarab retaliated. "He knew Saskia was a bitch, but he needed her to come with us for his mission." No, not because of that. As fine a piece of ass that she is, she's been doing double duty and crossing everyone around her for some time. I'd said it aloud before I realized. How do you know that? Taito's demeanor changed, and he was up, dragging me out from under the chair. You better tell me right now. Spittle flew in my face, and I wanted to gag, but his hands were tight. I tried to suck in a breath. Too tight. I couldn't breathe. I tried tapping his arms. He was too strong. What the hell? He shouldn't have reacted like this. It was silly. We knew what she was like. It was as if he'd been possessed. As my life started to ebb, my health bar plummeting with the oxygen in my veins, I did the one thing I hadn't wanted to yet. Exie, I ordered. Take over now. I didn't have the energy to block Hiroto or Zarab out from seeing this time around, and she passed commands to her team that were now well and truly set up in the bodies of all 5 other members of Taito's team. Don't struggle, Zarab said. I see what you're doing, but you don't need it. Relax. Give yourself time to do what you're asking of them, and they'll get there. You can do this. What? What's he doing? Hiroto asked. Shut up, you're not helping, Zarab said. Kyle, you don't need to breathe like you think you do. Trust me, we don't need anywhere near as much oxygen as your body's used to. It was Zarab's calm words, even against the panic from Hiroto, that allowed me to stop with the kicking and panic. I let myself go limp, but my eyes stayed focused on the job, on Taito. They dug in, and my mind was flooded with new information. I stopped everything. I essentially shut him down. Taito looked at me, his face blank, but his fingers let go. I pushed him away with the last bit of energy I had, gasping for the oxygen I actually didn't need. Reflex. I learned more in those moments than I had in a long while. Thank you, Zarab. What did you do? I did what I had to survive. I hoped I didn't need to. I moved in closer to him, allowing myself to hold his anger. Calm down, and I'll let you go. Taito seemed to get angrier, though, and I watched the more interesting battle going on inside his mind. It was interesting to me because I could see the physical outside of what was going on and the inside. His internal knights were out in force, trying to figure out what was going on and why he couldn't do anything. But I already had the locks down. There was no way they knew the intricacies of code. All they wanted to do was kill, and even if they got through into where my knights were holding out, they couldn't stop me. I relaxed control of him, bit by bit, first allowing his vocal cords some room to move. He didn't speak, just waited to have back what he wanted. Then, when he finally did, when I'd given it to him, he sat back, panting. A shaky hand reached up, ran fingers through his hair. Kyle, I don't know what. Better. Get your act together. You're more than this. I'd seen a lot these last few weeks. Taito wasn't a bad man at all. There was another mastermind behind all of what had been going on here. I wasn't sure it was all Saskia. She might not have been what she portrayed, but she was ruthless, after what she could get from who she could get it. It didn't matter who got hurt along the way. Taito was a pawn, as was I. She was trying to get more from me, possibly hoping that I would take him out for her because she knew I was stronger. She knew I would be more than he was, somehow in the mech that one day she'd seen into me and liked it. I'd not only dodged a bullet in avoiding her, but I'd seen how evil she really was. I wasn't going to let her do what she wanted. I knew Raiten and the others could do without her and her strain on the base. We'll take the Traxic back. We'll get off this planet, and we'll deal with her, I said to him, that feeling of betrayal coming from him seeping into me. What are you, Kyle? He asked. You leveled quicker than anyone here has seen. You not only dominated that Traxic, but you gave it away. Why? I need the people on the base to see me, I replied. Your show to get into your team was in everyone's mind, and it will be for weeks. They might not have or didn't think anything about it, but this I do know. I do know no one will ever take advantage of those really on my side. You hacked me, not the ship's systems. I didn't even know that was possible. It was the way he looked at me, the fight gone. But again, I could see nothing but pain there, almost feel it. My knights had defeated his, they were now under my control. I was inside him now, and he'd never get away from that. A power I wasn't sure I liked, but had been needed. "I want her dead," Taito said. I swallowed. I didn't know if I could do it, but the consequences of actually leaving her on the planet may be worse. I didn't know if I could do that either. What if Raiten and the others came up against her while I wasn't around? "You don't want to take her out that coldly. I can see it in you," he said. He was right, but I could see that he did. He pushed himself up and stood, offering me a hand. "I will keep Saskia away from you while you finish what you need to here. Concentrate on the ship. I'll assign you anyone else you need." "Oh, what about funds?" "There's a few things I can pull to get in more. I'll take the guys out and do a few side jobs for more things you need. How quick can you really get us out of here safely?" I looked down to the massive wires, thinking. 2 more weeks, if you can get me at least 1 or 2 more technical minds. "I'll do my best." He moved to leave, but then looked at me. Taito," I said. "I don't want submission or control. You lead the team. The guys trust you, and so does Dylan. I just didn't want to die. It's a last resort, always." He straightened himself up. "You can do it to everyone?" I shrugged. I didn't need to tell them all my secrets. "Would be amazing if you could. You could have everyone at your beck and call." I thought about that for a moment. Yeah, but that's not a good thing. You want people to fight with you for the right reasons. That's why we're here like this in the first place, all the wrong reasons. That's why all of us on the inside feel this is wrong, but can't help but play the game. Taito nodded. "Yeah, I can see that. I think most of us do." He then left me to the spaghetti junction I'd started on the bridge controls, and I rubbed my face, trying to remember where I had left off. I was soon back into it, though, and in the end, when I stopped, yawning and stretching, I felt much better with the task at hand. Chapter 28. Taito was not happy with the team's progress on acquiring the parts for us. It wasn't moving us any closer to getting off Tulsa. I stood in his office, taking a beatdown. There had been several quests he and the boys had gone on that had gone wrong, lost out, or just hadn't paid what he hoped. I knew it was the wreckers getting in first. They were getting better and better, and it was all due to Saskia. It wouldn't be long before she made a play for Taito's head. He knew it, and so did I. Their relationship in general had taken on a more outward and public affair. That was not what he needed. His whole outward presence was starting to look thin. I wasn't sure I wanted to be seen on his team, as it seemed to be falling apart at the seams. He pointed to the price tag of the part I needed next. "We're not getting it this side of this year." He looked at me, his frustration evident. "We're never getting off this rock." "Who has it?" I asked. He looked at me, laughed. "You already know the answer to that, don't you?" I frowned. I didn't need to know the fact. It was hidden more in his eyes and slouching of his shoulders. "The leader of the wreckers. I don't even know his name." "No one really does," he said. "They operate under 2 names, but I do know it's a she that runs it. The guys that have always tried to best me were minions, nothing more." That makes more sense. That shocked me and both the guys inside my mind. Saskia's into women? "No, she's into power, that's all," I told them both. She'd play anyone she could to get that. Not one of us knew all the answers, and I wasn't going to believe that Exie hadn't been tainted either. However, Hiroto's instant commands filtered through. "Night system shutdown initiated. You're either brave or stupid. Without them, you have no healing." "Hiroto, are you sure?" But he'd locked out the nights. I suddenly felt like I was inside a box. "You really think that's necessary?" "You thought you were playing her, But you've struggled for a few weeks, not only in getting into the new ship systems, but as a team to get what you want. She's got no intention of letting any of you get off this planet, and the money and things she can do with you would mean much more to her than maybe even Ishra, Zrob said. Hiroto was right to block the Knights. They may have been double-crossing you. Things she would do with me? Damn, no. Not one of us would think that. But you were poisoned by her in the first place. Maybe it didn't come from Taito. I watched as my nanite numbers dipped. For fuck's sake, I said aloud. Taito? Did you order Raitan's second-in-command to poison me? I knew it the moment his brow furrowed. He didn't even need to shake his head like he did. I slammed my fist down on the table. Devious fucking pair of bitches. What? He said. I knew the identity of the wreckers. I knew who had the parts to get me off the planet and Taito with it. I knew Hope City was in grave danger, the friends I'd made, everyone. It also meant that Arndale knew I was coming for them, that someone had defied all odds, got through their network of blocks, someone who knew the truth and was aligning all the parts to stop them. They were waiting. They didn't come straight for me, and that reason was obvious too. They wanted the underground that was and had been forming for all the years we'd been here. They wanted it for every person they took illegally, for every life they pushed past the brink of everything they were. Someone remembered, someone fought, be it Raitan, Taito. Even those in Hope City itself were many. I had no idea how many, but it was in numbers they were worried about. This wasn't going on for any other reason. Bitch isn't the word, Hiroto said. What will you do? She'll know she's been made. Not yet. There were transmissions from the Knights in the early hours and the mornings while you slept. You don't sleep very long, so staying up won't be an issue either. We have around 28 hours. I looked back to the ship. I needed that fucking part. Quest initiated. Power play for the X921 engine link, except YN. I clicked the Y and immediately decided the only way this could go down. I checked my stat sheet quickly and saw that anything using my Knights was now crossed out. I was done for. What about Exie? I sucked in a breath. I'd gotten so used to her help, her control of the fix-me-up team. That was Saskia's power play. She wasn't anything without Ishra. It was simple then. Ishra had to come with us. I didn't know how the hell I was going to manage it, bar hoping that the large Traxic remembered me at least. Find me where Ishra is being kept, I asked Hiroto. Just ask Taito. Will you back me 100%, no matter what happens here today? I asked Taito. You already have more control over me than anyone else would have if you wanted it, and you know it. I'm asking for your commitment to me, instead of the other way around. You want Arndale? You want this to end? I waved my hand around the room, meaning the whole base, the setup. Yes, he said. You have my word. Then get the guys to the ship, put everything on, get it running. That one part will be ours at the end of the day. I moved to leave the office, knowing I needed Dylan on this too, and he would probably still be eating breakfast. I headed on down towards the mess hall. I bumped into him coming out. Oh, hey, I said, then noticed he was flushed. Going somewhere? Hey, Taito's called me to see him. Any idea why? I shook my head, alarm bells going off. Oh, thought you were heading there too. No, I replied. I'm going to Prez Gardens to see Ishra. Wonder how the babies are growing. Oh, they're big, he grinned. Almost wish I was able to take one myself. They're gonna make one hell of a fighting force when they're bond capable. I flinched, seeing more of their plan unfolding before me. Shit, yeah, I bet. You seen anyone else hanging around them when you went? Yeah, Saskia had a couple of guys and some gal talking with her when I saw her. They looked like they meant business. I stopped walking. I wanted to know who they were. Taito asked for you right now? Yeah, I never thought anything of it. I just came from his office and he never mentioned it. Where were you going? Yard? His face pulled. Yeah, no. With me. Oh, okay. He promptly fell in with me. What's going on? You were set up by someone, possibly a hit to take you out. So what are we doing? We're going for them instead, and to lure them out, we've got to steal a Traxic. He stopped walking and stared at me with wide eyes. I sure hope you're kidding. She's not going to go anywhere without her kittens, and I don't think we're going to get them anywhere. Then we need to have a plan. He fell silent for a while as we headed to Prez Gardens. We have a chance if we get the runt, the one you first pulled out on her back in the arena. Why is that one so important? You don't know much about them and their species, do you? I didn't. I hadn't studied or learned about many of the animals on Tulsa. I wished I had paid more attention to everyone around me. Zarab? I asked. They're clan, families. When the mother is close to the end of her life, they'll pass on control to their herd, with the smallest female of her last litter. Oh, crap, that's why that little one was so important to her. Damn, you had the key to the kingdom in your damned hands, and you didn't know. You gave it away. We're not going for Ishra, then? No, we're going to take the youngster. That'll be easier. They're not bonded to anyone as yet, and if you can hack anything else now, it's going to be them, right? Shit, I wasn't sure I could hack anything without my knights to use as a basis to get inside the animals. I flushed them all, Hiroto said. They weren't doing us any favors in here, so yeah, they went. You don't have any, and we don't have time to reprogram new ones. What about if Dylan does? He can't do anything with his, that would be silly. No, but he might be able to with your help, right? You'd out us to him? I don't care. We need that Traxic on the ship because I'm gonna blackmail her to come for it with the part we need to leave this planet far behind. I don't know if I like the sound of it, but I'm in, Dylan said when I told him. His eyes twinkled, but I could see his worry. Dylan, I don't know if this will ever be what you're looking for, I said. No, but I'm in for all of it. I've never felt so alive as I do when I'm around you. I knew I blushed. Hiroto? Sorry, I can't help it. I like him. I tried to just smile at Dylan, but just nodded and pointed back to where we were heading. Then let's get hold of that runt, right? A few minutes later, we were outside the gardens area. There were 2 guards, but they knew Dylan. One smiled and waved us over, and within another minute we were inside and walking towards the kittens. I had no idea how they had gotten that big, but they really had. The runt we could still spot easily. She was almost as small as she had been a few weeks ago. Why is she like half the size? I asked Dylan. Dylan moved to their area, and the others almost bowled him over looking for snacks and more. Here. He threw something towards me. You go get her. I caught the meat and gagged. It was pretty rotten, but that got her attention. I called for her, but her eyes stayed still, waiting for me to move, to do something else. So I crouched down and used my low levels to make sure she was really interested in what I was now holding to my mouth and pretending to chomp on. Don't take too long. These guys will just bully their way over in the end. She was very interested, and within seconds was right in front of me. I patted her muzzle and started to scratch behind her ears. It was wonderful to hear her purring. Finally, she ate the food. When she tried to bowl me over, I knew we'd be friends. Now I just needed a way to get her out of the gardens and back to the ship. I started to walk to the main doors, but Dylan got my attention and pointed to one at the back of the gardens. I nodded, and we made our way to the back and outside. With some great backtracking, it wasn't long before I had the next clan leader in the hold of our ship. Dylan was playing with her when Taito came in. She looked at him, growled, then went back to playing with Dylan. I didn't think you'd actually manage it. Now what's the rest of your plan? I walked to the comms unit at the side of the room. Tap in Saskia's personal number and let me speak to her. I'll tell her what I want, what she's going to do, and we'll see how she reacts and wants to take it from here. He looked to the Traxic. She's pretty awesome. You know that. Yeah, I don't want to harm her. She's a native species here. Okay. He tapped the comms with Saskia's number. What do you want? Her voice came over on speaker. We finished this conversation earlier. I spoke clearly. Actually, Saskia, we didn't finish any conversation because we never had one. Kyle? Her voice changed from angry to shocked. What's going on? You used Taito's personal code? I did. He's with me now. Oh, is he injured? She feigned shock. No, he's not injured. He's fine. I almost heard her stutter out something in the background, but then someone else spoke to her, and I heard, The compound's one Traxic light. She cursed and then came back to me. Something came up, Kyle. We can do this another time, yeah? No, I said. I have the Traxic here. Your friend has a part she's holding out on us, one we need for the ship. If you want the Traxic back, you need to bring it here. Kyle, it's happening, see? Hiroto brought up an image before me of the young female. Her DNA's changing now. Her mother is dying. Saskia's out of time. Wait, she laughed. You're trying to blackmail me for a part for that ship? I didn't answer, and she carried on laughing. Oh, that's funny. You won't get the Traxic back if you don't come, and... I started laughing this time. Yours is almost dead. Did you know that? I looked to the young female that was playing with Dylan, and I could see it. She was starting to grow, and at a pace that no one else could possibly see. Hiroto was showing me her scans as it was happening. I grinned from ear to ear. If you're not quick, yours will be dead, we'll have the leader, and she's not bonded to anyone. I think Dylan would make a wonderful controller, don't you? Dylan could hear me now, and his smile and face changed. He stopped playing and walked over to us with the youngster chasing his ankles. What? He mouthed at me. You cheap fucking scrote, Saskia said. You better not let anything happen to her. I swear I will capture you and cut your dick off. I'd like to see you try that, I said. You've got 2 hours. Get that part, get here. I cut the comms. Dylan punched me in the arm. You knew this was going to happen. He looked to the Traxic. There's no way that anyone else can have control now. She's going to be yours. I smiled at him. But that means... You're not coming with us, and she won't be either. When I deal with Saskia and we're ready to leave, you're staying. They need someone in charge of her they can trust, and I want you to be that person. I'll be taking top spot on all the boards, and I'm not high enough level. I reached over and stroked the Traxic's fine nose and then tweaked her ears. You'll be more than high enough with her on your side. Can't you see how she's growing, like right now? He looked down at her and grinned. I can see it, yes. Then what does that tell you? I don't know if I should accept the offer. Then he grinned. Fuck me. The skills that come with it, the stat increases. He squealed like a little girl, and I could do nothing but laugh at him. Dylan, she's already made up her mind about you. You just need to accept what she's offering you. He visibly swallowed, and I saw his eyes change when he accepted the Traxic's bond. You don't mess about, do you? Taito asked. I looked to the door. No, let's get that last bit of prep done for the part. Then when she's here, I can make sure the install is just the push of a few buttons, right? Seems easy, Dylan said. I knew it was going to be far from easy. We had no clue to the wrecker's full strength, numbers, or levels. Chapter 29. It was easier said than done to make sure we were ready for Saskia to come back. Arch and Slate were with us, and in the lower half of the freighter making sure everything else was running. Neither of them had been told what was going on, just that we were leaving soon. I wanted to make sure that Saskia never got near them to try and persuade them over to her side, which I didn't think she had, despite her charm. They were loyal to Taito before she'd even come on the scene, and that carried weight. He trusted them, so I tried to. There was a ping, and then Taito moved to the main ship's controls to let her in. You ready for this? I nodded. If we can't handle her here, now, then we're never meant to get off Tulsa. He pushed the button and opened the door. Saskia stood there with the part I wanted in her hands, but her blade was in the other. She looked at Taito. You better take me to see her now before I take your little piece of ass's head off. She called me his piece of ass? I'm no one's piece of ass, Saskia. Weird, I didn't know that Taito swung that way at all, but then again, I didn't think she did either. Don't be stupid, Saskia. I never wanted anyone but you, Taito said. You know that. Then why are we here? Why do you still want to get off Tulsa when we could have taken it from them all? She really meant that too. I watched their exchange. So far, she was careful enough to make sure she stayed on the other side of the airlock. You can't take it from them, Saskia. You're deluded. It was going to take him some convincing to get her into us. I saw him turn on his charm, and I wasn't listening. I was more interested in the part. Hiroto, I said. Is that what we need? Yes, and it's working fully. We just need it off her. I stayed back waiting while Taito worked her inside the ship, and then they started to make their way to the Trixik. Saskia saw her, how big she'd grown, and then looked to Dylan. You bastard! She lunged for him. You already took her away from me! As her blade came free, she dropped the part. I rushed forward to try and catch it before it hit the floor and bent or smashed, or worse, was unusable. I ducked, and she swung the blade around, but I wasn't quick enough, and I took a hit. Fuck! I let out. Her blade went right through my arm, slicing it clean off. Leaving my arm on the ground, I scrabbled to pick up the part, hoping it wasn't damaged. I tried my best to get out of the way again, spurting blood everywhere. I almost slipped in my own gore. Denti system fully compromised. Core nanites 0. You are losing too much blood. You are dying. Dylan wasn't hesitating in my defense. He had drawn his own sword and was actually taking her on, head to head, in one of the most stupefying displays of swordsmanship I'd ever seen. I wanted to watch, but doing so meant my life was slipping away faster and faster. My health was falling at a stupendous rate. I looked to Taito, who managed to dodge them and then help me get clear of the fighting. When we were out of the way, he got a healing pack and slapped it over the wound, but there was nothing for it to work with. He looked confused, so I had to tell him, I've no core knights left. I had to flush them. Fuck, I need to get you to the medbay. I listened to the fight as it started to escalate. No, cauterize it. Then get me to the engine room. I need to do this before I lose consciousness. Okay, he said. Taito pulled a dagger out. I'd never seen him with other skills, but when the blade sparked with lightning, just like my own could, I froze. He placed the tip of his blade to my stump, then he heated it up. Lightning sparked around the blade, my wound sizzled, and I shrieked with the agony. Blood loss stopped. I almost passed out with the pain. Kyle! Taito slapped me a moment later. Stay with me. He helped me out of the room towards the engines. Are the others ready? They know how to get us out of here. Don't you be worrying. Good. It wasn't something I could worry about. I had to make sure I got this part working before passing out from blood loss. Zarab wasn't panicking. He kept me calm alongside Hiroto. We've got this. I looked to what I needed to do, realized I needed 2 hands. Tell me what you need, Taito said. It was difficult, my wound seeping once more. The more blood I lost, the weaker I became, and the more I struggled to think on what and where the part was going. I heard shouting and more from where we'd come, and Hiroto patched through the view of the deck. Dylan fought with Saskia. At least he looked like he was winning. She was wounded. Almost there, I said. Just see if you can punch the last 2 sets of numbers in. It should start to come to life. I started to reel off the numbers I'd put in for our own safety, but as I tried recalling the last few digits, I almost passed out. The number was wrong, at least 2 or 3 digits. That sucked. I pulled back and slapped the side of my head, trying to think. I gave the number another try, barely able to finish it. The ship powered to life, and Taito beamed at me. You better get back down here, Dylan's voice came to me. I looked at Taito, who said, I don't know what's happened. Getting so weak I had lost the picture. Help me, I said to him, and we made our way back to the bay. I felt the engine starting up. Knew Dylan had to go. He just wants to leave, I'm sure, Taito said. And he was almost right. As we rounded the corner, I could see the Trixik had hold of Saskia by the neck. I can't get her to let go. Dylan said, looking panicked. I frowned at Saskia's face. She's not worried, because she'll respawn. She said she won't, he panted at me. She said that she didn't have anything left to give, that her memories were promised to someone because of the deeds she'd done, the things she'd stolen and taken to try and get the Traxic in the first place. Kaito knelt down before her. Why? Why would this have been more fun than staying with me, traveling the galaxy? You have no idea what's been going on. You never saw Tulsa for what it was. I put my hand on Taito's shoulder, giving him the support he needed to say the next few words. I knew what you were, Saskia, you stupid woman. I wanted you for what you were, and I wanted you to leave that life behind. He then looked to Dylan. There's nothing you can do. The Traxic knows how bad she is, and she also knows that Saskia can't be allowed to live. Taito's eyes dimmed as he said the words. End her. Then he turned and walked away. Without looking back to me, he said, We're leaving in 2 minutes. You need to say your goodbyes, and then get to the medbay. I watched as Dylan gave me the worst look ever, but I nodded at Saskia. End her. She started to laugh. I won't ever die. You already know that. This program may not live on, but there's my voice, my loyalty out there in others. They will hunt you down and make sure that you never get a life, that you'll be dead before the end of the year. Dylan shook his head. No, you better be sure you pass it on to them before you die, bitch. I'm coming for them. I will find all of them, and I will make sure that no one who knew you will ever make anyone else suffer again. Understand? When she carried on laughing, he didn't even need to speak. The Traxic crunched down, separating her head from her body. Dylan was then at my side. I need to get you to a med pod, or you're not going to make the journey anywhere. I have less than a minute to get you off the ship. Go. I will get to the med bay, don't worry. He looked at the door, where a red flashing light started to glow. Then he frowned. I didn't want it to end this way, but I'm glad I do have her. Kyle, you have no idea. I grinned. I do. Make sure you keep in touch. This is not the end, and we have a lot of work to do. The outer door started to close off. He and the Traxic had to make a run for it. I watched the door close behind them, wobbled on my feet. Hero, I need the med bay. There's no respawn vats, but there is a bed. Get me to it. I was almost out by the time I got into the med bay and to what I believed was my only hope. I lay back and pushed the buttons I could see while still conscious. Then I saw the lid come up over me and waited for it to do something. I started to feel better, and it was working. No more pain. Dreams flitted by while I was under. I dreamed of Saskia, her soft skin on mine, the feel of her as she kissed my neck, my face, running her hands down my chest. Then she turned into Lindsay, and my heart sank. I really missed her, even if I'd never been with her. Frustration filled me, anger. I wanted more from Saskia, not this, not my home. Then I realized it was my home. I was home. I stood in my kitchen with Paul and Craig. Craig was crying. My father was with them, his head on the kitchen table. There was a bottle of pills. My dad would never take his own life, but I walked over and saw that there was a letter from me. I didn't get it. I read over his shoulder as he cried, and I heard Paul comforting Craig. The words were written from my heart. I didn't need to read them. I'd written them, even if I couldn't remember them, till now. Dad, Arndale has full permission to take everything I am for what you owed. You won't need to struggle anymore. I signed their paperwork. I agreed to go. They have to wipe my memories, so I am writing this to let you know something else, even if I shouldn't. I will be the only one to come back. I'm working with some underground people. Hiroto Toshiaki leads them. He's explained all the risks. I trained with them in their labs for weeks, months even. I am the last hope for them, for us. You will find a file that details everything. It's where I was spawned, where I defeated my first boss. You know the game. Don't let this go. You can expose them. Wait for me for 3 years. I need that. But don't give up. Don't let them give up either. We're going to nail these bastards to the wall. I saw his face, and I knew it was true. I watched as Paul and Craig faded into nothing, the room around me with it. Then the side of the med pod started to come into view, and there was someone else there, eyes I recognized. Panic struck me. I sucked in a breath and noted the blade to the person's throat. It was Taito. Shit. Fuck, how long had I been out? Where were we? Who? I tried to sit up. Couldn't. More memories flooded through me, and I looked around the room. There was blood. A lot of it. One of the guys? Dylan? No, he'd got off the ship. There was so much blood. Someone had died. Arch? Slate? Thought you could get away with it all, didn't you? A voice asked. I looked up into Nihai's face, the coldness that was there. Next to her was the guy I'd seen her kissing in Hope City. He was dead too, yes. Taito's guys were dead as well, and I could see one had his throat cut out. The other was also in bits. You thought you could get away with it, and that we'd let you survive everything? That you could level up, do anything you wanted without us stepping in? Without the system fighting back? No, I said. I knew that you were watching. I knew what you were trying to do, and I had to let you show your face properly. I let calm thoughts fill me. I had nothing else to say to her. She was going to end Taito's life as well as kill me, and I didn't want her to do either. I couldn't let her. I had to let him live. I needed him. He had a job to do, and I needed him on my side and off Tulsa. We can sort this out, I said, pushing myself up. I didn't know what I could do to help this, to make it better. I can make sure the right things get back to Earth, that no one will suspect what's really going on out here. Send in all the clips of the game from me, the good stuff. Really? Nihai said. I managed to get up, get her to back up a little. I didn't see a way out of this. I do, Zarab said. I see what we need to do. I looked around the room and there was nothing, an empty chamber. No, it wasn't. It was a vacuum room. It led to the outer shell of the ship where there was a safe place to decompress. Wait, no, it was like an airlock. No, I said to Zarab. I won't do that. But he already had me locked out. He was doing the talking now. You are clever enough, Kyle, but I've been here just as long, and I watched what you did with the code. I saw what you tried again and again to get into the ships and couldn't. You gave me the tools to do this, and I choose to do what I am doing. Even Hiroto was shouting at him now, but there was nothing else either of us could do. Step by step, I could see him getting knee-high over towards the side of the wall, to where I could also see the button that he would push. Taito's throat was sliced, bleeding, but he wasn't out of it. He was much more alive, and he was staring straight at me. He knew what I was doing, well, what part of me was doing. I couldn't do anything. But when my arm and hand struck out to hit Taito in the face, Nihai flinched. She let go of him, and as I wrangled control back from Zarab, I also knew I couldn't hesitate. I slammed it, opening the doors, grabbed her and hauled her inside. Then I saw Taito do what he had to as well. He mouthed to me, "I'm sorry." The door clicked locked behind us, and I looked out at the side of the ship, the huge double doors ahead of us leading out into space. It started to flash, and I knew it wouldn't be long before we had nothing left. "You fool!" Nihai turned on me. "You have no clue to what you're doing if you go out there. Your mission, this whole quest you're on, is done." I saw the door starting to move, and I felt less than great about what was going to happen. I waited for things to turn worse. I expected her to want to try and hold on, find something so she wouldn't be sucked out, but she didn't. She crossed her arms and looked at me as I stood there waiting. It was the last moment I'd ever think of, see, dream of. I didn't want to die, not to die at all. I wanted Hiroto to do something to save us, even Zarab, maybe Taito would. But I could see Taito's face still on my side of the room. I smiled at him. The outer shield was still glowing. There was less oxygen in the bay, but we were also still standing. I saw Taito mouth, "Sorry," once more, and he pushed the last button. The shielding changed, and I felt the pull. We were sucked out into space. Moments later, and I watched as our ship drifted away. I didn't know what to expect out in space, but I already knew I wasn't going to die. I wasn't just human or Denti. I was more than that. This was what I needed to get the upper hand on Nihai. Expecting that I would die like most other humans, she had actually given me the chance to slip under her, around her, take her weapon in an instant. Watching Taito's ship fire the engines once more and move out of the area around us, I knew he was going to leave us. I didn't have anything inside me to give, and shouting in space probably wouldn't work. But I plunged the dagger in and took her life. Out here in the darkness, the twinkling of stars all around me, I watched as the shock registered on her face, that she wouldn't have died, that this wouldn't be the end. I laughed in her face. I'll wait for someone. Someone will find me. I won't be dead because it will take a long time to die out here with full health. I will tell you this, though. Arndale will fall, no matter how long it takes or how long I have to fight. Then all that was around me was blackness. Blackness that engulfed me, then comforted me. I waited, hoping. That hope started to die as I did. Zarab, do not worry, Kyle. I will not die in vain. You will go on. We accomplished great things, and I am honored to have served my people and my family with you at my side. Thank you. I felt tears, but I couldn't cry. My skin started to burn. Everything hurt. Then it stopped. You have... Chapter 30. So, was this what it was like to be really dead? I mean, I didn't feel anything. I couldn't see anything, and I wasn't breathing. If this was all it was, why had I been worried? I just seemed to float around, and time wasn't a thing I could determine either. Just that it was passing somewhere. Maybe slow, maybe quick. I worried for a brief time if I was missing all the things, life. But then it passed too. What was I doing? Where was I? Then there was something else. Tingling, turned to burning. Pain hit me like I'd never felt before. I'd cut my own arm off, had my face removed. Fuck! I started to scream. This was fucking agony. I saw something then, a tiny white light, a pinprick before me. But I didn't know anything about it, only that I started to move towards it. Whooshing and popping sounds, and then the pain eased off. White, blinding light and voices. No, not just voices. Shouting, screaming at me. He's coming around! Fuck, man, get back! I felt hands grip tight hold of me, and then I saw everything. I was literally hanging off the side of a cliff and looking at the ground thousands of feet below me. Holy fuck, I screamed. There was no way I was going to die so soon, right? But looking over the edge of that cliff, I knew if I had fallen, there was no way of getting back up from there so quickly. I tried to move away, but I found myself looking at what was staring back up at me. Critters. Thousands of them. What the fuck are they? I asked. As the people behind me scrambled with my sore, naked, and aching body, I wanted to scream out and let everyone know the pain I was in. and this time I felt a hand over my mouth and a whisper in my ear. "Don't." "Hiroto?" I asked. "Zarab?" Nothing. Fuck. There weren't enough fucks in the world for this level of shit. Notifications at the side of my vision were going off like mad, and I was taking damage from something here. But why? The pings and red flashing lights were telling me whatever I was doing here, I was in danger, and I didn't have long to survive. My health bar dropped steadily, everything swiftly declining. Shock started to set in then. I realized I was naked and I wasn't dead. Well, not dead yet. Red warnings. This one I couldn't ignore. Temperature. -18. Shit, I tried to bring up my equipment list, anything to help. Nil. Boy, you're really screwed here. You have nothing, nada. No idea what you're going to do now, right? Best just lie down and die again and again, right? Want to join the millions of lost souls? Click right here. We'll take all your memories. YN. The sharp sting of that bitter cold hit me, and I shivered. I did have something, right? Raitan's ring. I felt it around my neck. The chain, the coin, the ring, they were still there. I understood why I was dying. Too friggin' cold. Again. Did everything in this place have to be so fucking hard? I glanced to my character sheet very quickly. I hadn't lost any levels. I was still where I had been back on Taito's ship. It didn't understand, though. I swiped all the other notifications away. I obviously didn't have time to digest them now while people were staring at me. I struggled to come around and understand what had happened so far. He's a fucking respawn. Out here? What the fuck is going on? At least I was out of danger from falling off the cliff. I finally looked at all the people who had just saved my life. 4 of them, pretty well built and covered in fur with really large hoods, goggles, and backpacks. They were giving me the serious evils and arguing over me. Fresh meat, are they serious? One of the guys threw his arms in the air. We just lost the mission. I should just fucking kill him now. Hiroto, I begged. Help me? There was nothing still. I knew if I'd respawned, I would have lost Zarab. But why was Hiroto not responding? Had they figured out he was with me? If they had, I was more than screwed. What's going on? I stuttered through my chattering teeth. Why the fuck are you out here? The first man asked me. I looked into his eyes through stinging tears. He was the epitome of a soldier, I was sure. His clothes didn't really tell me anything else, only that it was freezing. I was freezing. He doesn't know, a petite blonde said. I could just see her hair sticking out from under her hood. Someone fucked up, that's for sure. He shouldn't be here. No kidding, one of the other guys said. He just put our whole mission in jeopardy. I felt my whole body shudder, and the blonde reached over her shoulder and into a bag, pulling out some clothes, boots, and a coat. The other women in the party moved over to me with them, and then managed to help me get things on, whispering words of calm and "it will be okay" into my ear. Clothing stats. Sub-Zero hooded suit, quality, good, durability 8 out of 10. Boots, quality, good, durability 6 out of 10. You will survive in this icy hell so long as you're eating and drinking 3 times the calorific allowance. Don't be fooled. This planet will kill you in minutes without it. How can it be okay? I said. I'm screwed and nothing's the same. They're all dead. I'm dead. That's when she slapped me. No, she said. You're far from dead. Dead you might wish you were going to be, but you won't be. You better get your shit together and start to think like you need to. You're a soldier. A soldier we need, understand? I swallowed and looked to each of them as they argued amongst themselves. Where are we? What planet? We're south of one of the Vrolsh's abandoned bases. About 6 hours to be precise. You walked in this? No, we were dropped off. I looked up and into the skies where I could actually make out the trails from ships. I didn't know what had happened. I knew nothing about this world, and it didn't look like... Is this Gridon system? Oh boy, the blonde said, throwing her hands in the air. You think you've been sent to Sacron, the home planet? This is Kronos, You're light years from that shithole. The man with the brown eyes turned away. We're even more fucked than I thought. I'd lost everything. Zarab was gone. Hiroto. I wanted to curl up and die. Why hadn't I died? I could do nothing but shiver even more. Jai, our cover's blown already. We can't go in now. We'd be slaughtered in minutes. Fucking prick. Jai glared at me. You cost us this mission. When he grabbed hold of my throat, I could only choke out my apologies, while trying not to panic more. It was the blonde who pulled him off me. Sorry. I looked to the floor. If I'd really blown it for them, I didn't have anything I could say to defend myself against that. Look up, the blonde said to me. We don't know anything here. What I do know is we need to hole up for the night. Rethink things, replan the mission. The blonde was trying to help me feel better, but it really wasn't working. Get him warm. Maybe even get some healing potions in him. His health is dropping fast. I suggest we take this out of the cold into one of the cave systems where we can get a fire going and some food on the go. Okay? The guy shook his head and rolled his eyes at her, but he nodded, and with another huff turned away from me. I watched as he started to move off with the other 3 members of his party following him. The woman who had helped me dress gave me a little head nod. You need to follow us. Keep up the pace and do everything we say, okay? I tried to smile as I noticed some rain spots. No, not rain. I actually had no idea what the hell this was. It wasn't something that I needed to know just yet. I swatted my arm. The rain had started to sting. Shields up, Jai shouted. He glared at me. Your hood. Seeing the others cover their heads and pull them around tight, I tugged on the hood behind my head, pulling it snugly over. The rain really started to pound on us. The acrid smell burned my nostrils, and I tried my best not to see what was happening to the jacket I'd put on. It almost seemed to be melting. No, not melting, but flashes of steam were rising from it. A flash appeared across my vision as I pushed back the hood, trying to read it and still follow close to the others. Molten rain. Damage detected, shield holding. Shield? I had a shield protecting me? Oh, something in the clothes? Nice. As I followed them now, my health had stopped falling. I pulled up my character sheet and started to digest a few things. Name, Kyle Rands, species, human, Denti, year of death, 2629, class, fighter, sorcerer, age, question mark, level, 21, respawns, 2, memories 94%, health 77%, mana 24. Kenosi activated, nanites times 0. Body type unknown, structural integrity tungsten and alumi, internal AI chip X-class. Skin strength 19, blood capacity 24, healing speed 29, strength 18, dexterity 16, constitution 23, intelligence 34, wisdom 18, charisma 6, luck 6, quick points 1. Skills: foot soldier rank 15, merc rank 10, sniper rank 14, gunsmith rank 12, shadow awareness rank 12, deception rank 11, swordplay rank 12, animal handling rank 2. Special traits awarded times 4. Any extras here do not show on your stat sheet totals. Shadebrain. 1 in a million. You manage to not only keep your memories, but you can also hide them. Your character sheet is elusive to even the strongest of will. Upgraded, no one can penetrate your shade now. Spell active, lightning fury. Cost 10 mana per second. Damage increased by 30%. I had 0 knights. No Exi, no Hiroto, no Zarab. My heart sank. Without Exi and the knights, it meant most of my internal stuff was fritzed. But the largest thing I could see was my respawns hadn't gone up. So had I died or not? If not, where the hell were Hiroto and Zarab? And why question marks for my age? I was so confused. But I still had 5 stat points and 1 quick point. That meant something. I pushed on and hoped I'd survive. Instinct told me to put all 5 into Constitution and then use my quick point. The sudden rush kept me upright as we walked. They were many levels above me. and I was struggling a lot to keep up. Chapter 31. I stumbled over a rock, and the woman came back to help me up and rush me on. "When it rains, they come quicker. This isn't a good place for us to be outside." She pointed ahead. "We're going in there. It's one of several cave systems we can shelter in, and they won't get access." I moved my feet as quick as I could to follow them. I wanted to hide away from everything, but as I turned around, I could see the shadows of creatures behind me. They were closing in. I wanted to run faster, but it was like I couldn't. The gravity around me was too heavy, or I wasn't as fit here as I was back at home. No, I knew what it was. This body was still growing. It couldn't do anything. I remembered. Well, at least not that much. I was still level 21, but with no nights and healing, I was affected a lot. This hurt. Now I had to train and learn new things again. First, I needed some nights. I wouldn't be able to heal fast or do anything well without them. Maybe I could train with these people, who I seemed to be stuck with. I would certainly try my best. They were my only option. By the time we reached the cave system, I could see a light ahead. Jai and the others were inside and already well into setting up camp. That was good, right? It meant I would perhaps stand a chance and survive this. I sure hope so. Whatever their mission, it was likely going to be important, right? I had so many questions. I wanted to see and learn what I could, but the look on this guy's face told me he didn't want me here. I actually felt really shy, like the total noob in a new game that was supposed to be fun. This wasn't fun, though, yet again. This was my new life. I swallowed and sucked in a breath. I can do this. I will. I moved to the campsite and started to offer my help. I knew it was a little too late, but Jai glanced at me and then smiled. He held out his hand. "Sorry, I shouldn't have been so sharp." "Jai." I took hold of it and shook. "Kyle." The others looked on over, and I tried my best to smile at them. "I'm way out of my depth here. Will you help?" The woman nodded. "We'll get the food on and the place warming up, and then we'll talk. Help with the meat and prep, and we'll talk about where we are. Then we can all listen to your story." I wondered briefly if my story was actually worth listening to, or more to the point, how much they would actually believe if I told them. I couldn't trust anyone but myself anymore. Depression has set in. Let this blighter get a hold, and all is lost. I had lost everything. My home, my family, my friends. Why the fuck wouldn't I be depressed? Then everything that had happened to me from there. Shit, this depression stuff was bad. I mentally focused on the one good thing. I was not dead. Then I shrugged off the unwanted emotional shadow before it consumed me. Depression avoided. For now. I looked to where one of the other guys was pulling out a large hog-type thing from a bag. It really did remind me of some of the games I'd played where you could almost store anything. I moved to his side and waited for instructions. I'd never cut anything up before. I guess I'd learned something new. My fingers found the knife he gave me. I cut into the meat. I could smell it and my stomach churned. When I leaned over to vomit in the corner of the room, I eventually heard them all laughing behind me. I wiped the drool from my mouth and turned back. "What?" Jai picked up the meat the other guy had been trying to get me to prep. "Can't help it, can you, Ree?" Ree started laughing. "He's pretty much a noob still. Gotta tease him. What other fun do we get?" I had fallen for some kind of initiate something or other. I looked to the two girls and they giggled too. "Oh, nice." I started to laugh with them. "What is that shit then?" Jai pulled it from Ree's hands and moved to the cave entrance. "Poison and tainted meat, to trap those that do want to hurt us." He then looked like he was going to throw it outside. "Here." Jai motioned for me to come and join him. I did so and looked out into the darkening grounds before us. It wasn't raining anymore, but there was movement in the trees and bushes. Jai spoke clearly. Follow these instructions. Interface, sight, night sight, select. I did exactly as he said, bringing up my interface. Interface, sight, night sight, select. The voice that rang in my ear confirmed what I'd picked. Night sight, level 1 activated. I could actually see in the dark. Well, I'm sure Jai could still see better than me, but I could see. I mean, really see. I was shocked and took a step back. No. Jai got hold of my hand. You need to see them. So I did. I looked out into the grounds, and I saw. Mechanical monsters? What the hell? What can you tell me? I asked, staring into his eyes and trying to gauge his character, anything that would help me here. There was something there I liked, and he nodded. Come, I'll talk now. Answer your questions. We moved back to the campfire, and I watched as the other 4 carried on with their prep, water, food, and some kind of mats to sleep on. We are on a planet called Kronos. It's actually a vast distance away from the planet you should have respawned on. Why? How am I here? I don't know the answer to that one, only that we needed someone with tech experience, and they said they'd send someone in. When they dropped you, I already knew something was off. They never dropped just before a swarm or at night. That's your mission? We were supposed to get to the center of the swarm before they noticed us and detonate in their main nest. Some of them might have noticed us, but when you fell, they all noticed us, and we had to abort. What are they? Robots? Kind of. They're controlled by part of the offense, but they turned against us a few years ago. Rogue machines are the least of our problems, but the fact is they try to get into all the places we hide, and they can. They replicate quite quickly, and our only way of stopping them is to take out their replicator nests. Sounds awful. It has been. We didn't know much about them or how to defeat them, but we learned the hard way, by dying. I looked into his eyes, saw the pain. It hurts, right? You have no idea. He looked away. But you will. Kill me now. Are we close enough I can respawn back in Sakharon? I'm gonna slow you down a lot, right? Maybe. The blonde came over and handed me a bowl of soup. Eat. You'll need your strength. I took it and started to eat, and I immediately began to feel warmed. What is it? It's a good mix of things you'll need here, nanites and some tech boosters. Nanites again. Even though I needed them, I didn't want them in me. Hiroto had purged them all from me because we thought they were compromised, but I also knew my stats and my system weren't up to scratch without them. I'd have to lock them out right away, reprogram them from the ground up. I didn't know how long that would take me, but I would try if I needed to. Pulling up my interface once more while I ate and listened to them, I got to work on programming what they had given me. I stopped, then quickly reprogrammed them. They were much easier than the ones I'd had previously. That was at least some saving grace. I missed Hiroto in there, though. Why are you smiling? The blonde woman asked. I just hadn't expected all of this. Nalar, she said, pointing over her shoulder at the other woman, said, That's my mom. The older of the two laughed. I'm Den, and I'm not old enough to be your mother, you cheeky little... The two of them smiled and then kissed. What? This was quite a strange group. Jai slapped me up the side of the head. You'll get used to them, and us. You might be stuck with us for a while. A while? Why? We're here for the next month, at least. This mission was a big one, and this planet needs cleansing. Oh, that really didn't sound so nice. How many places or nests do you have to hit? 7, Rhys said, sitting next to me. Is it possible? Jai shrugged. We needed a techie. Honestly, I don't know if it is possible now. He looked to the girls. I know tech, I said. All eyes were on me then. What? Why the hell didn't you say? Jai asked. I don't know anything about your tech. That shouldn't mean you don't need to open your mouth, Nalar said. What systems are you used to? What level? How long have you worked with it? Came all the questions from Den. Hey, Ree said. Give him a little space. He's not used to any of this. You can see that. Jai backed off, but the girls both came and sat in front of us. I felt a lot uncomfortable here, like I was on trial right away. Okay, here's my info. I sucked in a breath, took a sip from the cup with cool fluids, and answered. My name is Kyle Rands. I'm 18, I said. I should have been attending Fremtel's Tech Vault with the next year, and I've been studying MagTech since I was 14. Currently, I was a level 32 straight-A student. You were level 32? What the fuck? Jai threw his cup at the fire. I was surprised he even knew what it was, away from Earth for so long. His terse words shocked me, but I just swallowed. Have I done something wrong? Nalar patted me on the knee. You've done nothing wrong at all. That's the point. Do you know your exam results? Ree asked. I shook my head. I have no idea. I was just told I'd failed. No way you failed if you were level 32 straight A, Ree said, and his eyes met Jai's. I knew it now. I'd not known it then. I sucked in a breath. All the emotions I'd felt then and had felt leading up to my death, but I couldn't tell them the truth yet. I had been trusting far too many people to my own detriment. Nalar took my hand in hers. I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, it seems that way. What's so important here that I could help with? I'm just a kid, right? No, you're not just a kid. Your level's higher than any techie we have out here. What? None of this made sense. How could I be higher in qualifications than anyone who had trained and learned here? They were way ahead of me. They were... Nalar, the mission's going to change. You know that. Jai seemed to flick his hand into the air, and I tried my best to remember what he was doing. Then I got a ping, and an invite flashed up across my vision. Trix Party Invite. Accept YN. Chapter 32. My finger hovered over the invite. I'm not sure what you'll be able to figure out, Jai said. What you need or what you'll need from us, but I'm going to send over all the details and let you work out what you and we as a team need to do. You're giving him access to everything? Ree asked. A slight bit of concern spread over his face. Yep, there's no way this is a coincidence. He may be a noob. Hey, I'm not that new, please, I said, feeling exasperated. Well, you're a novice compared to us. We're still going to have a hell of a time getting him up to our levels, but we need him. He needs to be pushed up the ranks as quickly as possible. I agree, Naylor said. We're going to need him before the next update. How long till that? About 17 hours. We should have cleared out that base by then, but I think we should bypass that and get some more basics knowledge into him. This is totally overwhelming me, I sighed, wishing Hiroto was here. But you know this, right? Yeah, I know. Naylor shot me a glare. We don't have a choice. I'm going to share some of our mission files with you now. See what you make of them, and then you can let me know, Jai said, then seemed to push thin air at me. I heard a ping in my head, and a small file icon popped up. Wow, that was something I wasn't expecting. When I clicked it, my internal computer system still went to work and sorted out all the files independently. I watched as it ordered and then reordered them. This was fascinating. What's going on? Ree asked. My internal is sorting through things. You've an internal? Yeah, it was a gift from my college. What make? Den asked, her eyes twinkling. I frowned. I wasn't sure. Would I be able to see that info? No, I don't think so, but maybe... Give Den access. She'll take a look. Den approached me. I should be able to access remotely for a quick look. Shit. What if that revealed more than I wanted her to know? What about my main mission? Hiroto? Fuck. I looked around to them all. Could I open myself up to them? Right now? When this invite came forwards, it had different connotations for me given the situation. If I denied them, would they trust me? I could easily end up dead again. I was so shit at decisions. Connect AI Tech 25151 to internal YN. I was worried. I had no clue what these guys could do to my internal systems if they wanted to. I stayed true to myself, thinking that if they really wanted to hurt me or do something bad, they wouldn't have helped my sorry ass off that cliff face. It would probably have been better that I died. This time when I clicked yes, I heard a soft ping and felt something inside my mind. It was as if she was rooting about. "Sorry if it feels weird," she said. "It will push all your buttons and make me seem like an invader even if I've been accepted into the system. It's a fight mechanism that I wouldn't want anyone to lose." "Really? Then how or why is an invite given out?" Jai, standing at my side, laughed. "We won't hurt you, and she really won't. She's a mama bear." Den shot him a look, and Naylor patted her arm. "Go easy." It did feel really weird as things were pushed and prodded in my head. It tickled, too, and I let out a cackle. "Wow," she said. "I've never seen anyone with this before. I don't actually know its classification. When did you get it, you say?" "On my birthday." In flashes, I recalled the whole thing yet again, and she witnessed it with me. "Wait," Den said suddenly. "This is impossible. It isn't tech at all. It's all organic. I don't understand at all." "Upgrade," I added. "Organic?" "You've something else in here," she said, but I knew. Hiroto was special, is special. Top of the range for sure, and I've no doubt they're watching your every move already. I laughed, remembering back to the day I got out of the hospital, the day that Hiroto had actually recruited me. "No, they won't be doing that?" "Why?" she asked and poked about some more. This time there was a little pain, and the internal view screen popped up, lines of code after code. "Because I broke their tracking codes as soon as I realized they were watching me. I had watched my dad trying to fix the lawnmower. He couldn't, but later that night I saw advertising for local repairmen. I'd even checked my savings and our budget. Lo and behold, their services were in my price range just to entice me and prove to them I was easily manipulated. There was no other way Arndale would know that kind of inside info without watching me." "You broke their code?" "Yeah," I admitted. Not feeling bad, the truth was coming out now, and I remembered more and more of it. "I knew they were watching me, or at least someone in their advertising system was. I wasn't going to put up with that." "You really turned it off?" I shrugged and opened up my own internal AI's box. I hadn't looked that close recently with Hiroto being there to do everything, but yes, there it was. The code blinked in and out, then rushed past me at almost breakneck speed. "I'd watched it for days," I admitted to them, "before I figured out the code and managed to get in and pull out what I needed. I didn't want them to know I'd managed it either, so I fed them baseline stuff through it on a daily basis. I did good, right?" Den's giggle filled my mind. "Kyle, you have no idea. There's only a few people who can do this, and no one admits to it." "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done either," I said. I tried to see something of her while she was poking around in me. "ID scan failed. You cannot see the stat sheets of a higher-up, you know this." Crap. What were their levels? I mean, they were calling me a noob, and I was, I thought, at a decent level considering I'd just gotten here. As the visions before me vanished, I was back to looking into the firelight of the cave. "Well," Jai said, "I am glad you trusted Den. That tells me a lot, and although you have shade brain, you're worth our trust. For now." "I have a lot to go through here," I said to Jai. "It might take me a while. How long do we have?" Jai checked his watch again. 16 hours. Not much time. I swallowed. Cracking my knuckles, I pushed up. "I need to walk about and sort this out in my head. Can you guys give me a little space?" Jai looked to the others. "Sure. If you need us, we'll be here, okay?" I nodded, and without looking at any of them, I moved away from the light of the fire and towards a spot where I could sit, back to the wall, with my eyes on them. I could hear their conversation start up. No way were they going to hide it, or the fact this was a big deal, but I was out of my depth. Totally. I was a noob still in a body that wasn't mine. Everything about it was so fresh I could feel the cold down into my bones despite what they'd given me. I needed to get these clothes upgraded as soon as possible. My thoughts drifted to the soft flesh and feel of Saskia. She would have something else to keep me warm. I tried to focus on what I needed to do, not sex. But I actually couldn't. Instead, my thoughts turned to my friends. Overwhelming darkness tried to cloud my mind again. I missed my dad, my real friends. I missed Hiroto and Zarab arguing in my mind, and I wanted them back. I missed having Dylan to joke around with. I struggled this time only briefly. I would not let this beat me. I would get back to my friends. I would figure out what happened to Hiroto, too. Awesome job. You managed to banish depression for good, fueling it with nothing but your resolve. At least the system's snarkiness was still hanging around. That meant at least one thing hadn't changed. I focused again and forced myself to look over the files. My internal filing system had done a great job sorting the files. I just didn't want to open the can of worms I felt was there. I didn't have much of a choice in what I wanted to see. The faces around the campsite had already been watching my every move, and I hesitated just once more before I clicked open the files. I knew without a doubt there would be a massive amount of data coming my way, and I watched as it scrolled by. Nothing out of the ordinary, just basic code, one line, then another, and then another. Then something caught my eye. I stopped it, scrolled the text back to give it a second look. Access denied. Damn it. I couldn't get in to see the very thing I wanted. I looked to Jai and waved him over, but he couldn't see me, so I shouted for him. He knelt before me. What's up? I don't have access to anything of importance yet. Access is denied. He let out a sigh. We need to get you somewhere near our levels. The systems won't allow you to see any of it despite your background. What levels are you? I asked, hoping he'd tell me if I couldn't see any of it. He grinned. I'm at level 87, if that's any indication. Fuck, there's no way I can catch up to you. I don't know anything about this planet. My tone had gotten the attention of the others. Where was your first spawn? Naylor's questioning voice spoke from behind the fire, and she moved in close to us. Tulsa, I replied, not wanting to lie now. Damn, that's not possible. Right, Den? I don't know, Den said. I've never heard a newbie spawning anywhere else other than the home planet. Yeah, Tulsa, that's a long, long way out, Jai added. What the hell? From what I've learned already, I said. The system is consistent planet to planet, but I spent a few months studying their coding and the way they did things on Tulsa. How much do you understand of the system? Well, some of this is only clicking into place now that I've seen some of your files, but you can pick skills from the nanites you were originally given, and then our bodies are altered so we can be extensions of each other. Correct. At least you understand how the nanites and the denti bodies we are in interact. I looked down to what I had only just become accustomed to these last few months, and felt sick remembering the face inside me and the person they'd stolen this body from. No, you don't understand, I coughed. You don't understand at all. We're all pawns just as much as the denti are the bodies we've stolen. And you know how they did that? They stole their birth planet. Stole? Naylor asked. I caught the other's shock. You don't know that they are real, do you? Naylor's hand covered her mouth as Den sat cross-legged before me. I suspected they were real creatures. Babe, you never said. Naylor sat with her, and Den wrapped her in a hug. I didn't want to ever worry anyone. I sucked in a breath and told them my story of Zarab. At least if he had died, people would know what a hero he actually was. Telling the truth about him and how much he'd started to mean to me was so freeing. This massive weight was falling off my shoulders. It felt so good to get it out. Blood filled my veins, bursting through at speeds I couldn't comprehend as my adrenaline spiked with the anger at the truths I was passing on. I'd thought many things, and those many things just eluded me until now. You don't know what Arndale does. To our hosts. I paused, trying to figure out where to go next. The pictures of the war going on, the way things were portrayed back at home, Everything they gave us was false. Everything. It was all a lie. We hadn't just died, I thought, but didn't voice. We'd died and gone to hell in more ways than the team before me could ever know. We're just pawns. Something to stand on the battlefield for them. Something to fight, and they take whatever the hell they want. They don't care who suffers. The Denti suffered. The Denti that was inside this body. I slapped the side of my head. He suffered. Jai looked to Naylor. They were all shocked at my words. Arndale wants us to think our bodies are dead. They are not dead. We are not dead. We are just in storage. We can go home, I am sure of it. And I'm here to prove it. That was the burgeoning question that all of us were going to ask at some point. Can we go home? I don't know how long you've been down here, but things are changing. Tulsa is changing. Den cursed under her breath. I'm one of the oldest, hence the mama bear, she said from the other side of the fire. Then how long? I asked her. The war's been going on for how long, as far as you know? She returned the question. 70 years or so, I'm not sure. You're close, but not that close. I swallowed and looked to Den, and her face crumpled. Naylor hugged her again, and I didn't push it. I could only gather that she was a lot older than me, possibly than my whole family. I wanted to see their stats. I was so curious. The more I tried to look, though, the more I saw. Access denied. Ree moved to the doorway. I suggest we get some sleep and move out in the morning. We'll be able to start to get him up some levels at least, give him access to some more of the data. Do any of you guys remember how it was for us? Naylor asked. Maybe if I dig deep into the recess of my mind, Den replied for her. How did you guys start out? Naylor patted the blankets now by the fire. I'll tell the story, if the others just want to settle in. It's a long one, and they need rest before the dawn. They seemed to turn their backs on us. I was sure they had their reasons. I settled nearer to the fire and watched as the others were soon asleep. That surprised me. They were snoring gently in no time. They seem like a nice bunch of people, I said, trying more to relax myself than anything else. They are. So let me tell you a few things, Naylor said. Any knowledge will help, thank you. I just feel so lost at the moment. And you will be. You're really out of your depth. The newbies, don't usually leave the camps for the first few years. I know, it's all so odd. Yeah, they've trained up on many things that they'll need out here, and a lot of that's never going to be done in the field. I'm screwed, right? I don't know. It seems you've gotten here for a reason, so I want to try and figure that out before I jump to any other conclusions. I respawned, I think, but my number's not gone out. I was last floating in space. I died. You didn't respawn. There's no bats around here. I think someone wanted or needed you here. You were dropped off. I didn't respawn. It didn't seem possible to be in one place and then in another with no recollection of in-between. I slapped the side of my head. Have I been injured? I mean, is there anything that shows brain injury, poison, something, a virus? We can get you to a med unit inside the science facilities when we get there, but you don't look like you've taken a knock or anything. I sighed. I clearly had. Something wasn't working. Yeah, something isn't right. I ruined your mission. Maybe we weren't supposed to complete it. Naylor fiddled with her hair, trying her best to finger-comb knots out of it. At least not yet. Or maybe you're supposed to help us in some way that I'm not sure of. So much to think on. I'm not sure I can help. I'm nowhere near your levels. I missed out on all the spawn point training. It's a lot. It was a lot for me back there. Was first training... I paused. Was it bad? You've no idea. Tell me. I think I could have listened to her voice all night and her stories for a lot longer than that. The way she described everything was amazing, down to the details of the brutality, the people around her who weren't scared of pushing them or breaking them. And that is what it was about. Their spirits and their souls were crushed. Most of the time, she said they went insane very quickly. There were drugs, tech, and other things used to try and sort that out. To bring them back from almost being too far gone to ever function out on the field. The only real thing that kept humans sane in this environment was the gaming system. It was easier and safer for us to think of it like that, like it wasn't real. It was a cop-out. That was how they survived. The thought that they were playing games, that they could gain the skills and the knowledge to level, to improve, to do more, to be better. The more I thought about it, the easier that was to actually comprehend. We would go insane thinking we had no real body, being shoved into countless battles and being pushed beyond the limits of what we could ever imagine. So yeah, the fact they brought in the gaming system and how it all worked made perfect sense. It was so scary. So much so that, of course, I then had to ask, so why do you accept it for what it is? You seem younger than the others? I've been in the system for 28 years. I was born in a little town out of Nebraska. They told my parents I'd passed all their tests and this was the best life I could have, teaching tech to others. At that point, it wasn't so much the war we have going on now. It was very much recon, and a few other systems were being hit, but nothing like this. What do they want? Just war. They seem to like to fight and fight for our tech and space. Pretty much what any alien species you'd think you'd find out here would want. It's pretty bad that we don't know what they want. Oh, they know. They just don't want to tell us, the grunts. Nice to see politics don't change no matter what world we were on. She nodded and watched Den sleeping. Politics. That's all I'm here for. That gal there. You love her? Yes, I do. I love her every time I'm reborn and have to fight my way back, and I will do that again and again if I must. If I have to die to protect her or them, I will. It was fair warning, and I could accept that. What about Ree and Jai then? Are they brothers? Only in war? Not from the same family or anything like that, if that's what you're meaning. No, just their names being so similar, I wasn't sure. She laughed. Yeah, I guess they are. That's probably something they should tell you, how that came about. Okay. I laughed with her a little. So what are the full levels here? What is the system, and what else do I need to know here? Moving up from where you are without any core nanites is not going to come easy. Naylor continued on, and I listened, pretending to learn more. I think we can get you some more base nanites, but they won't have any programming. If we can get out the crater we're in and back to base camp, I think I can program them for you. Only other thing we could perhaps do is get you started with a blood transfusion from one of us. Maybe Jai would be best, as his nanites are going to be able to train your base ones up quickly after the initial boost you had earlier. Exie and my knights had been a step above theirs, it seemed. Different models of tech and denti. I put that down to when we all originally spawned. It also showed me that they had been here as a team for a long time. They had dynamics together, and they fought for it. It had also told me that at one point Naylor had been separated from Den, and she'd had one hell of a time trying to get back to her. I have no idea how that is possible, I said in the end. We know some of it. There are still programs, much like a computer is. They have their own sets of rules and things they can and can't do. No one tried to break their code? She gave me the funniest look, and I laughed. Yeah, all this time out here and no one's tried. I'm sure that's why they never sent any decent coders before. She nodded at me. Nail on the head. And then out of the sky you drop. My eyes locked with hers, and I knew she wanted me to be able to do just that, to break the code of their captors and free them of their imprisonment. What if I can't? I sighed. Then you're just another number to us, and we'll go about our lives making the best we can of it, leveling till we can't do any more and learning all the time. This is just a matter of waiting now. We'll nail them to the wall eventually. It was the eventually that got me, that gave me hope. How many levels are there? I didn't really want to know the answer, but I also did. I needed to hear it. Well, I've been here, like I said, 28 years, and I've said I'm level 54. I looked around the cave system and waited to hear something else. She then ran through the other names and their levels. Den is 62 and Ree 48, and I'm at 20. Nowhere near— No, sorry. Naylor shook her head, and I gulped. Not even out of basic yet. You reach trainee when you pass level 25. Even though no one likes to think it here, we're all still basic. This really is all kinds of fucked up. Yes. And us getting you across that field out there in the morning is going to be hard as sin. We can do it, though, right? She smiled. We've done impossible before. It's nothing new there. Then that's all the encouragement I need. I let out a sigh. I wasn't kidding her or myself, but I'd take it. As long as there was the belief that we'd make it out there tomorrow and to a base where I could start some treatment and training, then I'd take it. I wanted to get out of here, and I would. We would. The small team around the cave snored all in sync, it seemed. I wondered for a brief moment, then asked, Can we turn off? To get some better sleep, of course. Go to your settings, and yes, there's some information that will allow you to enter a good sleep mode. You need to log 6 hours. I never even knew it was possible before. Hiroto, yeah, I was sure. He managed a lot for me. I miss them. All 3 of them. Yes, Exie as well. When I dug, I found this was interesting. I found the right section, then hesitated. What happens if something comes in the cave? That's why we set traps, but we usually rotate watch. Because I'm the youngest, I usually go first. If anything comes for us in the night, it's later on, so having the stronger guys up then is more important. That made sense to me, and I opened up my interface once more to take a look. I clicked the tiny wheel in the corner and found the things I needed. Hiroto had done such a lot of the tiniest things for me. I was having to do it all myself now, and it felt weird. I wanted to sleep, yes, sleep with no dreams. I wondered if that would be a setting I could find. No. There was this, though. Holy fuck, no. Mains. Off on. I scooted on past it and found the sleep timer. Sleep, time-lapse 6 hours. But my thoughts were to that mains button. I hadn't seen that before. Had Hiroto hidden it from me? Why on earth could I turn myself off? I mean, was it like really terminate, fully dead? I hovered over the button, toying with it. There's this other button, I said. Does it really— That was when I felt the slap at the base of my neck. Don't you dare do that! I looked at Naylor and almost choked. What? I forgot that the mains button was there. I saw your eyes glaze over and I had to stop you. Apologies. It's okay. What is it? You're that new? She asked, her brows furrowed. I could only nod. I don't get it. But the first time we were all downloaded, we were told the truth by our guards. There was a choice we all had that first night. We had one way out, a final way. Some pushed it. They never came back. She seemed to be sad about this. Why are you sad? I had to ask. Because once you realize it's there, you never get it back. You never get the option again, and they never tell you this. That seemed a terrible deal. One hit to take your own life and not be stuck in this hell. How? Why on earth was it here in the first place? I don't know. You get that choice tonight, it seems. Her eyes were telling me something else, though. Just click the sleep setting. Pick 0430 hours and rest. We have a lot of ground to cover in the morning. So I can't get 6 hours now? I tried to make her smile again, but she wasn't having it. No. Sleep. I went back to my settings, thought about that mains button, and ignored it. There was no way I was taking my own life. Never. I found the right button to push, and I did so. My body moved back in the blankets, and I was asleep before I knew it. Chapter 33. I sat upright, looking at the brightness of the day. It was as if I'd rested fully. The others were pottering about a bit already. I was sure we'd all have woken at a similar time, but that would depend on when they'd fallen asleep, I guess. Someone would have to wake first, right? I could hear Jai and Ree going over something in the doorway. I helped the girls pack up the bags and then moved to join them at the door. What's up? We're just discussing the plan for getting out of here. That bad? Jai pointed out into the greenery. Yes, it seems there's a concentration of enemies on both sides. We can try to get up the middle, but one of their scouts is going to see us. We have to take one lot out, right? He seemed a little shocked that I knew what to do, so I added, I played a lot of games with my friends. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned something in your sleep earlier. I was talking in my sleep. That thought mortified me. Yeah, you're not the only one. The first few nights, there's a lot going on. We just weren't expecting you, so it's brought back a lot of memories. Jai nodded back to camp and to Naylor, who was comforting Den again. I felt my forehead scrunch together. She was in obvious pain, and my being here was what had set it off. I don't know what I can offer to help you, I said. We know. We'll do the best we can. All any of us can ask for. I would have done so much back at home with access to all my tech and gear, but out here with nothing but the hands and body I'd been given, I was sure I'd crash and break down a lot quicker than some. Or would I? This was a pretty big test for anyone. I wondered if it was some part of the deal to put me in the right place. I tried my best to shrug it all off, and I looked out to the ground spreading before us. Do you guys have a map? Check the files. There's one titled Map Download that should be easy to load. There's never been any access to that one needed before. I quickly brought up their file and clicked it, and it was indeed easy to get into my head. Once there, I could see a tiny blip of where we were and where we needed to go. I smiled. At least if I ever got lost from them, I would have some kind of clue. We ready for this? Den came up behind me, and I felt her hand on my shoulder. Jai grinned. Don't think any of us are ever ready to go out there and face these things with a noob in tow. Naylor reached into her backpack. I don't have another spare, but this should give you something to shoot at them if they get too close. I took hold of the weapon, its stats flashing up. Lightning pistol, level 20, weight 1.1 pounds. Quality, excellent, core energy 99%, shots, depending on strength setting, 1,000 minimum. It was almost identical to the one Nihai had given me, but it was set nice and low. I wondered how low. In all, it was just a much more placid weapon. Why do you have such a low-range weapon? Clever, aren't you? I altered the settings first thing this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had anything for you, Naylor said. We'll take the lead. Den usually takes the brunt of the forces, and Ree follows. Myself and Jai will make sure you're in the middle and safe, okay? I didn't want to be okay with it. I wanted to fight, to do something. But I nodded, and within a second we were out and into the greenery, rushing towards the spot on the map that was highlighted. Energy blasts flashed up ahead and to our right as we moved away from the cave system. We've been spotted, Den shouted. We'd not even got halfway out of the first chunk of trees when Den's right side exploded with a fiery red blast. I stumbled and fell, but Jai grabbed hold of me and held me up. I didn't like this, to be beholden to someone like him. That's when I saw the creature start to come out of the trees and bushes. I'd never seen anything swarm like they did. Den was the first to start lashing out and drawing weapons from her sides, which began forming glowing rings around her. She was something else, and I watched for her technique. She seemed to dance around them with a lot of grace. Ree backed her up with something of a similar selection of moves. I could tell they'd been together for a while because they really managed to bounce off each other. Whirling and dancing and nothing, I mean nothing, got through to me. When one of the creatures tried to get into me, Naylor or Jai were quick to swoop in and slice it to its death. I wanted to kill things. It would be the only way I'd gain levels with them. I could hear things and see what was happening before me, but I couldn't respond quickly enough. This I didn't like. I wanted to be able to help and to do something. The smaller weapon I had seemed to just want to do its own thing. I tried to point it, but I wasn't nearly as quick or good as the others, and no sooner had I lined it up than the thing would be dead by some other hand. However, we were making progress, and the critters were dying fast. I liked how they came together for this and for me. I felt bad, but also hopeful that together we could and would bring this new plan to fruition. I see the Koran, Den shouted back. What's the Koran? I asked, but it fell on deaf ears. The trees parted in front of us, and this large floating device or creature hovered into view. It was silver, large, and had bright red spots dotted around its body. The fact that it seemed to look right at me was eerie. It wants Kyle! Den turned and caught me totally off guard as its red dots lined up on me and fired. Den hitting me square in the chest knocked me out of its fire path, and I fell backward with a squelch, the gun going off in my hands. I screamed out of fright more than anything and saw nothing but fiery death above me as the others started their counter to the massive creature. Stay down, Den said, and was up and off me in a second. I noticed the blood on me, thinking I was hit, but then noticed it wasn't me. She had been injured by the very gun I'd been given to aid them. I wanted to punch something. I'd never felt more a failure than I did now. But even lying here, I could see them work together to take the creature down. It struggled, flopped about some, and then keeled over. Jaya was the one who offered me a hand a moment later to pick myself up. Naylor was with Den, and Ree also helped her stop the bleeding. We need to get to the base a little quicker. That wound will get infected out here fast, Jai said to her. My nights are on it, she nodded. I can pick up the pace, so don't be worrying about me. Can you keep him out of trouble? The harshest words, but they were true. I'd put her at risk, and she was injured because of me. Her blood soaked the clothes that they'd given me. I don't know. Just keep behind us, keep moving, and if something turns to look at you, don't look at it. Just put your head down and run with us, okay? I nodded. The blood was seeping through the bandages they'd secured about her. If you die, you'll just respawn back at whatever base they wanted, right? Den shook her head. No, we've been out of touch from a base for a while. What does that mean? It means that we don't get to reload here. We get split up and end up back at one of their main bases, probably a ship in orbit. I don't like dying. I almost laughed. It was a stress response. I don't want to die either, I said. But I probably will. Well, we'll get you to the base first with some luck. I don't honestly know where you'd come back now if you're technically not supposed to be here. I had no idea. That thought scared me. This was indeed the best opportunity I'd had so far. I would level quicker than anything around these guys. Not that I hadn't already been leveling faster than anyone, but I needed to stay here. Everything I'd kind of learned and not learned was stupid info and things they lied about anyway. It didn't make any sense. Where to, Den? Jai asked. We need to head back towards the cliff, then to the left side of Reich's Valley. Even though I could see the dots and the mass to where the other critters were, it also seemed to be a lot bigger than the ones we just killed off. I don't think that's a good idea. We don't have much of a choice, and we better run for it if we stand any chance at all. I swallowed, sucked in a breath, and waited for them to make the first move. It was Den who pushed herself up, slid her weapons into her hands, and then powered on. I had to admire her. I'd no idea at all how close to death she could be, or if she died, what it meant to be respawned here without the others and essentially on her own. I think that was her biggest fear, not just death itself, and I glanced to Naylor, suddenly thinking and realizing what was going on with them as a couple. Maybe they'd really never lost a fight like this before. I would be the reason they would, if they did. The pinpoint on the map was drawing closer, and the smaller critters started to come out of the woodwork so that we were drawn in. Den was still quick off the mark and taking out more than Ree. I was shocked still at her prowess, but she missed one, and as I spun around in that split second to see if I could get it, I expected one of the others to, but no. They were all occupied. I really wanted to kill this thing myself, so I upped the weapon strength to full. Then I aimed and pulled the trigger. The kickback off the blast whipped my hand back in a sharp movement that would probably break most people's wrists, but although it hurt, it didn't break. The critter took the hit, popping in a glorious blood splat. I yelped with excitement. That didn't last long, though, because there was another, and this time I wasn't quick enough. It came straight at me, its sharp, pincher-looking knives slicing and dicing. Where did it get those from? All of a sudden, it wasn't so much a critter, but a machine. I tried to hit out at it, but the knives sliced through my skin. I cried out as it continued to reach bone. Quickly thinking, I reached for something, anything, to try and knock it out of my reach. I picked up a rock and hit the pinchers away from me. It scrabbled and I fell backward. Jai managed to cut it clean in half. His strength showed as he managed to cut through metal in one blow from his massive sword. Wow. I really wanted to make it up to his level and beyond. It actually got me a little excited about what was possible still, what my life could mean here. I still wanted that mech, and getting back to it and Tulsa was something I wanted to do. My issue now was that for the first time, I actually wasn't sure I wanted to go home. As the next critter ran for me, I hit it square between the eyes. It popped into 1,000 metal pieces. The excitement now coursing through my veins was enough for me to whoop out when I got the next one, and then another. Jai was by my side in a second, and he started to make sure he countered any I missed. The 5 of us were striking out with impressive skill, even if I was a crap shot. I managed to miss a few and then hit some more. I just needed to make sure I didn't hit any of my teammates who were bouncing around. Notifications were going off in my view, but I ignored them to keep shooting. This was interesting and showed my weakness. I didn't have a lot of stamina, and I was soon tired, but Jai kept solid words coming my way, and I felt part of something. Even after my earlier thoughts on not wanting to go home, suddenly I missed my 2 best friends, and instead of letting that get to me, I actually focused it to make sure that I would get back to them. I promised myself. I promised them. I wasn't going to be a number added to this war for 70+ years. I would get home. I smiled at Naylor as she pushed forward and made Den take the back seat with me and Jai. Den looked awful now. When she stumbled, I was the one who had to reach out for her because Jai was busy taking up some of the extra slack. That was when I saw the other creature floating in the trees ahead. This time it didn't have red dots, but blue ones. Once again, I didn't know what was coming for me, but I knew I had to be the one to draw it out. "Let it aim at me," I shouted to Naylor. Ree wasn't arguing with that one, and as they parted to allow it to see me and Den, I stood, waited, and then leaped for cover. My timing was perfect, as the shots it sent cut through the air above my head. I moved quickly and saw that Den had just managed to get out of the way too, and I dodged underneath the creature. Pushing myself up, I managed to get in a shot under its belly. There was a small hole that I could hit, and I tried for it with all hope I would at least do it enough damage so that the others had a chance. I was surprised when it glowed red and pulsed. "Get out from there!" Ree screamed. I tried my best to move quicker, but I was partly frozen. I tried harder and then just barely managed it. I cried out in pain as an explosion of bitter cold and burning heat washed over me. It burned. I felt and smelt my hair and clothes fry. I didn't, however, die, and there were whoops from the others as the air around me cleared. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I just flopped. Chapter 34. Jai held his hand out for me, and I took it to stumble up to stand, still wobbly. Naylor scrabbled for something in her bag and held out a bottle. I could only presume it was water, but when I opened it, it wasn't. "It will help the fatigue." "Health potion?" "Health Restoration and Rejuvenation Potion Nanites, times 50,000, plus 64% boost for 4 hours, plus 5% boost to XP gained." Wow, it had a nice bonus, but it wasn't stronger than Keto's back in Hope City. "Yes, this one's imbued with mana, but sure. Any term you want to use is fine." I pulled the top and put it to my lips. It tasted sweet but salty at the same time. I could only swallow and hope it really would do something for me. The outer edges of my vision pulsed, and energy pulsed through me. Naylor grinned. "I'm actually surprised it would take effect. That's really good. It means that you do have some base nanites, not just what you should have to be in the field." I guessed as much, because of the way the filing system worked, and I could see some things already. "What's in this?" "If I told you that, I think I'd have to kill you myself." Jai laughed and tugged the bottle from me, taking a good gulp himself. From my POV, I could see the effect on him. His eyes glazed and his face flushed. He then passed it to the others. "We need to keep going. Now that they're out of the way, it should be easier, but she's weak." I knew he meant Den. I turned to look at her and noticed how her shoulders slumped. Her breathing was labored. "Is it far? Maybe a couple of us should run ahead and get some supplies for her?" Jai nodded to Ree. Take him. He can run, if nothing else. I knew what he was going to say. I'd make good bait for anything that went for Ree. I was expendable no matter what. I won't deny it. Fucking stung, but he was also right. I'd caused this. I could die to help fix it. Ree motioned for me to follow him, and we set off at a sprint. How far? I panted out. Just a couple of minutes. Keep the pace, and we'll be back to them within 30. With more basic aid, she'll have more of a chance. Thanks. I wasn't sure he should be thanking me just yet. We hadn't even got to their base. Ree was quick, and I tried my best to match him, but I was flagging again already. I forced myself through the pain barrier trying to consume me, and when we got to the building, I took a deep breath. This was huge. The metal structure to the towers reached high into the sky with crystal clarity. You go in. I'll make sure nothing follows, he said. I don't know what I'm looking for. A tiny pop-up appeared with an arrow on it. Follow that, and we'll take you to the main lab. Locate a trauma bag for you to bring back. That's all we need. Nothing else, okay? Don't get distracted. I nodded, and once he opened the door for me, I ran in. The corridors were gray, boring, but the arrow was steady ahead, easy to weave to, and I made great time. As I turned the corner into the room the arrow indicated, something was waiting. I raised the gun and fired. It was too quick. It lunged for me, and I ran for it. Dodging to and fro, I managed to get it away from the room. I didn't know where the hell I was going to run, but I was just managing to keep ahead of it. The classic in one door, out another would have to work, but I didn't know the base or anything about it. Then I saw something else flag up, a different arrow as I was running, in one room and out another. Did my internal know what I was trying to do? I followed the arrow, running through the room, quickly slamming the door at my end, and then rushing around to crash into the door it had just come through as it followed me in. I gasped out loudly as the trick had worked. That thing had some horrible gnashing fangs, and God only knows what was dripping from its mouth. I made a rush back to the first arrow and quickly located the bag I needed, returning at breakneck speed to Ree. Ree took one look at me. Stay here. You're too weak to make it back, but we'll return. Please don't touch anything and stay safe. There will be creatures roaming around in here. He sped off without even a look back. I was alone. This alien world around me and its noises were weird. I wanted to run back with him, but he was right. I was panting like a little bitch, my heart about to burst free. Some kind of heart attack was coming my way for sure. Congratulations, you reached level 23. You have 10 points to assign. I wanted to be safe before I looked at anything. I moved to go back into the building, but his words resonated inside my mind as I wandered a little slower through the corridors. What was in the rooms did get my attention, but I had to honor my word, right? I made my way back to where I'd got the med bag. Maybe I'd be able to figure out what she'd need when they got her here. The room actually had quite a decent amount of tech. I'd never studied med equipment at school just as much as I'd never paid attention to our history. I sighed. Why had I been such an idiot? I moved to the computer system and placed my hands over the keys. Before I knew it, I was typing. The base itself had simple security, not hard to break into, and I studied the schematics for a while, seeing the room where the critter was that I'd trapped. I was sure I could hear it banging on the door from here. Would it get out? I hoped not. The code within the system piqued my interest. Still pretty simple. This now started to grate on my nerves. Why was everything so basic? There was a little ping at the corner of my screen. Trick's party chat. Ree, we're almost to the door, coming in hot. Get the med table up and running. Jai, follow my instructions. You can do this, okay? I stood and made my way over to the operating table. It seemed simple enough. I tried to lie to myself. But then I wasn't one for believing anything that came out of my mouth. Kyle. Okay, go for it. Jai. Left side, there's a control panel. You want to enter the codes 44785 ARCX. I complied, and the table lit up. A shield extended outwards and then fluxed in. I could then see it pulse in and out. Jai. What color is it? Kyle. Red. Jai. We need it green. Type in the commands 4271 followed by Jai Tricks. Wait, Was Trix Jai's last name? It felt familiar somehow, but I couldn't pinpoint why. There was something that I wanted to say, but as it juddered before me, the light turned green, and I felt relieved. I could hear something coming my way, and I hoped to high hell it wasn't that thing out there. Kyle. Guys, there was a critter in here, just an FYI. Ree. What? Kyle. Some gray, spitting critter. I trapped it in a room. Just be careful. Ree. We're almost to you. I heard their voices as there was an explosion. That damned critter, I knew it. I ran for the door and towards where the two of them were going to meet. I had to do something else to protect those who had protected me, but what? This gun was nothing. I saw that same thing I did on the way in, the weapon on the table. I ran in and grabbed it. It looked much like any other kind of gun I'd seen, just a bit different, still had a pointy end and a scope. Lightning laser, unlocked. Weight, 3.8 pounds. Core energy, 12%. Shots, 1 hit. I rushed away and met them in the next area trying to take it out. The creature was battling them with its vomit spit attack, and they had no way of getting to the lab with it blocking them. I took aim with the weapon, waited as I heard something click, and the dial on the side went from green to yellow, then turned red. Oh, shit. I really didn't know what this was, but as the pulse of light shot forwards, the critter exploded before me. But I screamed out in agony as the laser overheated and then exploded, taking my hand off with it. My health plummeted. Ree was beside me in a minute. "Fucking newbies," he said, and quickly wrapped the end of my arm in gauze. "Get Den to the table. I'll deal with this." I watched as they ran off, and Ree then pushed me back to the medbay. Den was on the table, and they were looking after her. I felt a needle or something in my arm, and then I relaxed. I wasn't unconscious, right? I wasn't dead. That was a good thing. There I saw my stumpy arm, and it was good to see the mechanical circuitry in here. The wires running with the veins were plastic, and I could see lights as they pulsed in and out. I hadn't quite believed I was Denty still. I don't know why. Now at least it felt better. I felt better. I still needed to know why Hero Toe wasn't here, or if it wasn't a respawn, where Zarab was. "Basic nanites incoming now. I have to give you a transfusion along with the jab. This might feel totally weird." I watched as Ree pulled open the side of his own arm, just like you would a robot. There was blood, of course. He couldn't help breaking some capillaries and stuff, but it stopped bleeding in a few seconds. Then when he had the arm open, he gently tugged at one of his veins. If I wasn't squeamish before, I sure was now. "Hold still. You might not feel it, but you won't want to see it." I might not want to see it, but I won't look away. That was when he pierced my arm with his fingernail alone. There was no pain, none. But when he opened my arm and exposed more of the inner parts of my body, he tugged a vein out, and I watched as his vein and mine fused together. They wrapped around each other, not with mechanical connections or any aids, and I could see his blood passing through into me. I turned away then, as I did feel sick. "It will pass," he said. "Hold on." "I'll try," I gagged. "Hold on to them. Don't let yourself fight them." Deep inside me, a fire raged, and then things started to settle. "There we go," Ree said. "These should really help kick you off. You've got some good programming in there already. I can see it, just like Den did. You just needed to be given base level so you can start to progress in here and learn more about you and the body you have." "What is it I have?" "I'm not going to take all the fun out of it," he said with a grin. "You need to discover that for yourself." "Am I actually any good to you guys, bar just being smart?" Reese smiled from ear to ear. "It will take us some time, but yeah, I really think you'll fit in well. You've got some really heavy alignment starting out already." That gave me a boost of confidence. I looked back to the table where Den was. "Will she be okay?" "Yes, she will be with a little more time. That means we get to level you to basics and beyond. Her recovery will have to align with your time here now." "It's not instant." "Not that instant, no. If you were respawned, sure, but for us to heal major wounds in the field, it takes time. Not as much as a true injury. I think the scale is about 4-to-1. I looked to where my hand had been ripped off. "What about this, then?" "Yeah, that's going to affect you for a while. Most we can do is get you an over-prosthetic from one of the lower labs, but... I didn't like the sound of that. There was always going to be a but in here, I guessed. But it's like a hidden monster trap. Ah. Jai came over. We're going to be here a while, so it's something I'll consider while he's learning. Consider? That shocked me. I mean, what good was I without a hand? I couldn't program shit. Jai nodded away from us, and redisconnected his vein and put mine back. Then he got up to move away so they could talk. I couldn't hear anything this time and managed to just stare at what was going on around me. Could I really see the nanites starting to work to regrow my hand? I wasn't sure, but to me it looked horrid, but growing. I decided to check out my stats now and see what I'd earned, if anything else, on the way over here. Name, Kyle Rands, species, human denti, year of death 2629, class, fighter sorcerer. Age, ? Level 23, respawns 2, health 52%, memories 94%, mana 24. Kenosi activated. Nanites times 58,191. Body type unknown, structural integrity, tungsten and alumi, internal AI chip, X-class. Skin strength 20, blood capacity 24, healing speed 29. Strength 18, dexterity 16, constitution 56, intelligence 34, wisdom 18, charisma 6, luck 6, quick points 0. Skills: foot soldier, rank 17, battle mage, rank 17, merc, rank 10, sniper, rank 15, gunsmith, rank 12, nanite engineer, rank 17, mech pilot, rank 15, human-machine interface, rank 19, shadow awareness, rank 12, shuttle operator, rank 12, deception, rank 12, swordplay, rank 12, Vrolsh coding learned, mech merge, rank 10, animal handling, rank 2, night sight, rank 1. Special traits awarded times 4. Any extras here do not show on your stat sheet totals. Healer, internal AI chip X-class, crystalline and silver metal chip with integrated healer nanites led by Xe Aria. Intelligence, internal prototype AI chip, inserted on 17th birthday with consciousness of Hero Toe. Knowledge, direct from Zarab, if he freely gives it, extra skills and training available. Shade Brain, 1 in a million. You manage to not only keep your memories, but you can also hide them. Your character sheet is elusive to even the strongest of will. Upgraded. No one can penetrate your shade now. Spell, active, minor healing, requires battle mage rank of 2 and times 1 mana per second. Spell, active, medium healing, requires battle mage rank of 7 and times 10 mana per second. Spell, active, intensive healing, requires battle mage rank of 14 and times 100 mana per second. Spell, active, lightning fury, cost 10 mana per second, damage increased by 30. Thank goodness. My skills and stats were back. Xe? I asked carefully, hoping. I waited. Nothing. I rolled my eyes. I wondered how quickly I could get past the next few levels with them now that everything was going to be working for me. I slapped my head again. I felt sick, like really sick, and not from the hand injury. Damn, there was something in here that was wrong. Bad. I was really sick. Maybe... Space sickness. System requires rebooting. Rebooting not available. Healing not available for space sickness. What? So I had been right. I was sick, and improving my constitution hadn't helped. Crap. That's probably why the first critters that cut to the bone hadn't actually taken my arm off then. So, much more to study and learn. I was sure I could sit here for hours poring over the numbers if I put stat points into this or that. What would then happen to my performance overall? I felt like I was okay, but that was because I was not used to anything else. That mana potion had done a lot for me. I wondered if I could get some more and witness what it did to the numbers. Jai moved a step before me. You've a lot to take in, yeah? Even at the level you are, right? I could only nod up at him, not able to assign anything, just wanting to leave it till I felt I could put them where it mattered. Jai then sat before me, wrapping my arm back up in clean bandages. Where'd you learn to do that? I asked him. When you've been around a few newbies with weapons they don't know how to use, you see a lot of injuries, and some more often than not are just like this. Oh, did you help them train up? Some I did, yes. In fact, Naylor was one of my first students. She's pretty cool, I said. She's cool, and she's calculated. A pretty perfect match with Den. I miss my real friends. I saw his face drop. Don't get too attached. We have no idea why you're here. I like to think maybe you'll stick around, but we may just be a stopgap. You're here for something more than just to help us. As I looked to each of them, I could see they thought that too. Perhaps everyone in this world would go through those stages of resignation at some point. Perhaps the easiest way to get through it and thinking right was the fact you wanted to get home, even when you learned the truth you actually couldn't. I watched them as they looked on at me. They might have given up, but could I? Could I submit to staying here forever, or until for some reason my death would be permanent? I sucked in a breath and watched them interacting for a while, and resigned myself to never broach the subject with them ever again. It would still be my personal mission, my end goal, because it could never be anything else. I couldn't give up on my friends. My two besties would be going about their lives, and I worried for them and to what end they'd come to. The voices weren't pleasant in my head. So many what-ifs, so many sad faces and people. Or were they? Ugh, this sucked. Ree came back over to me. Thank you for everything you did here. I shrugged. I would have done it for anyone despite being in this setting. You've been nothing but a team player, Jai said. I could see the apprehension spread across his forehead as his laugh lines wrinkled. I'm sorry we doubted you. He held a hand out for me, and I took it to shake, rather awkwardly. It's no big deal, I said. I pushed myself up straight and met his gaze along with Jai and Naylor's. I replied with complete determination. I'll do whatever it takes. Good. Then we have some work to do. Sounds good. Just keep talking me through what you can. Don't worry, we will. Our world's more structured around gaming now for many reasons, mostly because out here that conditioning helps you in the field. With this kind of tech, you need to fully understand how it all works. That made perfect sense to me. We were all being conditioned to work better out here, to do better. It was a sad affair, though. What do I need to do? He slapped the side of my arm. Gotta get you more confident, used to your body, and able to trust it will take pain. I don't know if I like the sound of that. I let out a sigh. He grinned. Only never trained someone with your skill set before. This could get interesting. First off, we need to get you fed up some. You need a lot more energy here in the cold. Your health's suffering. Fed? I don't see a lot around here that's going to provide me with decent enough food. That's because we have to go hunt it, and that will take some time, but it seems we're here for a while. Might as well make the most of it. I looked to Den. Yeah, she was in a bad way. I was glad that she would be okay, though. Then we start tomorrow? That's what I like to hear. Rest up, yes. We'll get something organized and out patrolling in the morning. When he moved away, I leaned back and moved to study my character sheet some more. Eventually, I pushed the screen away. I'd let tomorrow come and see what else I could learn. It would be my first outing with stats that could actually start to level fast, and I was excited. I closed my eyes, listening to the steady beat of Den's heart through the monitors across from me. Sometime later, I felt a blanket or something wrap around me, and not stirring much, I pulled it tight. I'd slept okay, of course, with the meds and the new nanites doing things. I was physically and mentally wiped out. I would awake later when Naylor covered me up, and then I'd watched as she returned to the woman she loved. I had watched her for a while, wondering if my parents would be as attentive if it were me, and wishing I'd just taken Lindsay out and never let that stupid guy in the suit hit on her. It should have been me. Curling up once more, I remembered to hit my sleep timer. I missed Hiroto. I'd never had to do this before. Chapter 35. We need to go into the basement and get him some basic equipment and another hand, if he's really going to take aggro for us. I heard Naylor speaking to someone. As I woke, I could see it was both she and Ree. I don't think I should leave either of them. I pushed myself up. feeling that my missing hand was at least growing back. There was a round, stumpy thing now instead of a bloody mess, though it still hurt quite a bit. It wasn't as bad as it had been. I held it up and admired it. Then so did the others. "Okay, maybe not a new hand, just the basic equipment," Naylor said. "No, if I need something, I want to go get it," I said, not even really knowing what or where I'd be going. Reed jumped at my words, but he nodded. "I would agree with you, but it's been a while since any of us have been down there. Do you know where I need to go?" "Yeah." Naylor brought up a holographic map of the base, and I smiled. The tech was so good. I pushed up, moved the blanket, and went to stand before the map, doing my best to absorb everything it was. "What am I looking at?" "We believe this was one of their outposts. Seems some of ours were here for a while, and then it fell to the critters. Over the years, we've been asked to call for odd bits of equipment, sometimes things much lower ranks than we were, but now and then we were asked to head to specific rooms." Reed pointed on the map several layers down. "This is where some of the basic training stores were. I know there was a lot of equipment there at one point. Not so sure now." "What's down there?" "There were a lot of creatures, and some larger ones back then," Naylor said. "I have no idea now." "Doesn't the AI let you know? Or at least give you some idea of the levels needed to be in there?" I asked. I was presuming it was like a regular dungeon, where you could only go in if you were high enough. "Yeah, my internal is saying you need to be at least a level 30 or with someone much higher than you are," Naylor said. I sighed. "I'm neither." "No," she said, "but I am." "Would you come in with me?" She smiled. "Been a while since I've been in a dungeon. Yes, of course I would." "I'm not much use like this, with this growing back." I nodded to my stumpy arm. She tugged on her belt, and I saw the gun glint in the sun. "No, but you can still shoot. Your aim might not be that good, but if you keep trying, you'll get better. I'll get us in, and I'll deal with most of what comes our way." "Essentially, I'll be leveling off you then." "Almost cheating, I guess, but yeah, you will be." "It's not cheating if it's helping us," I said. "Come on, let's get down there and see if we can find you some gear to match your skills." That was music to my ears. This place was huge. There was bound to be something down there. Leaving the med bay and following Naylor made me wonder what trouble I faced. She was a dead straight, poker-faced woman when it came to actually having to do a task. I liked to see how focused she was and felt much safer with her here. In the corridors, things seemed to fade a lot. Dark wasn't quite the word I'd have used for it, but grimy, and maybe something else. I breathed in, and the smell was just as rank as the way I started to feel. "Naylor," I said, "I don't like the feel of this place." "You won't," she looked at me. "That's the point. You're not supposed to like it. This is a dangerous place for you, and your whole body is telling you to go back because you should." I looked back to where we'd come. "No, I'm not listening." I stepped forward and moved with her as she pushed on. I could almost hear something ahead, and she paused. "Hear that?" I nodded. She motioned to the other side of the wall, and I took up a defensive position, my weapon pointed forwards. I'd known how to be patient and to wait and fire when I was told to hang back, but I was so unsure here with these new team members. Well, I was the new member, not them, but it felt so weird. Naylor moved around the corner, and while I could see her back, I couldn't see what she was facing off against. All I could see was her firepower and her mana shield. This was so badass. I actually knew I was grinning like a kid. She was intense, and the shots and explosions before us both were bouncing off the walls. Then something ran at me. It glowed in the dark like a round, floating blob. I aimed the gun and was so careful to wait until it was out of Naylor's line before I pulled the trigger. Of course I was going to lose and not hit it, which I didn't. I missed spectacularly, hitting the wall. The creature thing just continued towards me, so I lined up another shot. Missed again. "Duck!" I heard Naylor shout, and as I did, I felt the sting of something shooting past me. A fiery blast, weapon, I'd no clue. I looked up. I seemed to be great at getting myself flat on the floor in the middle of a battle, but this time, when I fired the gun at the critter from below, I hit. The tinge to the creature melded into another color, and I laughed as it popped and exploded on me. Yeah, that was great. I was covered in green goo. At least it didn't burn or do anything to me. It was just warm and sticky. Ugh. I coughed. Come on, she said. That stuff will wash off, but it will also alert the others to a death and to where you are. Like when you kill a bee? Yeah, they have hive mentality. That sucks. It will when they all decide they want to come for us. Where are we heading? 2 more floors down there was a basics lab. I think it was experimental at some point, but we might still find some gear. Okay. I followed her into a stairwell. A stairwell? Why? Lifts? No, not down here. They could mean life and death. That would be a hard thing. At the top of the stairs, she made sure there was enough light to see. Then she led the way, step after step. There were sounds above and below us, but she didn't falter. As soon as something stepped out of the shadows, she'd nail it. I loved watching her react. She was so fast. I wanted those skills, and I wondered if I could learn to shoot like she did, to be able to do both tank and damage. I guess I could, but if they needed me to do it while they dealt out, I wouldn't stand in their way. I would try my best to learn from her, because if I was going to step out on my own, I'd need a little of both skill sets. There were so many emotions going on inside my mind. I was torn in a million places, and I didn't know what to do for the best. I hoped I would settle on something. When Naylor turned to look up at me, I noticed the excitement in her eyes and her smile. She was totally adorable. What is it? I asked. Thank you, she said. I think we were kind of at a stalemate in the group, but you've seemed to bring a lot of life back into us. Really? Yeah, that's a good thing. We may have high hopes on you, but we won't push you if you don't think you're capable of it. I nodded. Then, thank you as well. She patted the door in front of her. This will take us 2 corridors away from the section. I think it's clear, but I'm not 100% sure. If it's not, we'll handle whatever it throws at us. Yes, we will, I grinned, then nodded. Open it. She did so, and the air rushing out was warm and damp. There access to some rivers or springs down here? I asked. She shrugged and moved inside the doorway. The light illuminating our path was now worse, but to my surprise, with a flick of her hand and a spark of mana, she brightened it up some, and we walked together down towards our goal. That was when the creature at the end of the corridor screeched and lunged towards her. I raised the gun and also let out a battle cry. She laughed at me and said, "Just keep shooting. It's not going to take a lot to get this one." I wondered how I could kill such a big critter at all, and why it was so much easier than killing other creatures. Naylor kept on laughing and stepping towards it, and when she stopped, it seemed to just get more and more annoyed at her. She turned and said to me, "Your turn." "Oh, not sure what you mean?" "It feeds off negativity. The more you think you can beat it by laughing, the easier and easier it will be to actually kill it." Oh, that was interesting. I took a step towards it, watching its reaction. It tried to step towards me. It had nasty, chomping mouths and teeth. It kind of looked scary. When I was looking into its mouth, it seemed to be growling at me. Naylor said from behind me, "Start laughing, or that fear you do have in there will start growing, and it will grow with it." I forced myself to think of the funniest and most stupid prank we had done back in school or even in college. It got a few chuckles out of me, and the critter started to shrink once more. Reminded me of an old film we watched as kids that had scared the crap out of me, and I wanted to run then, too. When I got closer, it started to lay into me, not with its mouths or anything, but with magical attacks. "It's weak," Naylor said. "Don't worry about it hitting you. Even as a noob, you can take this now. The more you do take, though, the better it is for you, and the quicker you'll start to learn and pick things up." I liked this, so I let the assault keep on happening. It tickled, and I laughed out some more. I wanted to laugh with it till it died, but its color started to change, and Naylor began to hit it with her magic. I knew this was small in scale, but she didn't want to kill it without letting me get some experience. That was good. I knew I'd level with her, and hopefully, in killing it off, we'd both get some loot. Well, me more than her, but that was the joy of being with someone lower than you. You were helping them for better reasons so you could fight together and be a better team. The camaraderie was amazing in here. I loved it, and I'd not been here for more than a few days. She started to up her energy levels, and when she laid into the creature, a small bar appeared above its head that began to drop. This was fun. The bar glowed green at first, then started to diminish, turning orange. Watch out when it turns red. They can try a last-ditch effect or spell to try and win. As the bar turned from orange to red, it spat out a terrible-smelling liquid. I dodged out of the way quickly, and it missed me. Instead, it splattered against the wall. Naylor hit it hard, and its bar hit rock bottom. Then it keeled over and died. When it did die, there was a small shockwave of hot air, and a box appeared. When the body vanished, the box dropped to the floor. Loot? I asked her. She grinned. Yeah, though we're never sure what they will drop. So you go grab it. Whatever it is, you can keep it. I've got more than enough gear. I pulled out a silver-looking stick. Naylor whistled behind me. That's a Dukar shield. It's not quite the basic model most start out with, but it will also grow with you. I giggled as it vibrated the harder I gripped it. Dukar shield, not permanent armor, plus 15, strength plus 3. When wielding the shield, you can withstand most attacks. The more energy you feed it, the stronger it will become to a max of plus 35 armor and plus 10 to strength. Then I noticed something else. It looked like a cloth. I picked it up, and she laughed. I mean, really laughed. It was nice to see, considering how much pain I'd witnessed on her face as she watched Den through the night. I was so stupid. You should put that on. She laughed some more. I held up the loincloth and cocked my head at her. You're kidding, right? Her laugh turned into a real belly chuckle. Maybe the game's designers wanted to see all the guys in stupid armored costumes. I looked around, hoping this was some kind of joke, but she just laughed harder. I turned away from her and let my trousers drop. Pulling on the rather unfetching underwear with one hand was so difficult I wasn't sure I'd manage at all. My stump had tiny fingers now, though even if I couldn't feel or use them just yet, I hadn't thought about how the cloth might actually react with my body. As untrained as I was, I flinched when it actually cupped my balls and seemed to then slide around and cover every inch of me. I gasped as the whole thing started to cover and then spread out, down and upwards. I then realized what it really was. A smart suit. Although it looked very limiting, I think I'd still have to wear the clothes. I reached down and, slipping my feet back into the trouser legs, tugged them on. Nanite Smart Cloth Skin Boost plus 8. All-round Shield Booster plus 8. Thanks for the forceful hand, I smiled at her. No problem. Naylor smiled back at me. How does it feel? Look. It feels very strange. Like there's something touching me. Feels nice, but yeah, strange. I looked around the corridor at the whole place. Do we need to carry on? I glanced at the minimap flashing in my view. I could still see an arrow and a tiny star. Yes. You may have a shield and a suit, but you've no bound weapon, just the gun I gave you before. I presume you want to be able to either shoot something or learn melee? I thought about it for a brief moment. Yeah, I've mostly played as a tank before, the odd healer. The guns look amazing here, but I chose my specialties already. Oh, do tell. Guy's been taking bets on what? Naylor's grin widened. Besides, I want to know if I was anywhere near correct, especially with you being on Tulsa. Battle mage, I said, and nanite engineer, but I do have a pretty decent rank for a merc sniper. Wow, really? Not one of us picked that up. Good. That means no one has any clues to my main goals. Thank you for that. Her frown creased her pretty face, and that made me feel sad, but I was already starting to trust them more than I wanted. Her frown faded. No, thank you for telling me. Shall we keep going? It's not far to the next flag, even if it does look like it. There's a lift ahead, and it will take us almost to it. I shivered. Ugh, lifts. They were just so overdone. At least I'd be ready, right? She started to move away, and I followed. I felt a lot better now I had these items, amazed once more that so little would make me feel so good. I wondered what it felt like to be her level and even higher. It was better than any drug, for sure. I wanted more and more of it. I could see why they might want to stay when they started out leveling the playing field like this. Show the newbies what they can get, and things would soon change in basic training. No matter how desperate you felt, this would top it. I instantly worried about the human race, though. In general, this was a bad thing to want to do. To be an AI, maybe forever. Naylor stopped up ahead of me. I had noticed my dawdling. I reached her side and she tapped the wall ahead of us. There was a flash of a panel and a lift door slid open, revealing a tiny silver room. "Hop on board," she said. I stepped inside with her as the lift moved off, and she started to pull out her weapons. Her stance changed. "Be ready," she said. "When the door opens, they will hit us hard. They won't want us to get out of this box." "Who is they?" But no sooner had I asked when the lift pinged and the door started to open. "Think activate," she said. "Then stay close to me so it will cover us both. Got it?" I had no clue as to what else to do. The shield was all I had. Even if I had more, I didn't have a hand to use anything else. I just held on to it and focused. There was a blue glow around us, and I noticed my health bar pulsing with that blue tint too. It gave me a grin. I knew it would have made Craig and Paul grin too. "I miss them." Naylor spoke clearly. "Ready?" The door was almost fully open, and with one final push she rushed forwards, and I followed as close to her as I could physically get. I didn't want to impede her movement. This time her aim was so true it was unreal. She didn't hesitate, both guns blasting at the creatures that were waiting. I not only managed to get close to her, but I found that when she moved it was simple for me to move with her. Like I started to anticipate where and what she was going to do as she was doing it. A few moments later, when she finally stopped shooting, she looked at me, and sweat dripped down her face, her breath in quick-fire gasps. "Tired?" she asked. I knew what we'd been doing had meant we were bouncing about the room like lunatics. "No, not really." "No loot?" I asked her. "Not this time. You will be gaining levels, though." I hadn't had any notifications or anything. "Check your stats. I don't understand." I certainly didn't either, if she had no clue. I tried to access the stats and found I couldn't. "Huh? I don't seem to be able to?" She moved to my side and said, "Same. Let's be nice and careful down here. There shouldn't be any blockers, but it seems there are. I'll have to try and turn them off." "Blockers?" "Yes, they stop some of the system controls and prompts." "Kyle! Thank fuck!" The voice hit me hard. "Hiroto?" I nearly fell over. "What? What the hell? Where have you been? What's going on?" "Give me a moment. Just catching up," Hiroto replied. I wasn't going to argue with Naylor at all about being careful. I mean, I might have a few new bits of equipment, but I wasn't anywhere near a strength I was confident in. I should be winded after what we just did. And she was scaring me a little. Anything here now would be way too big for me to kill. "What are we facing down here?" I asked, but she held up her hand and shushed me. I couldn't help but literally bite my tongue. I tasted blood. It wasn't pleasant, but I knew it was needed. I felt my body stiffen as I noticed something up ahead. There were pods. Looked like old-school kind of hospital equipment, and yeah, that's were the only way I could describe them. They were long and silver, and it looked like there were... Oh, God. Naylor moved ahead of me and peered inside one of them. She looked at me. "There's nothing in them, but..." She moved to the next one. "It does look like someone's been here at some point, using them for experiments of some kind." "Why aren't the interfaces working here?" I asked, and on the inside I shouted, "Zarab? I am here too, and we're working on a fix. It's something on the planet that within certain areas blocks us, but seems to be letting us through in here. Give us some time. We're recalibrating all your internal settings." Thank God, I thought. If I could hug you guys, I would. I was so ecstatic they were still here, that Zarab wasn't dead. "What happened, guys?" "We're not sure, but this planet has some extra things going for it. We just need to retune your internal to see past it." I could understand what Naylor was looking at, the pod, so I asked her, "Is this a spawn section?" "It didn't used to be," she said. "The last time I was down here, it looked a lot different." I moved to the pod, and I could see that it was much different from the ones I'd seen back on Tulsa. I looked inside. It seemed pretty harmless, like you might have a nice sleep in there. I wondered briefly what it would have been like to wake up in the right side of this world, the training facilities, to go through all the usual introductory things. That would have helped me. I shrugged it off. I couldn't worry about it now, not really. I was here. I had to stay alive now because I'd no respawn point, and because I actually liked these people. But as Naylor moved about the room and I watched her, she shrugged. Seems everything else has been moved or just poofed. I can't see any other newbie equipment drops. Sorry, Kyle. I didn't like the feeling that this room was giving me. I glanced back to the way we'd come and nodded. I think we should get the hell out of here. She looked back to the lift, then to me. Yeah, I don't like it. No sooner had she started to move off, though, when there was a ping. The lift had closed off, and I watched as a number started to count down. Expecting any of the others to join us? She shook her head and raised her weapon. No, there's not anyone else supposed to be coming. These are small missions. This was supposed to be easy. I had a funny feeling that this wasn't going to be easy anymore. Naylor's finger steadied on her trigger, pulled the gun back up, ready for whatever it was that was going to come through that door. The numbers clicked down, and I felt anxiety rising with every click. Then it stopped. Kyle, be careful. This is way above your level. Tell me something I don't know. Naylor didn't hesitate as the doors opened. She struck hard. There was a terrific scream as the creature within took the blow and then lunged. Chapter 36. I wasn't quick enough to even see it leave the lift. It was just a blur, black and wispy. There was nothing I could have done to stop it either. As it swung at Naylor, knocking her back into a bulkhead, her scream was something I didn't think I'd ever forget. Then it launched at me, and I too was slammed with such velocity into the wall behind me that I thought several of my ribs had cracked. I dropped my gun. It skittered away from me with tremendous speed. I pushed against it, but it pinned me with strong arms. My green health bar was on a fast decline, at 60% as the creature seemed to be absorbing everything that I was. In the wispy darkness came a stink that made me want to throw up. I couldn't move, and the rising bile stuck in my throat as the weight on my chest pressed down. Breathing became much harder. The more I struggled to breathe, the more weight bore down on me. Health way under the 50% mark. I wasn't going to let this fucking thing win. I looked into the creature's wispy face, misted in the dankest colorings it could be, and in there I actually saw something. It could have been a person, or maybe just the remnants of one. Trust me, Naylor shouted. Hold still. Don't struggle against it. I wanted to. I wanted to push and shove and go down fighting with everything I had. I didn't want to fail them. I couldn't see what Naylor was doing. The world around me started to fade. The only thing I could actually focus on was the eyes of my attacker. It seemed to be cackling, drawing every bit of my energy into it. My bar was at less than a quarter now, and breathing was impossible. I'm coming! Duck! Naylor's shock came in hard. I did the only thing I could that it might not have been expecting. I lunged at its face with my own teeth and jaw, clamping down on what I could only perceive as its nose. I bit into nothing, then there was something hard. It burst into a horrible-tasting goo, and the smell assaulted my nostrils. When it let go of me, I gagged and dropped to the floor, rolling, spitting, and vomiting as I did. Naylor's blast hit the thing hard, but she didn't let it stop there. She followed through, taking it on at close range with her sword. I watched as she ducked and weaved in and out. I could see the creature's health was now in the orange, less than 50%, but she was struggling to get in any kind of other attacks. I had no idea where it had managed to pull a weapon from, but it had. I had to try something myself, but there was nothing in here that stood out. I was nothing but a computer nerd, someone who had no real skills in anything. Those inside games and beyond were picked up because of the system. My only chance here was to help Hiroto and Zarab with the blockers. Somehow, something in this room was doing it, making it worse. I knew I could do something. I just wasn't sure what. Gambling the life of your friend is a big risk. YN. And the system was doing nothing much other than hiding. I had mere seconds. Naylor was now on the last remnants of her strength and resolve. Go for the gun or the computer. Come on, you can do it. The computer stations behind me I knew nothing about, but I had to figure them out quickly, and without Hiroto. I plonked myself at it and started one-handed typing, password after password, language, anything I could do to get it to open up to me. My hands moved as fast as they could, turning from words to numbers to more than that. I was inside the system surrounding this area. Quickly things started to make sense, like the numbers and rhythms. There it was, just a switch to yank. I did so. "Kyle!" Naylor called out. And when I looked up, I could only witness the creature slicing through her side with his sword. Shit, no way. I acted again, jumping back over the desk. I grabbed for my gun off the floor, rolled, now able to locate my target much easier with the internal chip back online, even if Hiroto wasn't with me just yet. I pointed it at the side of the wisp's head and pulled the trigger. The blast struck, and instantly its head exploded. I mean, literally, it coated poor Naylor with whatever he was made of. The spray reached me too, and I gagged. Pain stretched across Naylor's face, but when I blinked, I saw her grin at me. I couldn't help but laugh. Fuck this place. I wiped the gore from my face. Naylor eased off the wall, holding her side. "I need some assistance here. Help me." I helped her over to the desk, where she perched on the end and pulled her pack around. She took out a small kit and passed it to me. Opening it, I saw just vials and a Band-Aid-looking thing. "What do I do?" Naylor looked away from me, touching her temple. The shimmer of her shielding and skin moved. I watched as it parted at her side, revealing the deep wound. It looked even worse because I could see internal wires. "My knights will be able to fix this one. It's not as bad as it seems, but I do need the patch. I hate doing it. Just pull the tab and place it. My suit can seal it in, and I should be good to go again." I picked the pad out of the kit and then did as she asked. When I pulled the tabs, the pad doubled in size in my hands and started pulsing. I placed it to her skin. Fascinated as the tech pulsed once, her body then melted alongside it, absorbing it into her. Her suit shimmered and closed over it. "We'll need to get more materials and gear than we have now. Used a lot of necessities we didn't have this last week. That my fault?" She didn't look away from me, but she did frown. "Yes and no, kid. I'm glad you're at least honest with me. I wouldn't want anyone in this team not to be. So we can move from here, right? Always honest, even if it hurts. Got it?" "Got it, thanks," I said. I did understand that and the reasons why she would want to keep that one rule. It would mean that everyone in the team would never let each other down because there was no need to lie. Lies just made you forget things sometimes, and then it would hurt the others when the truth came out. I did think about how much they'd been through over the years together. They had obviously been together a long time, and they cared for each other more than shown on the outside. That mattered to me. I had a lot to prove to them, to help them with their mission, to gain that same loyalty. After that, I had no idea what I was going to be doing. "Why the long face?" Naylor asked. I sucked in a breath and backed away from her. "What happens after this mission is complete? We get the hell out of Dodge? You have a plan to get out of here?" It was going to be too good to be true. I knew it, and her face said it all. She didn't need to open her mouth. "Well, we did have an escape plan." I sat back, letting my brain rest for a few minutes and just breathed in and out. It was hard at first to process everything, and watching Naylor do the same, I knew there was going to be a lot of trouble ahead for us. I wanted it not to happen, for these things to just work out, but my life was far from being an easy ride right now. "Try not to stress over things," she said. It was easy for her to say, of course, because she'd been through it all, and I was essentially just a noob here. I was learning everything about this game and what it meant to them and to us on Earth, but things seemed off. Like there was something else here, something underlying. "What are you thinking?" I opened my eyes once again to look at her and to see the concern. "If we need a way off this planet, and I get my systems up and running, get my levels to match yours, I can get a signal out to a friend. We'll have a way off." She laughed. "Don't worry, kid, really. Jai will have a plan. He's a good man, right?" "Yes, he is. You landed in a dangerous spot, but also probably one of the better ones that you could have." "Do you think I'd have survived training camp?" Naylor pushed herself up. "No." She didn't lie. I do not, and I'll tell you why. I moved with her and leaned on a wall, still a bit unsure of my own body. What's your stats? I hadn't thought to check in a while. I don't know. Then check them out. From what I can see, you came close to respawning again. I don't think we can afford to lose you. I knew I was grinning from ear to ear. I'd really gained a lot. Wow. Did you do okay, apart from health? Yes, I said. I really did. I gained a lot from that. Just from that potion and being with you. 2 levels. She squeezed my arm. Yeah, that's what I wanted. You can and will level with us much quicker. I understood power leveling. This was awesome. Another 2 levels up, taking me to level 25, and with 20 stat points to spend. I cast my stat points to increase as a fighter. Always mindful of my natural ability for sorcery. It wasn't easy, but there were things I needed to increase now. 5 points each to strength and constitution, 3 to wisdom and charisma, and 2 to dexterity and luck. Name Kyle Rands, species human denti, year of death 2629, class fighter sorcerer. Age, ? Level 25, respawns 2, health 35%, memories 94%, mana 30. Kenosi activated. Nanites times 58,191, body type unknown, structural integrity tungsten and alumi, internal AI chip X-class. Skin strength 28, blood capacity 24, healing speed 29. Strength 23, dexterity 18, constitution 61, intelligence 34, wisdom 21, charisma 9, luck 8. Quick points 0. Skills: foot soldier rank 19, battle mage rank 17, merc rank 12, sniper rank 17, gunsmith rank 13, nanite engineer rank 19, mech pilot rank 15, human machine interface rank 21, shadow awareness rank 12, shuttle operator rank 12, deception rank 12, swordplay rank 14, Vrolsh coding learned, mech merge rank 10, animal handling rank 2, night sight rank 1. Special traits awarded times 4. Any extras here do not show on your stat sheet totals. Healer internal AI chip X-class crystalline and silver metal chip with integrated healer nanites led by Xe Aria. Intelligence internal prototype AI chip inserted on 17th birthday with consciousness of Hiroto. Knowledge direct from Zarab if he freely gives it. Extra skills and training available. Shade Brain, 1 in a million. You manage to not only keep your memories, but you can also hide them. Your character sheet is elusive to even the strongest of will. Upgraded, no one can penetrate your shade now. Space sickness, unknown effects. Spell active, minor healing requires battle mage rank of 2 and times 1 mana per second. Spell active, medium healing requires battle mage rank of 7 and times 10 mana per second. Spell active, intensive healing requires battle mage rank of 14 and times 100 mana per second. Spell active, lightning fury costs 10 mana per second, damage increased by 30%. I wasn't going to let her know it, but I liked the idea that I wasn't something they wanted to lose. She held out a hand for me, and I went to her. Help me back to the lift. By the time we've gotten out of here, I should be okay. I think I can help more now, I said, though I've only cast this on myself up till now. I placed my hand to her side and cast medium healing. I didn't have the mana to use the best spell, but this was enough. Just 3 seconds was enough. She looked at me, and her eyes flickered. I really didn't expect that. Thank you. Moving in closer to Naylor, I could smell her. Not dirty or horrid, but she had something in her smell that seemed to just make me feel better. What is that smell? I asked in the end. She laughed. Den makes us all use it in the nights. Makes the living cells reproduce and get rid of toxins and odors. We don't sweat like humans do. No, not at all. As we walked, she asked me outright, Do you know who the enemy is? The enemy they tell me is the enemy, or... I shook my head. Because I don't think I was at that class presentation. You don't know or remember because they never tell you. Our enemy is always kept a secret. Do you know? Yeah, I've seen them. Not like those things that are outside? No, they're not. They're a hell of a lot scarier than those things. I tried not to worry about it all. Those things out there were a huge ton of scary. I wasn't strong enough to deal with them or to even contemplate us dealing with them. What will Jai think about doing now? I'll have a plan set out by the time we return. Dan will hopefully be out of the pod, and we can sort out what and where our next move is. If he didn't have a plan, I would. I'd get Hiroto and Zarab online once more, and I'd get Taito down here. I will get stronger, you know, I said, more for my own benefit than hers. She smiled at me. We know that, but we also have to be realistic. We can't carry you, and we need someone who can do things. If that means we have to start to train you around the clock, then it will be something we will do. I didn't really like the idea of that. Some of the best games on the market, you really had to grind before you could do anything. That meant so much time actually in the Arndale Center. It was difficult to get the time to sit and plan for the bigger stuff. You were always having to mine or find fuel or something or other. Do you usually have to get in a lot of materials for gear and equipment? The only way you're going to get stronger is to build yourself up. Only way to do that is with materials. Sure, we could lend you a ton of stuff once we're back in space and at a station, but out here, the only way we're going to get you a few more levels is to help you with the grind. I felt the corners of my mouth tug. Yeah, they were sure gonna love me. Kyle, she said, stop worrying. I looked into her eyes and then tried to look away. I can't. Do you know how long it's been since we did anything like grinding? No? Bliff stopped, and we were back out a few minutes later. Then you have nothing to worry about, okay? This is all just going to be part of us getting to know you. Do the job, get out, and get paid, right? I could only hope that she was going to be right and that talking through some of this stuff would really help. I had to get used to making decisions, those that would affect me and my new team. We're almost there, I said. I could hear talking. Then Ree came rushing out, seeing that I was helping Naylor. Damn it, what happened? There's some high-level creatures down there, I said. They moved in, or they were left? I let Ree take hold of her, and I stepped back a bit just so they could talk some more. I think they needed it as well. They were mentioning names of things and creatures that I didn't recognize. Do you have a list of the creatures on this planet? I asked. Ree looked at me. You should be able to pull up a list from your internal. They're pretty great at getting updates on each planet you step foot on. That's a pretty neat function. Jai, he called out. A moment later, and Jai was also helping Naylor across to Den, and then pulling up a few chairs. Den looked much better, but she still wasn't conscious. Why isn't she waking up? I asked. There's been some other damage. The pod missed it at first, Rye answered for me. I watched as Naylor's face fell, and Ray placed a hand on hers. Ray then looked at me. We've some decisions to make, and we need you, Kyle, if you'll help us. I didn't understand what he really meant. Of course I will. No, we need a contract to bind you so that you're not ever going to cross us. Don't understand. We have to get you leveled right. You understand that? I nodded. We'd just spent an age talking about what I'd have to actually get done, from mining my first materials to learning their compositions. Well, we can bypass it, but it comes at a price, Jai added, moving in closer. You can bypass my learning? Yes, Jai said. You shouldn't be telling him any of this, Rhys said. If I don't make this decision... Jai was annoyed, that much was clear. And we can't get his ass higher than a 25 before we're to blow the hive. Then we're never getting off this planet, and then we'll die down here, respawning God knows where because we failed our third mission. How the hell did he know I'd leveled to a 25 already? Could he see through my shade? Wait, what? They'd failed 2 missions already? Naylor looked at me. Jai, he didn't know that. He doesn't understand what this failure means to us. I stared at Jai, waiting for him to say something else, to speak the truth. He'd lost my trust in those spite-fueled words. Fuck, he said. I moved to sit down next to Naylor. I could see that they were nervous now. It showed on all their faces. You just told me a few truths. Tell me the rest. He still hesitated, and I had to rescue us. Don't think I'm going to just get up and run away, I said. You've already saved my life and been as honest with me as you thought was necessary. I want you to tell me all of it. Don't hold back. I need to know the full stakes if I want to do my utmost to help us get out of here. We're not that great on the scale of things, Jai admitted. We've had a few failed missions lately. 2, I said. Yes, 2. And they cost us a lot. I watched as Naylor reached for Den's hand. This is punishment, isn't it? I asked. I hope not, Jai said. But I wouldn't put it past them. They're already betting all against us, so why wouldn't they want to put the worst things in our way? And that means to take one of our best defenses. What happens if you fail this mission? I pushed. We're all sent back to Saccharon and reprogrammed. I swallowed. They can't do that, can they? Jai's frown deepened. They can and they will. I was split from my original team 16 years ago. We'd been together for a long time, but when we ran into a load of bad luck and started to fail, they told us one more, and they'd knock us back to the training planet and reprogram us. I let it sink in for a bit. So you lost your whole team? Not just his team, Naylor said for him as he turned away. I'm sorry. I understood then. He didn't need to add anything else. How do you remember that? There's a few of us, very few, who can fight their reprogramming. Jai looked back to me and to Naylor and Den. I promised it would never happen again. I'll take whatever contract you need from me. Ree was the one who spoke then. You don't even know the terms or length of it, what it might mean for you or where you go. I don't care. I see you and I see the need you have. I see how much you mean to each other, and if I could ever mean that to someone out here, then I would be one happy kid. You've got each other's backs, and you are friends. You should see how amazing that is, right? I glanced at Den. Her pale face and body looked so fragile, but as I met the eyes of the others, I saw something else. Determination. Naylor, do you think you can alter the contract you have from Den to work for Kyle? Jai asked. I think so, if you give me a few. I think waiting for her to work through her filing system and then alter the contract were the longest minutes in my life. She could have been adding in anything, all the clauses and small print that I'd never see. I had basically said I'd sign anything. What if I was going to be in servitude to them as a slave, or worse, maybe they could sell me on? I had skills that were worth it, that some would want for something, right? Just make sure there's one thing on it for me, I said. It will be my only clause. Oh, what's that? She asked. That if I need help with my friends, you will at least consider my request. Of course, Jai replied. If they mean something to you here, they're good people. I can see that already. You don't friend idiots. I laughed, and a few agonizing moments later, a file was pushed at me with the words, "Sign it," from Naylor. I opened it up, made sure my name was at least right, and then signed it with my imaginary pen. That was it. Whatever I had done just opened up a whole new world, as my internal started to go crazy. What the hell? Jai stepped towards me. Welcome to the real team tricks, Kyle. I smiled at him as I noticed his character sheet. It didn't tell me everything, but it told me a lot more than I'd already seen, and what he had. Jai Tricks, species Human Denti, year of death 2560, class Paladin, age 42 plus 43, level 87 expert, respawns 8, Merc Commander, memories, question mark, health 79%, mana 379. Body type model 41 Alpha. Structural integrity iron and silver mix. Internal AI chip Alpha 1. Skin strength 42. Blood capacity not relevant. Healing speed 31. Strength 113. Dexterity 64. Constitution 93. Intelligence 51. Wisdom 61. Charisma 54. Luck 37. Skills Special Forces. Merc Commander rank 102. Nanite Engineer, rank 78. Chapter 37. I wasn't sure I could take in all the new information, but they let me sit back, and I looked over some of the more prominent pieces of their lives. It was much more than interesting. I was shocked to see I had access to the whole team stats, at least the basics of them. I did hear Naylor ask, "Can you see anything else from him, though?" "No, nothing. His shade is really strong. Seems I'd have to ask permission, then maybe." "Will you?" Ray's voice said as I carried on reading. I mostly zoned out to their conversation so I could see how high a level they all really were. They were a good team to join. Actually, the more I read, the more I understood they were beyond good. The differences between them all were quite a lot, but what shocked me the most was their time as Denti, the highest being Jai, which really stunned me. I looked at him and said, "You've all been here the longest, that's for sure." "Yes, and for all it's worth, this is an original model, but with some very heavy upgrades. I can see that. I'm shocked, though. I mean, I didn't think there was anyone out here that early." "Who do you think made the first steps?" Jai asked. "There were the ships that came out originally with the first techs and builders, but they needed test subjects. I have witnessed it all." I didn't know what I could say that might make him feel better. The truth was, he'd seen some of the worst atrocities that had been reported through to us. But I thought about what I was discovering. Then I asked, "Was any of it actually real?" Jai said the words we all knew from the slogan they called back in the day. Words I'd circulating in my mind a few times. Protect those you love. Join the fight. Name, Den, Mama Bear. Species, Human Denti. Year of Death, 2598. Class, Cleric. Age, 23 plus 31. Level, 62 Journeyman. Respawns, 38. Memories, 58%, sold 4%. Health, 81%, mana, 543. Nanites times 37,278. Body type, Model 212A class. Structural integrity, Tong and Silver. Internal AI chip, D47B class. Skin strength, 62. Blood capacity, 76. Healing speed, 83. Strength, 50. Dexterity, 63. Constitution, 64. Intelligence, 36. Wisdom, 77. Charisma, 23. Luck, 32. Sadly, I even remembered the style of the uniform they had had. Green text on a black background. Unleash the power. Become a Denti. To win it all. I watched as his face changed and he moved to take Den's other hand. "I never saw any of it, but I know that Den did," Jai said. "She might have arrived later than me, but she was on Gridon when it happened. The first time they struck was the worst. We've only been set up a few months, and they hit hard, taking out some of the new trainees without us standing a chance." Naylor looked up at me. "I heard her talk about some of the weeks after, but she never liked to talk for too long. It took some of her closest friends." "That's rough. Does she know where they are now?" "No, they didn't survive at all. When the Vrolsh first found us, we were still all so new. Not fighters, not much of anything. We'd been promised other things, riches for our families to be able to get home," Naylor said. "They said you would be able to go home?" "Yes, they really did. And their arguments were good. We believed them." "I think that's some of the worst side of the betrayal," Jai said. "I'm sorry." It was about all I could muster. There were no other real words to try and convey the things I wanted to. I thought it would have been the worst because there was a lot of chaos. "It was supposed to be so much more for us. More than a seek and find mission. Of course, we never expected a full-on war. Something that would go on for years." Their timeline was throwing me. After all I'd taken into consideration, if Jai and Den had seen everything they had described and their ages were correct, Jai technically would have been 112. That kind of life would have been hard in most normal circumstances, but to be a new Denti and know what they were signing up for? That took some guts in my mind. I shrugged the thought away. "We need to think on this, what the next stage is." Ree came up behind Jai, and I watched as he placed weapons on the counter closest to me. "You're one of us. Pick one that suits what you want to do. If you're going to be taking the brunt of the enemy hits, you'll need something strong and one-handed. You'll need to start working on upgrading your shields, too, and your muscle. I already knew this. They'd mentioned it before. Food? Ree looked to the doors. Yeah, I'm going hunting, but not quite what you're thinking of. We'll need materials and to let you nail some more mobs to be able to bypass your earlier programming and get you up past basic. I looked at my stat sheet. Everything was improving in leaps and bounds. I even glanced down to my hand. It was almost fully regrown now, and it still tingled, but I could use it properly and feel everything I touched. Overall, I'd moved up to level 25, but the next main rank to novice was still a long way off. I didn't understand any of it. It looked like a wall of text that was all maths and numbers I wouldn't be able to work through without breaking it all down. Did I want to? Sure. But I didn't have the time for it today. I checked back to the other two sheets while I still had access. Name, Naylor. Species, Human Denti, Year of Death 2601, Class, Ranger. Age, 18 plus 28. Level, 54 Journeyman. Respawns 2, Memories 98%, Soul 0. Health 79%, Mana 1,982. Nanites times 37,278. Body type equals Model 7812 A-Class. Structural integrity, Camite Silver. Internal AI chip, X-Class. Skin strength, 221. Blood capacity, 72. Healing speed, 98. Strength, 27. Dexterity, 64. Constitution, 86. Intelligence, 23. Wisdom, 79. Charisma, 28. Luck, 16. Name, Ree. Species, Human Denti. Year of Death, 2604. Class, Monk. Age, 18 plus 25. Level, 48 Trainee. Respawns, 21. Memories, 78%. Soul, 2%. Health, 74%. Mana, 287. Nanites times 271,278. Body type, Model 7812 A-Class. Structural integrity, Camite Gold. Internal AI chip, X-Class. Skin strength, 38. Blood capacity, 32. Healing speed, 41. Strength, 37. Dexterity, 78. Constitution, 34. Intelligence, 25. Wisdom, 55. Charisma, 22. Luck, 17. Yes, your body needs a few things we can get out on the planet's surface. Once your knights start to use it and replicate a lot more, we can then integrate some of the other bits and pieces we have. You're already adept at a lot of things most would struggle with, and that's because you're a tech already. Way above what we expected. It's really a lot more basic than you think, I said, confused. I looked from him to the others and shrugged. No, you're just smarter than us in that department. But you're still being held back, in my opinion, Naylor spoke. If Den was able to hook you to her internal, maybe you could see past that basic level block. Without her and her feet, we can't. I was missing something else here, but I didn't feel like I wanted to ask just yet. Naylor stood, leaving Den's side, and turned to Jai, adding, Ray and I will head out on hunting. We'll find some of the metals and critters we need, but you're going to have to watch her and keep hold of him. That means not to let him near any systems. He's too damn curious to not go rooting where he shouldn't. I wanted to say I wouldn't go near anything. I'd just taken a pretty strong binding oath to join their team, but I felt that anything I could say here would just poke fun at what they already knew about me. I watched as Naylor and Ree left, and then I was left looking at Jai and Den. He pulled up a seat before me. You know I'm going to ask, but will you let me? You want to see what is on the inside? Yep. I may be old school, but if you've got different schematics and elements because of a new upgrade, then I need to know. This could affect the future for all of us, especially because each time we lost our lives and respawned lately, there seemed to have been problems. Problems? Jai tapped his arm. Yes, some more serious than others, like I can't get access to my main helm anymore. He pointed to the ceiling, though I don't think he meant that. Something out in space? You have access to a ship? I asked. He grinned. Not just a ship. The ship. I just can't access her, which was another reason we were sent here. A few trails, bits of info here and there, but I believe the base we were going to blow held some answers, maybe a fix. So you didn't just have a mission to blow that base up. You need something else from it. My mind worked without Hiroto or Zarab there. It started to make much more sense of here, now. Without Den, you don't know you'd even get access or know what you were looking for, right? Kid, you've no idea. I really didn't. But the thing was, I wanted to know. I wanted to learn, too. Tell me, what's it really going to take for me to get this thing? I prodded my chest with a finger. Leveled up, really. We're here for a week, maybe more. There's not a lot of time left now. They'll be okay out there, but you need several metals inside you for the knights to really start working on your endoskeleton. For each metal they ingest and work with, you'll start to see improvements on a micro level, and when they're working much better, we can start to think about letting you loose on some early blueprints. We all earned and fought for the ones we have, but if we want to get you up to apprentice, we need you to understand the fundamentals and science. If you're really as smart as you say you are, and if your internal is just as quick, we're in for some really big gear changes, right? Hopefully. I don't want to have to do anything too untoward, but I also wouldn't be against it now if it helped. I swallowed, thinking I'd overstepped the mark. It was pretty common knowledge that in most spacefaring games there were a good number of pirates, black marketers, and more. There's an underground system that allows people to cheat. You know that, though. Jai nodded. They're not quite the people we usually associate with, but I think we can make an exception because of you. Don't put anyone at risk if you don't have to. I don't think we have that much of a choice to get you up to speed, and for us to not lose everything once we're out of here. We need to locate a few things for you. Okay, so what can I be doing now? To help? Of course. How about you let me take a look at your internal, and then I can see what we really have on our plates. I watched as Jai pulled a chair over to me and rummaged around for his bag. He pulled out a white pad, but I could see as he accessed it that it was a portable computer system. This will allow me to record all this so I can show Den at a later date. She will want to know what I did and what else we can do when the time comes. You guys do love digging in my head. I tried to smile, but the truth was all this internal stuff was making it much harder for me to feel like anything but a flake, like they really did just want me for my tech, which was actually true no matter what way I looked at it. The feeling that he was watching my every move and wouldn't like what he saw in me was a bitter pill. What if he was able to see the synapses of Hiroto, or to feel that Zarab was in there? Yet when he opened his arm up, he said, "Don't think about it. Just let it happen. These guys wouldn't be here if we didn't share much more than just the missions. Trust me. Trust us." It was almost as though I could see the sincerity there, but all my mind was telling me was that I needed to keep up the shade brain. I hesitated. I could turn it off. Righton had shown me that. I had trusted too many people in the past, and I was nervous. Jai worked much quicker than Den had been, but he was also a lot rougher. "I don't do Bluetooth stuff. Sorry, my system is too old." He took my hand, and I felt a slight prick as he connected the good old-fashioned way. Hard. "I know you can turn off the shade brain, but that's okay. I know you don't want to share your full character, I get that." He didn't seem angry. "I can see you've several hidden files and pieces to your system. Even I can't get access to them. I wonder if Den saw them." I shook my head. Feeling him poke about wasn't good. "What do you mean, hidden?" "Like there's always going to be bonuses when you level up or reach a higher skill set. These are tied to you in a way I think they'll release, but I'm not 100% sure." Sounded typical. I focused and tried to see what he was looking at, but I couldn't see it. In fact, I couldn't see where he was poking about at all. "Where are you?" "Looking deep into your code. I don't think you can see any of this at all yet. You're still too new. But you should be able to when you level up some more. Especially, as you say, you're used to tech. Ah, okay, so I can learn it." Jai let go of my hand. "Here, I'll start to run through it with you so you can start to pick up some more of the basics." He brought the white pad forwards, and with deft fingers soon had a video up. I watched closely as things moved slowly through how I was supposed to do things, really basic things. "I'll go check on the others and be back in a bit. Keep learning, okay?" I nodded and moved to sit back down where I could watch better. It was interesting, seeing how my system should look because it didn't look anything like what was on the screen. Reminded me of some tutorials we used to have to watch at college. As it was showing me code, I called up my inner screens and made sure I was following along. This was quite a task, keeping one eye on the screen and working with what I had on the other. But I really wanted to do it this way. It was the easiest, and while no one was here, it was much better on me in general. By the time I had gotten through a couple of them, I had learned a lot more about this whole gaming system and how I was actually supposed to function in it. I also got a good list of the skill sets I could and wanted to attain. As I watched, the playback notifications were activating all over the place, some very simple ones, but these few caught my eye the most. Congratulations, you have learned some basic skills. Active skill, CAD Tech, rank 12. You're well beneath all others out in the field considering your landing. You're damned lucky you retained several skill sets from your real life. To learn more practical applications, you must do things. Please stop wallowing in self-pity and try to learn. With the right tools and the weapons you've been given, they can be modified, but your new friends don't know how. Find out. Nanite Engineer, rank 20 achieved. So you go and lose your hand, Psi, new nanites and programming. And they not only had to fix you, but level up as quickly as they could. They did cannibalize some of your other systems, though, so you've a few errors here and there, but that's okay, right? You're a fair bit off of rank 26, and need several materials to aid in this. You up for the challenge? If so, you need to accept some of your mission logs, 'cause you're not listening to me. Chapter 38. Quickly accessing the right screens and logs, I found what I was looking for. Crap, I'd missed out on a lot of experience points, and there now before me were the ones the system was going on about. I guess without Hiroto to point me in the right direction, or even Exi, things were just that difficult. Mission log. Locate and harvest rhenium and folks. 0 out of 80 except YN. I had no idea where to start to even look for this. A red icon flashed. Would you like to phone a friend? Hiroto? I asked. No, dumbass, it's Exi. How? What? I hid. Sorry. I really didn't have time or the resources to start to defend myself, so I just hoped that I would be able to find and figure out the right time to come back. Zarab and Hiroto are working on getting back to me. I don't think Hiroto trusted you or the Knights anymore. He was sure you'd been compromised. I can talk with them and you for now, she said. I'm the one who fixes your shit, and I need that rhenium. If you'd give me the chance? I could almost see her standing in front of me with hand on hip, posturing. She was really annoyed. Okay, I spluttered out. I'll get you the stuff you need. Will you help me? Mission to gather resources accepted. A map of the facility came up again, and I saw 3 red dots. You should be able to get all that we need by visiting these locations. What are the chances there's a lot more creatures down there? A good amount. At least she didn't lie to me about it. I placed the pad down, as it was obvious that my learning for the day was over. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try and find some of this stuff. I wondered about wandering off on my own, but these rooms weren't that far from here at all. I wouldn't go too far. I would just take a look and see if I could spot what I needed in the other room. I'd still be in earshot of Den, and I'd see the others return. I picked up my gun and headed for the door. As I made my way through the room to the next one, I wanted to see what else I could pick up by myself. I was going to locate what I needed and get back here before they knew I'd gone. That was my plan, and I was going to stick to it. The first room I needed to get into was locked, and I didn't want to try and break into it since that would cause me more damage, so I left that one till last. Maybe it was locked for a reason, and I just needed to work out why. I glanced back to the room where Den was. I was still in earshot. I wouldn't go much farther. It would be okay. The next room was open, but a mess. There were desks strewn everywhere, and there was a lot of clutter. There was a great deal of blood to go with it. This unsettled me at first, but then I thought about what had happened and realized that whatever creatures had been in here or did the damage, they were long gone. At the far side of the room, the little icon was blinking at me. I cautiously stepped in, one foot in front of the other towards it. I felt sweat dripping down my back and the uncomfortable feeling of something watching me. The only darn thing watching you is me. I shook my head. Creepy-ass voice. I was imagining it. Get moving, or your team will be back and wonder why the hell you've abandoned Den. I didn't know if it was wanting me to keep going or retreat. I knew I shouldn't leave Den. That was wrong. My stomach sank and I looked back to where I had come from. There was a time I would never have done this, left someone. And I realized I was doing wrong, listening to something that wasn't real that was in my head. I stopped moving forwards and retreated, back past the locked room. I didn't need to lose another hand or, worse, my life because I was on my own. There was a side of me that was really disappointed in my progress, but the others had already told me how much they needed me to be part of their team and how valuable I was as a designer. I walked back into the room where Den was. I noted her condition was still the same and picked up the pad once more so that I could continue to study. I would make a better job out of working what I had than getting myself killed looking for stuff I didn't even need because it wasn't life or death. There was a part of me that worried about failing the mission, and as I hit play on the vid screen to learn more of what I was, there was a red flash. Mission failed. You didn't gather any requested items. Mission to protect your team complete. You chose the right path, which means your heart is always in the right place, and your teammates will never doubt your intentions. Bonus, Jai, Ree, and Naylor are already on their way back with the items you need to regenerate. Super bonus, your head nanite knows your loyalties and will respect your decisions in the future, working with you instead of against you. I questioned my system notifications and how much it could know, but I smiled and watched more of the tutorials on body and skin management. This was all super interesting. I knew I wasn't just made of flesh, but metal too, compared to Jai, who was mostly just metal with some DNA features. But what I was seemed so different to them because of both Hiroto and Zarab. I had a few genetic markers that they didn't. I wanted to study this some more. I understood it a lot better than I had when I first spawned, but I had a long way to go to be a master at anything. I was relying on a lot of other things here, my experience in games and programming for tech school. Looking at the model numbers, even Ree was vastly different. His young features didn't give any indication to his age, but they'd all been in the game system fighting for their lives, and for us, for a long time. I don't think anything could take that away from them. In my mind, they were heroes, and I wanted to follow in their footsteps. To do the one thing no one had, that they'd all given up hope for. To go home. If that meant defeating Arndale, then I would do that first, then the almost impossible. I heard something at the outer field of my hearing range. Exie, is that?
Yes, your team returns. They make quite a lot of noise, considering that they should be making less to keep the creatures here at bay.
Do you know what other creatures are down here? I have access to a lot of information that you don't. I don't like the sound of that.
No, you wouldn't. And you shouldn't, because until my others are fixed and running properly, a lot of your neural pathways and files are corrupted due to us needing the materials.
Okay, I get you. I need to get fixed up some. We'll do it as soon as they're back and we've supplies. Is that good for you?
That is adequate. If your needs were more than desperate, I would let you know, and you'd be much worse off health-wise. Just know this. I would not joke with these words. Full compliance is required.
I think the word choice told me enough that there was death, and if she uttered those, I would do everything in my power to get to the stuff I needed or die trying. That's a deal I think I can make, and I would do everything I could to not die. Sounds and voices grew louder and louder, and I moved to intercept them at the door. Jai was carrying a large animal, and the other seemed to be lugging a couple of wriggling bags. What the hell is in those? Naylor said it would be good to study them in here, or at least get you to see if you could break open their shells and see into the inside. Naylor put one of her bags down on the table, and I was surprised when a metallic pincher came through the side of the bag. I backed away with worry. I didn't want to be near it if it was going to stab me. I had enough to worry over.
No, she said. Come here. You can take a better look while I've got hold of it.
Jai pushed me closer, and she tipped the bag. A metallic creature slid out and twanged onto the metal table. It was sharp, shiny, and looking around like we were going to kill it. Everything about screamed at me, danger, danger. But the more I looked at it, the more I thought it wasn't really a thing at all. It seemed conscious, scared even. It was more alive than I was sure of it. I looked closer, and the longer I stared, the more I could see. Tiny fragments of electric pulses flitted across its eyes. The creature was alive. I mean, the way it danced across the table and looked at me, it really was.
"What are you thinking?"
Naylor asked me. "I want to look inside its computer system, but I'm not qualified. I'm too basic a level."
"But what if you weren't? Would you? Can you see past the alien side of it to what it really is?"
I thought on her words and wanted to shy away from her and from it, but I also wondered how it might be bonded as a familiar. Maybe if you avoided its pinchers, you could best it. Its intelligence shined through, that was for sure. I really wanted to learn more. I stepped in closer and waited for its spike to come slamming home, and it did, just shy of my face, and it would have gotten me for sure if Naylor hadn't stepped in and stomped it. I took another step towards it, and reaching out, I quickly picked up the spike, holding it by its tail. Scorpion-looking, timid it was not when it had a hand attached to its backside. It was now screaming. I wanted to stop it because it hurt my ears, but I didn't know any way apart from killing it. The noise grew to hard levels and reapproached me from the side. "Only way it will shut up now is if you take its cords out. They're just below the throat, and they use it to do nothing else but distract us. We managed to do it outside, but they regrow really fast, much faster than anything I've ever been able to." "You think they're better than us in tech?" I asked. If that was the case, I would have a lot to learn from this, and I really wanted to. It could be engineered backwards with the right equipment. "Not only that, but they do everything better. There's more competition for food and their nutrients, and they know this. Only the strongest of their own will survive." Naylor's open hand held a knife, and I picked it up. Grabbing hold of the critter by its metallic head, I cut just below its chin. The wailing scream stopped, and I could hear myself think for a while. I watched then as its friends in the bags near us stopped squirming and went quiet too. It looked like the one we had on the table was the leader. I liked this. I wanted to study it some more, for sure, but I also knew I needed to be a lot higher up than I was. Things here weren't connecting inside my brain, and they should. I cringed at my own lack of understanding, and I hoped I could only put this experience to one side to help me later on. "I'd love to do what you want, but at the moment I can't, and we need them dead. If they got away and got access to the internal computers here, they could give up the location to the others, and we could be heading for an invasion force coming in to get us," Jai said. With that, he pulled out his weapons and quickly disposed of them. "They're great when under our tight control, but if they'd gotten out, it might not have gone so well." I at least now had something to study. I just wish I had Hiroto here to help me understand it a bit more. "Exie," I said, "can you try and get comms back online? See how Hiroto and Zarab are doing?"
"Zarab informs me that they're almost there. They will have the blockers down soon."
I smiled on the inside and hoped it was true. I could do with them here to help me. I did miss them. Ree took the dead animal from Jai. "I'll get this cut up and cooking. Naylor can and will show him all the basic stuff about these guns. Is that okay?" "Sounds like a plan. If we eat, we can set up camp again with some extra security. We can all get some sleep before the next dawn. Then we should move out," Jai said. "Even if we have to carry her with us, I don't think staying here is going to be any better for us. We can take what we can in the morning and leave. We need to be on the move to the next location by midday at the latest." I could and did want to see where we might be going, but their mission was serious. They had to complete it, and if that meant I had to tag along and do what needed to be done with little to no basic training, then so be it, I would do that. I tugged the creature's spike out of its back end. This would make a decent addition to any weapon, and that's where I started to think a little outside the box. I moved to the other tables beside Naylor and Den, and I started to pull it apart more. It was sharper than anything I'd seen before, and that wasn't saying much, but it cut easy. I slid the blade edge across the table. Has no one tested this on anything other than skin? Jai looked at me. No, I don't think any of us have. Though I think our skin is a little harder than most, I think real skin, like human flesh or any animal flesh, would be very easy to get through. I pushed it across to Jai. I can modify it. With some help, I could probably even push it into your main weapons, make it so that it's attachable and that it won't break off at the first sign of damage from an enemy. What about poison and other enhancements? Ree asked Naylor. I can get it enhanced. We can increase its sharpness as well so that it would cut through almost anything. Even your skin, and that's saying a lot considering your strength. You can get it to do that? I raised an eyebrow at Naylor. That's pretty amazing. Together, she winked at me. We'll be amazing. I tried not to worry over it, but I was. They still expected a lot from me. These people were so clever and so strong already that catching up was proving to be really difficult. I pushed the blade to Jai. Take it. I'll get the others off the other two you brought in. Then we can take it from there on how to work with it. I'd like to study it if I can and make some choices on what to do. Would that be okay with you? He nodded and walked away. Then I saw something, a tiny glint. I touched it with a finger and picked up several little silver metal shards, which I slid onto my hand. Something popped up. Metal analysis. Virium, 100% pure and rare. You found a rare item. You may find more of this inside those critters. Are you really going to let them blow up a base you know nothing about? Use your brain, Kyle, if you have one. I pushed it inside my jacket pocket. Then I told Ree, who grinned at me. We looked to see if we could harvest any more before we were going to eat them. Rare was something we could use in the future, and even if we didn't use it, we could sell it at some point, I was sure. I admit, though, the more I thought about the Vrolsh, the more I was creeped out. Eating something that might have had thoughts, feelings, but survival, right? This wasn't Earth. This wasn't anywhere that resembled our home, our life. I pushed backwards and leaned on the back of my chair. The truth was, these people here were going on about their business, and I was being included in it all. Already I was more than a team member. Yet again, I seemed to just fall into something good. Found the right people. Lucky, Exie spoke to me. I agreed with her. Pushing myself up, I went to see if I could help Ree in any other way. I was no chef, but I could at least do something. I would agree with that, though without Hiroto and Zarab here, I don't really feel it. I watched for a few minutes. I enjoyed seeing their banter. While Ree was cutting up the animal, Naylor was berating him on his use of the knife. I decided to step in and let Ree take a break. It meant I would get my first lesson in preparing meat out here. But I also think I needed it to be part of the team, and to strengthen our friendship. Chapter 39. I watched as Ree pulled out cooking utensils at the other side of the room and started to prepare a pot of food for us all, while Naylor moved to the critters. She carefully moved to pull them apart, piece by piece. I found this the most fascinating of all because she started to describe it to me as she did so. They're pretty amazing creatures. Finding that their outer skeleton is in fact just made of pure metals, they've got an organic core, so they're just creatures like us who wanted to make something better for themselves. They chose to live in their metallic constructs all the time, so if they grow out of them in size and stature, they upgrade. The only way they can upgrade sometimes is to do things for others that are dirty, so they are sometimes paid for in nefarious ways. Some of the underground here is made up of factions, some of which are dirtier than others. What I find the most interesting is that even between the 5 different factions, they are still splintered into even smaller factions. Inside the skeleton of each critter, you will find the color of their faction, here. Naylor pointed to a section on the inside now that was clearly blue. These are the ones we're here to eliminate. A training school, we believe. They have a school here? Yes, and they're training the next load of killing machines. These things come and attack in packs wherever they're sent, relentless and deadly. Not many of our cities can survive a hit from them. When we found this planet and mapped it out, she looked at me while she scooped out the dead thing from the inside, which, I might add, took us a few months. Command decided we had to take it out. We had to take this one faction out. I looked at the creature. It was pink, gloopy, and not something I'd have associated as bad. But what got me was its face. Round, puffy, and just, damn, so fucking ugly.
Don't let it fool you. This was our biggest job in a while, and they had to die.
How many lives would it save you doing this?
Not so much lives, but respawns. With each time a Denti rises again, there's something that's lost. We don't know the extent of how much because we're never told.
I thought about this for a moment, thinking I understood. I watched her take the next critter apart. I wondered more about what I could learn here, what I could do with the extra knowledge to help build up my mech training on the whole and my engineering rank. Jai's one of the oldest, I said to her. What does he say about it?
He won't confirm or deny anything. Just that there's a part of him he knows he'll never see again in his memories, and that his dreams are never the same.
Yeah, I knew that. It had only been the one time the system had offered to ease my journey by taking my memories, and maybe it knew I would never accept that, so it didn't offer again. Either way, it seemed a terrible trade for me at the moment, but I was sure it was tempting to some, perhaps to most. I also understood more about their past. And then there's the thought of mission failure, I added. When she looked up at me this time, there was clear worry.
Yes? We won't fail though, right?
I wanted to say it. I really did. I couldn't bring myself to lie, though. I don't know. I'll do my best. She nodded and moved methodically back to the critter. I watched, and she pointed to the other one.
Your turn.
Oh, crap, I hadn't thought she'd want me to actually do something. Oh, okay. I slid in beside her and carefully followed from memory what she did to break it apart. Almost like cracking a lobster shell, I carefully separated out the meaty parts on the inside. When I got to the center bit, though, I froze. This thing was alive. Bile choked me out, and I swallowed it. Not wanting to move away, I stuck with it and told Naylor, "This one isn't dead."
What?
She moved to take it from me, and together we could see it really wasn't dead. Its internal vein system was pumping what I could only say was blood around its tiny body. Its one eye looked our way, red tears staining the sides of a round, puffy-looking fish face.
Kill it,
Naylor said. I struggled with the notion. I don't know how.
Just a knife to the top of its head, just like you'd kill any animal. It's a killer, Kyle. It wouldn't hesitate to kill you if the role were reversed.
It was the eye, though. It scared me, like it was going to do something to me. Say something, like it could even speak in English. I laughed. Really? English? I didn't even know what language I was speaking, just words or things they understood as Denti. I picked up the knife once more, and I put the knife to its head and pushed in hard. It didn't resist or do anything, but it went limp in my hands, and I suddenly felt so very sad. You have killed your first Amai. This creature would kill you at first glance, then serve you to its masters as a vessel to then make more of its kind. You should be thankful the evil shit is dead. I wasn't really thankful, but I did look to Naylor, whose face was still, cold.
They killed me more than a few times over the years. They look innocent like this, but they're really not. I don't know what you were thinking, but don't think of them like that. They're not anything you want to be associated with. Really.
I looked to it again and frowned. Yeah, I'll wash those thoughts down with my dinner. Don't worry. I won't take any creatures like this. It's obvious it's a ploy.
Good, because they're really not trustworthy.
Kyle, Ree shouted over, and I moved away from Naylor's dissection of the creatures to the pot he was stirring. Here's some of the extra ingredients you need, Kyle. Watch as I put them in for you. You need to remember this in the future because you might need them again. Okay, what do I do? This one is raw rhenium. He handed me the vial he'd stored it in. Take a sniff. I promise it won't hurt you. I let out a chuckle. Yeah, after the last few attempts at tricking me. I placed my nose over the vial and sniffed. Remember the smell. Sometimes you may spot a plant that looks similar, but without the smell, it's not, and it would kill you outright. The scent invaded my nostrils, bringing memories with it. Soft sandy beaches on a warm day, salty air, and crunchy chocolate ice cream from stands dotted here and there. I let out a sigh, knowing those memories would perhaps one day be taken from me, but for now, they were mine. Not even a chance of saving yourself? I asked, meeting his stare as I breathed out. No. He took it back from me, and I savored the smell that lingered around me. He took out a few parts of the leaves, and I noted the shape and color. It also needs to be added to what you're cooking about 5 minutes away from the end, and the temp needs to be a consistent 140 degrees. You can't digest it in its raw form at all, understood? Yes, it smells divine. One reason why you need to start using your skills. You need to see the properties of what you're looking at. He reached into his bag and pulled out something small. Here, I was going to sell this, fancied myself an upgraded hearing set, but you're already growing on me. I took what he was offering and noted it was a chip. Ree reached up. Relax? He moved closer with his fingers and lightly moved some of the hair at the side of my right ear. You already know about this little slut. You've room for several. The internal system takes the chip, moves and integrates it, and then you can use it. But you should then be able to ID things without too many issues. The more you use it, the deeper the analysis will eventually become. He moved back to stirring the pot. Flashing across my view were the details of the chip. ID database updated. Oh, so you really are getting spoiled here. Right then. Use it if you must. To ID an item, just stare at it. The longer you stare and the better you get, the more you know. Simple, right? Try it, Bree said. What's this? He held out another vial for me. This one contained a liquid. I did what the AI had said. It was also the required item I needed earlier. Some of that which I'd needed back in Hope City. Finally. Maybe I would start to feel much better with all this. Was it just all related after all? If I ignored things, it escalated? Yeah, that actually made too much sense. Fulks, liquid, 100 milliliters, 2 parts per million, price 40 copper. Revitalizes nanites' core supplies, replaces 5% of all energy levels. I read the stats aloud to Ree, and he nodded. Good, at least I know it's working. Just need to keep using it. He smiled and added, You can put this one directly on any wounds or use it in food or drinks. I sniffed it. It had a slight banana odor, which I really didn't like. Hated that fruit. Go on. You can drink that one before we eat dinner, and you should then start to see some of the benefits of it. I almost downed it in one gulp because I was sure it was going to taste like it smelled. But as the liquid touched my lips, it actually didn't taste like banana. Kind of nice, right? Yeah, it's odd. There was a notification, and I saw my health bar start to climb once more. And not just that, but I actually felt better. There was a nice deeper level to healing. I wanted to learn more. The physical side of it, note the differences. This will help you know how much you need to consume in the future. I gave you a specific amount to your needs, but you'll only learn that by trial and error. You won't always get it right, and these mixtures sometimes come at a high price. I noted the feeling. Oh, I said, pulling my health bar up. There was now a lot more detail to it. I grinned. This is interesting. No other system quite works like this. Static health, 78%, energy, 42%, hydration, 56%, core energy, 9%. Shit. I hadn't realized the nanites levels really had been that low. Your knights? He asked. I shook my head. They're pretty done in, aren't they? You're a new dentee, yeah. They may have come from Jai, but they're dealing with all your relative newbie issues as they had with him all over again. Now I realized why the head nanite in me was pissed, not just because of the healing, but everything she was doing inside me was rehashing stuff done before. I looked inside. Sorry, Exie, I said. I am not an easy person to be around. I hoped that she was listening. A laugh, and then her voice came to me. Don't be silly, Kyle. I wanted this assignment. I knew the challenge, and I was ready for it. Don't get me wrong, I know you're going to need a good few kicks,
but we can handle it.
I saw something new then, something beneath her image. I clicked on it. Nanite numbers. Xy's personal army, 2,421, strength 15. Xy's normal soldiers, 55,770, strength 8. Core energy, 78%. Skills, reconstruction expertise, rank 14. Muscle healing, rank 17. Viral fighting, rank 13. Poison resistance, rank 15. It was interesting.
Yes,
she said.
You can improve us as much as yourself. Originally, we took a step down to come in here. Our choice, of course, and I'm sorry I lost my team, but Hiroto had valid reasons.
Then I'll do my best to get you back to where you were, if not make you better.
Your body and the tech that comes with it is not something we're used to. We can improvise, but we're also going to make mistakes.
Her voice wavered, then she added almost softer.
I'll do my best to prove to you that I work for you. I won't betray you. There is a learning curve in here for me as well as for us. Will you give me that chance?
That's understandable. I stroked the side of my neck where the chip had gone. Ree was now moving the pot from cooking, and he glanced at me. Talking to your knights? On my nod, he said, Come on, I need a hand. I can't help it. They're interesting. Yes, but you'll also find them annoying in the end, too. Constantly demanding more stuff.
Speaking of?
Exie started to push demands towards me. A few notifications pinged off, and I just ignored them with a swipe of my fingers. Scooting in closer to Ree, I asked him instead of talking to Exie, Would you run through some steps with me, how to turn off the pings from the knights? Just want to see the most important. Yeah, it's super easy, just on your front page. You could do it standing on your head. He laughed. But totally, they get annoying as basic. Think I lasted a day with mine, but you've had yours going a while already. I like to settle in a bit before I turn things off. You never know what you'll be missing if you just hack at the settings. Quite true. I think some time to adjust is a good thing. I sat down with the others and watched as Jai dished out the food, making sure we all got a decent size. And it was just nice to see everyone tuck in and talk without much pressure. I wanted to engage them more and ask questions, but I held back. It was Jai that turned to me. Quiet? Just listening in, I replied. Naylor gave me a glance.
We all went through similar things. Everything here's so different.
I pumped some meat into my mouth, savoring the rich taste, enjoying every bite. I nodded. I haven't processed any of the last few months, really. We understand, Jai said. Don't think you have to hide things. Although we don't know you, we will. Only way you're going to get through things is to learn and ask. So don't feel stupid. Just ask, okay? I didn't like feeling stupid, though. I should have been up to speed, should be able to help them more. I should have spawned in the right place. Okay, I will. I at least would try. I'll head out with Kyle in a few, Jai said. We'll pick up the stuff we need to move Den. I'll come with you, Reese said, but I saw Jai shake his head. She's running out of time. I'm going to have to split us up properly. Naylor should stay and guard her. There's a couple of things I want you to get from down below. If we complete these missions simultaneously, we cut the time. Maybe when she's more stable, we can concentrate on getting the job that we were here for done, then get the hell out. It sounded good. A few more missions, gain a few more levels, I could do that, and I tucked back into my food, relishing every bite. Chapter 40. I hadn't spent a lot of time with anyone here as of yet, other than Hiroto. Meeting Raiten and his crew, then Dylan, and dealing with Taito, well, they were all brief encounters in this world compared to the time that some had actually been here. Mere months. I hadn't had time to get to know them very well, just snippets of them as people while I built myself up. Yet the connections I'd made with them felt lasting. The thought of being with Jai on my own left me wondering if he'd just find somewhere to extract the information from my brain and leave me for dead. He wasn't giving me the same vibe that Raiten or even Taito had. What was I really to them other than a liability? He paused ahead of me, gave me the once-over, and laughed. Don't look so terrified, kid. I was going to try and defend my actions, but I couldn't. I let out a chuckle myself, nervous as it was. Jai nodded his head in the way of the door. Ready? I checked the gun was at my side. You shouldn't need that. There's nothing else dangerous outside at present, and we've got a good few hours before anything else dare venture past the rain. Oh, it's still raining? Yep, and it still hurts. It's not as light as when we came in, which means you will take constant damage, but you should be able to cope with it now, even at your level. If you do get untoward warnings, let me know. I let the gun sit. I would be ready when he needed me to, I guess. We approached the outer doors, and I could hear the rain. He wasn't kidding when he said it wasn't light. It was almost a full-on storm outside. I looked out to the terrain scanning with the senses I did have, taking in as much as it was showing me. Even the plants now showed basic properties. If they were dangerous, they showed red, and everything else was just visual. The detail here was phenomenal, and I relished the senses and numbers. This was how I was used to seeing games. This made me feel much more at ease. I was so much more in my element now. I tried to check my sheet quickly. Nothing still. Crap. I was so close from moving on from basic to trainee, I could taste it. I forget what it's like the first few times out in the real world. How easy it is to forget and see past those things as you get used to them. You don't see it anymore? I looked to him, watching his features as he too glanced around the outdoors. Only if I look deeper. We get used to seeing it, so we're not actively looking for things. It's more of the internal, and your brain starts to process things much faster so that it's not needed. I followed Jai for a while, making sure I didn't get caught up in the world around me. Getting wet was annoying, but I could deal with it, the damage to my outer clothing affecting my health only slightly. But I was doing okay, just like he said. What are we looking for? I asked. He turned to me and shook his head. I couldn't tell the others. They'd want to come with. But we're completing the mission. I knew my jaw dropped. What? This went against what most gamers would have done. I couldn't understand it. Originally, their plan involved all four of them, and I'd ruined it. What made him think for one moment that two of us could complete it? I stuttered out. The one you came here for, to blow up their nest? Aren't we too far away? They're expecting you. The look on his face. He just laughed, but it was an infectious laugh. You're crazy. Stick with me, kid, and you'll level up faster than you ever thought you would. Why? You're going against everything I know that's ingrained in me. Things change over the years out here. It's not as black and white. You wanted to protect them somewhat. I get that much at least. But what if you failed because you needed them? We won't, Jai grinned. I wouldn't have asked you to come with me if I didn't think you had it in you. You don't just want to off me then? Hell no. I'll need someone with tech experience when we get there. Den wouldn't have hesitated, but... I see. I started to follow him. Second best, then. It was more complicated than that. We needed another tech because we weren't sure that one would be able to manage the base lockdowns. We requested the additional aid months ago. We hadn't expected them to listen, or for them to just literally throw you at us. But you're a decent tech level, I said, confused. I'm fairly competent. Just below Den's levels, but I was going to do something else, and now we can't. It's you and me. That's all we have. When he looked at me, I smiled. It's okay. We are dealt one hand of cards, but it doesn't mean we still can't bluff our way out. Tell me the plan you have. The rain started to get heavier, and I winced, seeing my health drop a lot more. Jai saw this. You doing okay? Ahead there seemed to be a different color to the rain, and I almost stopped before I crossed that weird threshold. When I did, it was like flashes of something, lights, sounds. I went dizzy for just 1 second. Kyle! Hiroto? I almost cried. I hear you. We good? You hear me too? Sarab asked. I could hear their emotion once more in their voices, and I answered, Yes. Good. Seems Exy was doing a good job of passing back and forth info.
But where are we going?
First thing I did was call my stats up and glance over them. I was so close to moving up again. Name, Kyle Rands, species, human denti, year of death, 2629, class, fighter sorcerer, age, ? Level 25. Respawns 2, memories 94%, health 90%, mana 30. Kenosi activated. Nanites times 60,063, body type unknown, structural integrity, tungsten and alumi, internal AI chip X-class. Skin strength 28, blood capacity 24, healing speed 29. Strength 23, dexterity 18, constitution 61, intelligence 34, wisdom 21, charisma 9, luck 8. Quick points 0. Skills: Foot Soldier rank 19, Battle Mage rank 17, Merc rank 12, Sniper rank 17, Gunsmith rank 13, Nanite Engineer rank 20, Mech Pilot rank 15, Human Machine Interface rank 21, Shadow Awareness rank 12, Shuttle Operator rank 12, Deception rank 12, Reconstruction Expertise rank 14, Swordplay rank 14, Vrolsh Coding learned, Mech Merge rank 10, Muscle Healing rank 17, Animal Handling rank 2, Viral Fighting rank 13, Poison Resistance rank 15, CAD Tech rank 12, Night Sight rank 1. Special traits awarded times 4. Any extras here do not show on your stat sheet totals. Healer, internal AI chip X-class, crystalline and silver metal chip with integrated healer nanites led by Exy Arya. Intelligence, internal prototype AI chip inserted on 17th birthday with consciousness of Hiroto. Knowledge, direct from Zarab if he freely gives it, extra skills and training available. Shade Brain, 1 in a million, you manage to not only keep your memories, but you can also hide them. Your character sheet is elusive to even the strongest of will. Upgraded, no one can penetrate your shade now. Space Sickness, unknown effects. Spell active, minor healing, requires Battle Mage rank of 2 and times 1 mana per second. Spell active, medium healing, requires Battle Mage rank of 7 and times 10 mana per second. Spell active, intensive healing, requires Battle Mage rank of 14 and times 100 mana per second. Spell active, lightning fury, cost 10 mana per second, damage increased by 30%. I had to fill them in quickly while I also tried to listen to Jai tell me where we were actually walking to. Once up to speed, Hiroto started to access all the other systems he'd been cut off from. I could do nothing but grin. So good to have you back, I said, feeling the weight of the last few days finally start to lift. I can see where we're going on the map, Hiroto said. We'll be there in a few hours. I need more time to digest this. This is huge. We don't have it. Whatever Jai's planning, we have to back him. The base he's going to, Zarab said, belongs to Arndale. The creatures, they do need destroying. Vrolsh are nothing but vermin. However, there may be intel in that base you need. Really? Yes. I could see some of what he was doing. The code and files flashed before me in a blur. Hiroto was so fast, and I envied him that. I realized I was being daft. Essentially, I was envying myself. Tell me, I said. There are other creatures here, but this is one of the first respawn centers from many years ago. This planet, Kronos, was where the first spawn facilities were set up. The Vrolsh overran it, and the humans and their denti fled. With my focus back some more, I noticed Jai up ahead. His gun was out, ready for anything, but he wasn't ready for this. Jai, I asked him, why are you blowing it up? Why not just chase them all out, come here with numbers, and take it all back? That was the mission, he said. Come in, blow it. I guess maybe they didn't want to send in the numbers needed to clear it properly. Blowing it like this would be easier. I frowned. Easier, or because they're hiding something. We both heard something stomp up ahead, and he whirled around. Was that a mech? Hiroto said in hushed whispers, even in my head. No, they shouldn't be on this planet, Zarab said. I saw Jai duck down more, edging out to get a closer look at our destination, seeming to go and investigate. I knew it was coming, and it would just bowl him over, if it really was a mech. I rushed forwards and risked shoving him into the bushes just as the machine broke through the tree line. Jai was about to yell at me, but he saw the mech. Fuck. We both watched as it stomped past. I looked to him. There's no nest here, I said. At least not to the level they're telling you. The deal was this? They wanted you to sneak in and blow this when no one was around for you to see, right? He didn't need to tell me anything else. He just nodded. There's other reasons I'm here, he said. This was one of the first respawn units built. They believed it was a decent plan to do so, and they'd no idea they would be so overrun later on. Zarab, the mechs? They were Arndale's core defendants, just programmed drones. Nothing else. There's information we need from in there, I said. You can't know that. I do, trust me. The hidden files, the other things you saw in me, they're tech that no one here has. We need to get that info. Then we do what they wanted of you. We blow it, but not before. What's in there could really help me. When did you spawn? Jai asked, still listening to the stomps of the mech. I have no idea why. The order for us to gather and come here came in a year ago. They know then. I mean, really know we're here, Hiroto said. I guessed so. You really want to take them down? Like all of it? Yes. I followed the mech's footstomps till it was out of range for us. Then I helped Jai up. I wasn't lying. We all thought you were. Seems so ridiculous. And now? I have no idea how you're going to do it, but if we can, we'll help. I smiled at him, pointed back to where the mech had come from. Let's go. I have no idea how long we may need inside, if we actually get in, that is. I'll get us in, Jai said. Tapping his chest, he added. They gave me the key, after all. For that, I couldn't help but be thankful. Jai put his gun away, and together we crouched low and started to make our way towards the compound. It was growing dark out, but it was the rain rather than the end of the day. I pulled my hood around me tighter, not wanting to get any wetter. You aren't getting wet, dipshit, Hiroto laughed on the inside. Exie and I recalibrated your suit to stop the rain damaging you as much, and the shield strength is stronger now hooked up to your core knights. Just don't stay outside too long. I hadn't planned on it. Approaching the outer building with Jai up front, I watched everywhere, noted all the cameras, the guns. This was very well protected. So why now were we in under the wire? Jai walked up to the doors and flashed something in front of them, and they opened. I believe you when you say there's information here that we might be able to use. It's not right. They're lying to us, and you. He stared right at me. How the hell was it you that ended up here, from Tulsa? They lied. That's all I can say. Any way we can get access to the tech inside to watch for the mech's return? I wasn't sure who I was asking, but Hiroto replied. I can, if Exie will assist, but she's got to go inside again. Exie? Ready and waiting for your orders as always. I loved how she jumped to any task. Get me access to their security? Get me inside and we're on it. Jai slipped inside the building and I followed, giving one last check on the outside, making sure nothing out there was moving. Then I checked on the inside to be sure I was safe here too, and so was Jai. Hiroto? All clear here. Hand panel is to the left. Exie can get in there, but be quick. I moved to it and put my arm near it, letting the tiny panel on it open up. Focusing in, I could see the details once again on that microscopic level. Exie's new team hopped from me to the panel, and then they were inside. Jai tracked back to me. What are you? Then he saw it. How the fuck do you even know how to do that? I'll tell you more later, I promise. I know a few things. Let's hope this actually helps. Exie and team heading in. We'll report. There is movement. Lots of it inside here, Hiroto said. Animal? Yeah. This, I think, is the Vrolsh. Maybe to make Jai think they were blowing this for the right reasons. Jai pulled his bag off his back and pulled the device out of it. I could only think it was one of the explosives he was talking about. We need to set these in 3 key locations, then get out and wait for the boom. Seems simple. 3 locations flagged up before me. The farthest one away was where we were going now. Yeah, might not be with all these Vrolsh running about. Hiroto, how's Exie getting on? They're moving in on the computer's main location. Should be there any minute. Head to the first location with Jai. Vrolsh can't be anything worse than that critter I fought with Naylor. He frowned. Well, you keep thinking that. And packing the device, off he went, head low, scanning from left to right, making sure he saw everything he needed to. On reaching the first location a few minutes later and having seen nothing, heard nothing, Exie's voice came in. Reporting control of all external and internal cameras. Nice. I looked at Jai as he started to set the device up. It seemed to be a glowing gem inside a metal cover. Runes were etched into it all over, and he did something odd. He pulled his dagger, grabbed my hand, and cut deep. I winced. What the fuck, Jai? Needs a blood sacrifice to strike up, and not mine. Could have warned me. I watched him drip my blood over the gem. It glowed and started to pulse. I could only presume it was like a timer. How much have you got? My clock says 60 minutes. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Checking the map, it seemed that would be enough time. I watched Jai as he placed the device and nodded to the door. Kyle, you have incoming, Exie shouted. I glanced at my map and saw it. 1 giant blip, no, 3. And they were coming in from different locations. Jai, we've got 3 mechs incoming. What? Shit, you can see them? I've infiltrated their system with my lead knight. I can see everything. Then get us to the next waypoint, ASAP. Jai trusting me here meant a ton, and I watched carefully from all angles as we made our way through the next several corridors and then some, avoiding where the mechs were heading. We were running out of time. Chapter 41. Exie, I said, I need you to start working on the computer storage facility. There's information here that we could use. Can you download it? I'm not sure. I don't have much capacity to store, but I'll do my best, and I'll keep you informed. Thank you. Kyle, they're trying to box you in, Sarab said, using old-school tactics. The more you try and avoid one, the closer they're all getting. Shit, I said. Jai stopped, turning to me. What I need is an invite to what's going on in your head. I laughed at that. No, you really don't. But they're cornering us. No way out? I shook my head. No, we have to take one out now. Jai looked around. In here? Shit, that's not going to be easy. I thought back to where Den was, what I'd done with that critter. We can trap it, I said, quickly studying the map. Got what we need, Jai. Heading back to Den. Wasn't too hard. How you guys doing? Jai. Need a little longer out here. Hold the fort. We'll message when we're on our way back. I looked at him. Selecting his name from the party chat, I sent him a PM, giving him the view of where we were in the base. There it was. A hangar bay with shields, a way to stop the mechs. Jai's face changed and he nodded. You're a brave kid, I'll give you that. We're gonna get split up, though. That I'm not happy about. My thoughts immediately flittered back to all my gaming days, the times we'd unintentionally got split up, and the many more times things had gone wrong. Never split a party. You need to let me arm the other devices you have, in case. I don't think that's a good idea. We need a way around it. The ground shook. No time. Get them out, I said. Kyle, I'm in the computer system. Working a way around downloading now. Great. My eyes watched Jai. You may have stood a better chance with your whole team, but not with just me. I'm not fast enough or powerful enough to do as you want. This is the only way. Shit. He looked around and focused inside himself while he made some decisions. Okay. He pulled out another of the devices, and then the other. He set them side by side, and I dripped blood on them and watched as they started to pulse in time with each other. 54 minutes, then, I said, eyeing him. He grabbed one device, and I took the other just as the mech came around the corner. I had no idea how it had even gotten inside the corridor, but it had, slightly bent over and tracking something. Us. It drew a weapon, looking at it. As it aimed at me, I gulped. It would cleave me into tiny pieces. I looked to the corridor I was going to be heading for and glanced to Jai. Ready? Yeah, we'll meet you back outside. Keep in touch. I nodded and watched as he grabbed the other device. The mech pulled the trigger, and within those following split seconds of us splitting up and just running, I knew my life flashed before me in more ways than one as the laser fire blasted over my head. The hangar bay I was heading for was just ahead. Fuck! One shot caught the side of my arm, burning through to skin. Health plummeted. Best news was that the mech was following me. I knew Jai would close the doors for it behind us. I just had to get further up in, avoid death, and block the bastard in by closing the main doors. This wasn't just a room, this was a hangar bay. Secure as anything else we could get near, it might not hold the mech for long, but it was our best chance. Hiroto? Here, what do you need? The quickest way to that spot, the easiest way to their main computers, and a way out of here within 48 minutes. I ducked just as the mech fired again, and I pushed for the exit to the hangar bay. The blast hit the wall ahead of me. I could see a crack appear on it, but I didn't have time to wait. I needed to get those doors here closed. Spinning around at the far end, with it thundering after me, I almost screamed, "Now!" The doors closed in on it, and I let out a sigh of relief as I saw the shielding activate. Well done. No time to rest, Zarab said. Start making your way to the flag. We'll get the device loaded, and I'll take you to the main computers after. I didn't hesitate. I had more than I needed to do and just as far to go as Jai had. This wasn't really very fun. This was going to be damn tight. The corridors were tight, blocked with debris, bones, rotting meat. There were obvious signs of mechs walking through them because of the squashed and crushed bones. It was tough going in here. I stumbled a few times, and the deeper I went inside the base, the darker it got. That made it harder. I flicked on my night vision, and it helped some. I suddenly fell over. Picking myself up as quickly as I could, I stopped. There was something ahead of me. No, not something. Several somethings. How can I get around them? Room on the right, Zarab said. Hiroto, where do we need to be going? Straight ahead. Fuck. Hiroto and Zarab were the best tag team I could ask for inside my head, making sure that I had the best possible chance to get out of here. Don't fire. You'll make them worse. Melee only, Zarab said. I put the gun away. I hoped I was the right levels to actually fight them in good stead. Pulling a dagger out from its sheath, I ran forwards, hoping to take the creatures by surprise. I guess it worked a little because they didn't really move. Then when I put a decent spin on it and sliced through one, I cursed. It woke them all up. Are they like zombies? No, they are just sleeping. More like bats, Hiroto said. When one tried to move to bite me, though, I thought more of vampires than zombies. They seemed pretty mindless, just wanted me out of their territory, no doubt. I sliced through a few more and ran on. That was a phew, breathe moment. I turned a corner and was right where I needed to be. I quickly got out the charge, found the best place to put it, and turned to leave. My path was blocked with Vrolsh. Vrolsh minions. These guys range from level 10 to 20. You're capable of dealing with them, as long as you don't wake them all. Get me out of here, guys. Back up. There's a side room and a way out. Then just run for it. They're going to follow, and I think you need to backtrack a fair bit before we can get out, Hiroto guided. Okay, how's Exie doing? She's in, and we're just about to start the download. That was what I wanted to hear. I didn't want this place to blow without getting it. But getting out of here was tricky. These things were everywhere, like they smelled me, knew where I was going. I shot off as quick as I could. Moments later, Jai's voice came through. Charges set? Kyle? Exie said. I'm not going to get out of here. I could see the download happening now. Yes. Arndale files downloading, 22%. Yes, making my way back, downloading their files now, too. My legs burned, and so did my lungs. Kyle, Hiroto said, do you see what I am seeing? I let my eyes close and saw it. Saw everything they were trying to do. Who they manipulated, why. All their files, everything was here. I see it. I don't think I can take it all. I'm not a computer, Exie said. No, but Kyle is, Hiroto said.
We have the space. Remember, I built the pathways, and I hurt you before it became us. I did. I remembered that pain. Now, though, I could see Jai's dot almost on the outer corridors of the base. Then I twigged what Exie had said. She wasn't getting out of this. What? My emotions tried to overwhelm me, but I didn't have time, and I didn't get a chance to question her. She spoke clearly as red flared all around me, warnings. We've got more movement on the mechs. They're on their way back. Fuck. I reached past the hangar bay where I'd trapped the mech and skirted around. There was no way I was leaving Exie here either. She'd proved somewhat she was working with me. I didn't want to lose anyone without trying, and as I calculated the distance and my timings, I thought it was possible. She was too good to lose. Zarab internally poked me. Do it. There's time. We're with you. So I ran faster than I ever had in the opposite direction. To get his support instead of being chastised for the decision spurred me on all the more. Hiroto guided me to where she was, and only moments later I was inside and finding that the systems looked just like everything was human. Just old-school human. I went to the nearest keyboard and started to input codes, anything that felt right. I looked and watched the screen, reading what it was telling me, listening to it at a deeper level than just words, code. Within a few minutes, I was totally inside their whole base, and there was a lot more information. It actually blew me away. Kyle, you need to get the fuck out of there, Jai screamed at me. I looked to the timer. I had 10 minutes till the base blew, 3 minutes to run to actually get out of here, and less than 2 minutes till I was overrun with Vrolsh. I need you to download what you can, Hiroto. I will. Defend what you can, then run. Fuck, Kyle, I'm coming for you. No, you get out of here. Make sure the base is gonna blow. Get off this planet. I am not leaving you. I will defend you if you think you can get that info. I saw his blip start to come for me. I breathed in, waiting for the Vrolsh to breach the room. I pulled my gun. This time, even if it were dire, I would use anything I could. Then I twirled the blade. Noises were outside the room. Then the door opened and they were in. Jai was a couple of minutes away. I started shooting, and they lunged forwards as a mass group. For everyone I was hitting, another joined. Then when they went down, more and more just kept coming on. I wasn't powerful enough. I couldn't ever be. I was too young, too new. I had to extract Exie now. I put my arm to the counter and watched as the knights returned. It will download till it blows, she said, and I almost saw her collapse. My view of her and her knight shocked me. They had been fighting. What? I didn't know either. I focused back to the room. I was gonna die and be torn apart by these animals if I didn't move now. 55%. Hiroto let out a wail. What is it? It hurts. There's a lot of stuff. Will you be okay? Just keep fighting. Zarab took control of the gun from me, and I led him, concentrating on my blade and where that would do the most damage. I waited for them to get in range, then I started to slice and hack at their legs, arms, and everything. Blood and gore spread all around me, covered my face. I tasted it. Then I gagged. In came Jai, a whirling fighting machine. He looked at me and was by my side in moments. Twin blades, and he wasn't shy in using them. How much longer? He shouted to me. 62%. Just over a minute, I called back. We were being pushed back, farther and farther, pushed back to where I didn't think we'd escape from. I couldn't let them win. They couldn't win. Jai's blade got stuck inside one, and he had to lose it. I tried my best to defend him and us, but I wasn't a match, really. 63%. Start to pull out, I shouted. Hiroto, we're going to have to run for it, and I mean fucking run. 64%. Almost, but go. I have a little distance I can work from, Hiroto said. Exie's helping a ton. Thank you, Kyle. It's been an honor, Exie said. Maybe this will finally appease what you thought of me, working with Nihai and Saskia. Wait, she's not getting out. Still on 64%. We didn't have all of the intel. Fuck. I turned, and so did Jai. We ran. Ran out faster than I ever thought I was capable. The exit was so close. The explosions were so close. We just had to keep going. I could see the floor, and I knew I was going to trip. It was just a matter of when.
I knew what I had to use. Hiroto, can you do it? There was no answer. Hiroto? I'll keep you on an even keel. Do what you can for her, Zarab said. I pulled up my interface. Exie, you better be by that fucking door. The doorway was so close. 1 minute till detonation. We were just about to get out. We'd made it. I placed my hand on the door as we exited, and prayed and hoped Exie was there, Jai behind me. She's with us, Hiroto confirmed. We kept on running out into the open lands, trying our best to get as far away as possible. Then I slammed straight into... the mech. I didn't know what was worse, the massive explosion about to go off swallowing us all, or this thing that was about to just stomp on me like a fly. This is X-2717 fighter coming in hot. Get your ass to the ground, soldier. I didn't hesitate, hearing his voice. Taito. I turned to see Jai hurtling towards me in the mech. I pushed back off the monster, lunged for him, and tackled him to the ground just as the fighter hovered in behind us and started firing. Jai then did something I wasn't expecting. He picked me up like a rag doll and ran. The red-hot fire rained in huge waves at the enemy. Hiroto, how the hell is Taito here? Hiroto laughed. We've been sending out distress signals for weeks on a frequency that only Raiten and Hope City know. Ever since you warned them about Nihai and her partners, they've scoured the city and have been fighting non-stop. Tulsa's in a huge uproar, but they're fighting because of you. Raiten managed to get Taito's ship contact details, and Zarab and I thought this was a good backup plan. As the health on the mech started to fall, I glanced to Jai with a grin. Cavalry to the rescue. I don't know how you did it, but thank fuck. That base is going... It cut him off mid-sentence, and I didn't hear any of the rest of it. The first blast shook the ground. The plume of fire and smoke blasted high into the atmosphere in huge billowing waves. Hiroto, we need another get-out plan. What you got? That's all I got. New flag up, run. I pointed and Jai altered his course. Then the second explosion hit. I could do nothing but flap around a little on Jai's back. I looked to the view behind me that Hiroto and Zarab were watching. I didn't want to die again and didn't want my friends to. The two air pockets met in the middle, causing a wondrous display of mixed colors. It will hit critical mass when the third strikes. We need to get out of here. The flag was ahead, and Jai pelted over rocks and debris of vast smashed trees. Come on, I yelled. We were so close. I could see the fighter still lashing the mech with everything it had, its health at 5%. Get the fuck out of here, Taito, I yelled into my own head. I had no idea if he heard me, but the fighter stopped firing, turned, and fled. I had no idea how quick it would be. We crested a fallen tree, and I could hear water, a lot of it. Hiroto, where are we going? I shouted at him. Over the... I saw it as the third explosive went off. The shock wave tore through the trees this time, and only one thing was on my mind. Death. Hiroto and Zarab screamed. So did I. Jump! I frowned, and then Jai saw it, as he leapt high into the air. The waterfall below us was rainbows and glory. For one moment, I saw heaven in that spray. Then we plummeted. My stomach churned, and I could do nothing else but scream for all I was worth. What would have been a fiery death for us blasted overhead. Downward, I fell flailing like an idiot. I righted myself, turning my fall into a better dive. Then nothing but the iciest of waters, deep under the cold, pulling at my very breath. I kicked upwards, tried to see the surface. The current was strong, much stronger than I thought, and I was weak from running, weak from the strain of this intense battle despite the extra points I'd thrown at myself. I thought of Taito coming back for me, of the people I'd met on Tulsa, the immense trust and friendship they'd all shown me. I felt Hiroto inside me, willing us on. Zarab wanted to see his brother again, and as I kicked up harder and harder, the glittering rainbow turned lighter, turned to fire. I frantically looked around in the water for Jai. I didn't know if I'd surfaced to my death or not, but I realized one thing. I didn't want to give up. I wanted all of this and more. I wanted to live. I made a push for it and burst out into cool air. I stared up into the skies above, seeing the clouds of smoke. Mission completed. Reward compiling. Information on Arndale, though not quite what you wanted. Sorry, dude. For risking your life, for your lead knight, reward compiling. Chapter 42. I pushed the notifications away. I could see something on the shoreline. It wasn't moving. Fuck. I paddled for all I was worth, and when I got to Jai and hauled myself out of the water, I went to him. He was beyond cold, also not breathing, but there was a little life in him. I dragged him up further. Everything in me hurt. What can I do? Zarab spoke. He needs a kickstart. Put your arm next to his neck, and I'll get a charge across. I did as he asked, placing my arm near his neck, waiting while Zarab opened my skin. A tiny wire snaked out, touching the spot at the back of his neck that I knew might do something. When it sparked and his body jerked, I had to force myself not to pull away. Nothing. Come on. The spark went off again. This time he jerked higher. I waited. I hoped. Then he sat bolt upright and looked at me. Fucking hate water. I sat back, my suit steaming in the sun. Me too, I said. He pointed upwards as the fighter dipped down and started to head towards us. Friend of yours? I could only grin. Yes, a good one. He slapped me on the shoulders. Friend who just saved our asses. I owe him one. As do I. We both watched as the fighter snaked its way over to us, then disappeared behind a few trees. Moments later, a familiar face came through the trees. I held his eyes the whole way, and all he could do was grin at me. Hell of a spot you got yourself into. When he was within reach, he threw over 2 bottles. I opened mine and drank in quick, replacing some of the fluids and energy I'd lost. Jai copied me, after I'd proved it wasn't poison. I nodded, and when he reached me, he held out a hand so I could stand. I wasn't so sure I could, but with a heave I was up, rubbing the shit off my ass. I helped Jai up and watched as the two of them just looked at each other. Jai, meet Taito, I said. They were just using intel inside to weigh each other up. They both nodded to each other, then looked at me. Level 26, yeah, nice job. You're not basic anymore. I hadn't looked, but I'd felt the level up. I'll digest it later. We still have a job to do, I said to Jai. Right, you have a way off this rock for us? However, Jai shook his head. Sorry, no. I got notification. They took it. They? But I didn't need an answer. Arndale. Taito frowned and patted his chest. What am I, chopped liver? If you need out, I'm here. Count on me and my freighter. You have a freighter in orbit? Jai asked, raising an eyebrow. Wait, what? I also asked. When did you get that? What happened to the old junker? Kyle, it has been a long time since I left you. He looked at Jai. Yeah, I parked its ass way out, then came in as stealthy as I could with the fighter. Do you know how many of those fucking mechs and critters I had to kill already? A long time? How long? I panicked. Hiroto? Zarab? But they didn't answer me. I can only imagine, Jai said. We have some other team members to pick up. You okay with that? Taito glanced at me. What they like? They're good people to be with. They need a way out. Sounds familiar? Taito held a hand out to Jai. General Jai Trix, welcome aboard. I could do with a few new teammates. My freighter is yours. I'd be honored, of course, if you'd take me with it. I was shocked, but Taito lowered his head to Jai. General? I asked, looking to Jai. Huh? Jai was a general. Jai took Taito's hand and shook. Thank you. And you have great stats. I'd be a fucking idiot not to. I watched as Jai focused for a moment. Then I saw the welcome to the team notification. Taito joined the party chat. Naylor was first to pipe up. Naylor. Whatever the fuck you guys are doing out there better be worth it. Den's getting worse. Please hurry. Jai cursed. Taito, you got Frax root and pads? Taito nodded. There's a pretty good med bay, but no respawn facility. Then let's move. She can't respawn anywhere near here. We lose her, and she's gone from us for a very long time. Taito nodded, and within moments we were at his fighter. I was cramped in next to Jai, and we were speeding for the base. We parked outside the science labs, and Rhea Naylor carried out our wounded comrade. Jay and Taito helped her on board. By the time we'd to and fro from the planet to his freighter, she was looking much better. When I arrived in the med bay, the pod closed over her body, and Taito injected even more meds. We all breathed a sigh of relief as her stats finally started to improve properly. Mission complete. For never giving up on your teammate, rewards total given, 1 quick point. Jai hugged Naylor to him, smoothing over her matted hair. I watched them together, watched as Rhee stood with Taito talking about the specs of the freighter. It felt good. It felt real. The plan now? Hiroto asked. I looked back to Den. How much of that info did we actually download?
66%. I'm sorry I couldn't do better,
Exie said. No, you did your best, Exie. Thank you. Then I spoke to Hiroto. So the plan is we decipher as much of the info as we have. I tapped the side of my head. Then we make a real plan. For now, I want Team Trix to fully recover. This is going to be a long journey. To be continued in Spring Mutiny.
Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. More worlds, more voices, more stories are just one click away. See you in the next chapter.